Chapter 951 Side Deal. Ves and Commander Dice spent more than an hour in the Jaded Swords conference room. Amidst the trophies, flags, banners, and other impressive artifacts, the two haggled two concurrent deals at once. A confluence of interests sped the negotiations up. The Vandals and Sword Maidens both suffered heavy damage from the mission so far and wouldn't turn their backs to additional help. The key was to make a credible agreement that provided plenty of incentives for both sides to stick to the deal. While Ves mainly negotiated on behalf of the Vandals, he also tried to make sure the Sword Maidens had no reason to renege on the deal once they thought it over. Overall, Ves faithfully stuck to the points and priorities laid out by Major Verl. No matter what, he needed to forge an attractive enough deal for Major Verl to show off to his superiors. As long as this deal provided sufficient benefits to the Bright Republic, the decision-makers who possessed the final say would definitely be more inclined to put their stamp on the agreement. Of course, alongside the public deal, Ves was much more interested in hammering out the details of their private deal. Right now, you Sword Maidens lack a competent journeyman mech designer, he began when they drifted to this topic. Having benefited from Myra's presence all these years, I'm sure you know what kind of benefits a genuine journeyman can provide to your organization. While I'm not able to take over her role and provide the same level of services as she once did, I'm more than open to lending a hand every now and then in exchange for favors. The bald and dark-skinned commander smiled warily at him. Favors can be expensive and hard to pay back. What kind of favors do you have in mind, Ves? This was the point where Ves laid out his demands. For now, he didn't dare ask for anything too major. Their partnership still needed to go through a lot of time and successful cooperation before he could reveal his ambitions for the frontier. First, I want you to represent my business interests in the Fairest Star region. More specifically, I want the Sword Maidens to act as a secret channel to the various black markets and other exchanges open to pirates. There are a lot of rare exotics and other valuable goods that are hard or almost impossible to come by in civilized space. Even if they are available, all the middlemen involved will usually balloon the base price by 5 to 10 times. I want a more direct channel to the frontier's most valuable exports. Commander Dice didn't seem surprised that Ves started with this demand. We can do that for a price. Obtaining these kinds of hot goods and smuggling them to your hands will take a lot of effort. The exact commission they agreed on was rather tentative and subject to change, but it definitely made it worthwhile for the Sword Maidens to fulfill his needs. Ves knew he'd be better off paying a generous commission to the Sword Maidens rather than access any of the black markets he could access in civilized space. With the Sword Maidens, he'd be able to purchase his goods from the source or at least close to it. In contrast, those markets and exchanges in places like the Larkinson system truly charged exorbitant prices for the same goods and services. Not only did the middlemen needed to be paid for all the risks they took, separate organizations probably already reserved much of the good stuff for themselves at preferential rates. This left the black market vendors at the very end of the chain with only a fraction of what had been obtained at the source. Demand for it hadn't changed, but the supply of it was much less. Raising the original price by 100 or even 1,000 times wasn't out of the question. Nonetheless, while Ves valued this clandestine black market channel, he wanted more out of this relationship with the Sword Maidens. The opportunity to forge ties with an established pirate organization didn't come every day. More than that, the Sword Maidens incurred significant losses and experienced a lot of upheavals at the moment. They needed help. A lot of help. It wouldn't be easy for them to recover decades' worth of accumulation. In order to rebuild the Sword Maidens in a timely manner before their old enemies ganged up on them, they urgently needed a helping hand. The main deal that Ves just closed with the Sword Maidens was the first helping hand. The secondary deal that Ves currently tried to make was the second helping hand. 2 hands were more than enough to lift the Sword Maidens back to their feet. Aside from opening up a channel for me and my company, I also want you to act as guides and escorts to any mech forces I send into the frontier," Ves stated, proceeding to his second demand. "It would be a similar arrangement with the Vandals right now. If I ever need something significant done in the frontier, I won't ask you to do them in my stead. I'll instead send my own forces, if I have any. Your role would be to guide them to their destination and let them do their thing before escorting them back to the border." Commander Dice appeared much more hesitant about such an arrangement. "This isn't unheard of, but it depends on whether my sword maidens are available. While we know the lay of the land and we can depend on our name and friendships to get us by, we also have a lot of enemies as well. Your forces might get caught up in our own troubles." "I'll take the risk. I believe in your sincerity. What I truly need from the sword maidens is your reputation and standing among the local bullies in the frontier. It will save my forces a lot of time and effort if they can avoid needless fights and reach their destination without stepping on the toes of other pirates." Because Ves did not intend to draw upon this service until several years later, the two quickly agreed to this commitment on a trial basis. "Are there any other desires you wish for us to fulfill?" Dice asked. Though she didn't seem too enthused about indulging Ves, for the sake of money and skilled mech designer support, she seemed willing to hear him out. Going into bed with someone like Ves who survived the same harrowing experiences as her was a lot better than doing business with some stuck-up business who never stepped foot in the frontier. At the very least, Ves had proven himself worthy of their trust. "Perhaps in the future, I'd like something done in the frontier. For example, eliminate a specific outfit or expedition that's inconvenient for me or my forces to be associated with the deed. Having the sword maidens take care of these dealings without leaving behind a trail that leads back to me is something I would definitely be appreciative of. It's even better if you can fool another pirate gang into doing the job instead." "I see," Commander Dice said as she crossed her arms. Her various beast bones and trophies jingled with emotion. "I won't say no, but I understand. It is risky and it might incur enemies to the sword maidens. However, we can definitely negotiate the prices for this service." Like the other points, they didn't set more than a vague baseline. The exact price Ves needed to pay to get the sword maidens to take care of a force in the frontier depended on the strength of their targets and the risks they incurred when attempting the deed. Ves expected that killing a small force would already cost him hundreds of millions of credits, while taking care of a larger force would easily force him to cough up more than 1 billion credits. For some foes, this service was more than worth the hefty price tag. It was unfortunate that Ves couldn't arrange the sword maidens to take care of some of his domestic enemies. The sword maidens generally kept their noses clean in civilized space in order to retain their ability to cross over the border and access the Larkinson system. "Anything else?" "This is something a bit more personal to Kedis. It's not a demand per se," he said before turning to the young mech designer who mostly turned dizzy by all the negotiations so far. "Kedis, I think it's best you return with me to civilized space and come work for my company for a time." She immediately shook her head. "I know that's what Myra want, but the sword maidens really need my help. They can't do without a mech designer. Many pirate gangs manage fine without one. As a novice, you really don't bring too much benefits to the sword maidens at your current state. The deal I'm hammering out with Commander Dice will allow them to draw upon my assistance from remote, which is a lot better than anything you can do in person. Even so, I'm perfectly fine with the sword maidens as is. There's no reason for me to run off to civilized space." "I disagree. Haven't you benefited from my tutelage already? How far do you think you'll be able to go in your career when I'm gone? The frontier is already an extremely poor and difficult place for a mech designer to progress and advance. At best, you'll be able to advance to apprentice in a decade, but what then? It takes more than determination to reach journeyman." His words struck a mark. Kedis wordlessly blinked at Ves, She knew enough about her capabilities that it was extremely unlikely for her to ever match Myra's prowess without any assistance. Myra herself lucked out when she caught the skull architect's attention, but Keddy's failed to spark his interest. Ves also suspected that there was much more to Myra's background than met the eye. She was way too refined compared to the rest of the sword maidens to have started off as a nobody from the frontier. The key here was that Keddy's lacked the various advantages and opportunities that Myra enjoyed in the past. Now that Ves, a skilled mech designer who she held in high regard, offered to be her new mentor, she'd be a fool to refuse. Yet she still hesitated due to her strong affection and loyalty to the sword maidens. Seeing that Ves couldn't break past Keddy's inner struggle, he instead turned to the other sword maiden in the room. Commander Dice, please think it over. You can easily pick up a random exile or refugee mech designer from the frontier to meet your basic needs. In the meantime, I can take Keddy's back to civilized space where she'll be able to progress by leaps and bounds under my mentorship. Wouldn't the sword maidens be better off with a future journeyman taking the reins again? Dice gazed suspiciously at Ves. That is awfully generous of you, but I can't help but question why you insist on bringing Keddy's out of the frontier. It's Myra's last wish. Ves shrugged nonchalantly, at least outwardly. She's also a mech designer with promise, though she'll need active guidance in order to bloom her potential. If nothing else, consider my tutelage to be another form of payment for your services. In truth, Ves wanted to bring Keddy's under his wings for two other reasons. First, he trusted her. He would be able to reveal some of the secrets related to the Mech Designer System to her, like the attribute candies, and she wouldn't ask too many questions. Her gratitude to him for all the help he provided was the strongest assurance that she wouldn't turn against him anytime soon. Second, grasping Keddy's meant that Ves would be intimately connected to the sword maidens. While he'd never be a part of them, the chances of betrayal would drastically decrease as long as Keddy studied under him. She was basically a disguised hostage in this regard. Even if she eventually finished her studies and returned to the frontier to become the head designer of the sword maidens, her close and unforgettable ties to Ves would ensure their continued cooperation. Fulfilling Myra's last wish was just a convenient excuse to Ves. What he really wanted was to get the sword maidens on his side on a permanent basis. After all, as long as he continued to grow in power and wealth, it wasn't out of the question for him to displace their original backers one day. Chapter 952 Friends. Having encountered many different pirate outfits, Ves knew that a trustworthy one practically didn't exist. The value of the sword maidens was that they cared about their reputation for honesty. While this didn't rule out the possibility of betrayal, Ves nonetheless felt much more confident about going into bed with them than with any other gang of pirates. If Ves let this opportunity to hitch his wagon onto the sword maidens go, then he would have to approach some other pirate outfit to do business with the frontier. Without a shared history of fighting and working together, and without approaching a pirate gang that used to be strong but was temporarily down on their luck, he would never obtain such good conditions for a private, under-the-table deal. Certainly, even though he figured he got off rather cheap, maintaining a relationship with the sword maidens could easily cost him billions of credits a year, so the deal he just secured wasn't cheap in absolute terms. However, Ves believed the business opportunities that opened up with this deal would more than pay back his investment. While he might not be able to apply rare exotics to any of the LMC's standard mech models due to issues with explaining how he obtained them in the first place, they were enormously useful in designing custom mechs. While he already had a lot of designs on his plate, he did not intend to neglect the top end of the market. Customized, high-quality mechs took a lot of time and effort to design, but it earned journeyman mech designers a lot of fame and reputation if they became known for delivering hot mechs. The more extravagant and powerful the custom mech, the more he and his products entered the news cycle. Publicity and exposure was key to building his brand and gaining a higher profile without dumping in billions of credits each year on marketing. Ves quickly shook his head to get his mind off the future. Right now, he was just laying the groundwork for his future ascension. Rather than fantasizing about advancing his career, he should go back to trying to survive the return trip. "I believe that's all?" he asked. "There are no more issues to address," Commander Dice said. After wording and enumerating the two agreements on separate data pads, they shook hands as well, though it didn't have any greater meaning as of yet. Only after Ves returned to the Shield of Hispania and have Major Vril sign off the main agreement would the deals truly be closed. Of course, some words in a virtual documents and a cheap handshake didn't mean the deals would pan out. There was no way anyone could enforce contracts made with pirates. In fact, if Ves arrived at the Jaded Sword with just the deal on behalf of the Flagrant Vandals and the Bright Republic, Commander Dice would have probably doubted their sincerity. The Sword Maidens would have to incur the burden of protecting the Flagrant Vandals while crossing the entire frontier. Yet their payment only came afterwards, and it was a question whether the Bright Republic would honor this agreement in the first place. What pushed Commander Dice into accepting it was because Ves wanted to close another deal at the same time. Not only did he show sincere intention into cooperating with the Sword Maidens, he also promised to compensate them in the future if the Bright Republic reneged the main deal for some reason. However, with Ves clearly aiming to build a closer relationship with the Sword Maidens, they felt a bit more assurance that both of the deals would be honored. This was because it benefited everyone involved if they played along. Achieving a win-win condition was the most secure kind of deal that they could make. After they chatted a bit, Ves made to leave, but Kedis called for him before he left. "Wait a moment! Dice, tell him about the backup we arranged." For a moment, Commander Dice glared at her. "You're not supposed to know that." "Heh. I can't help it if I overhear some things using the sensors of my fancy new armor." Kedis grinned and knocked her gauntlet on her piratized CFA combat armor. "I know Ves has a way of blocking electronic devices from listening in. We just made a deal with him, maybe we should ask him for one." Ves raised his palm. I only have a single signal jammer for now. With the resource shortages we're suffering through right now, I don't think I can make a signal jammer that's effective enough to block out the sensors of her CFA combat armor. By the way, what's this about a backup plan?" Even though Commander Dice glowered at them both, somehow Kedis' puppy eyes softened her up a bit. The new leader of the Sword Maidens sighed. "You aren't supposed to know this, but Commander Lydia left a lot of plans behind. One of them involves calling in favors to gather a large number of friendly pirate outfits to meet us halfway. Once we enter their embrace, there are hardly any enemies that can muster the numbers to defeat us all. It's how we deter most enemies when they pursue us, actually." Ves widened his eyebrows. He knew how significant such a plan would be, especially to the Flagrant Vandals who didn't owe anything to the pirates. "What would have happened to the Vandals if we jumped into a system with half a dozen or more of your friends?" "Well, who can say?" Dice smiled coyly at him. "It's very hard to control our friends, you know?" This meant that the possibility of stabbing the Flagrant Vandals in the back definitely entered her mind. Right now, the remnant ships and mechs of the Vandals and Sword Maidens roughly matched in strength. Once the balance of power tilted decisively to one or another, it would be hard to say if either of them remained staunch allies. After all, each of them retrieved a lockbox from the Starlight Megalodon. The temptation to snatch the other lockbox away from their erstwhile allies should have crossed their minds all the time. If not for taking the initiative to propose a deal to Major Vril, thereby allowing him to visit the Jaded Sword to negotiate several deals in person, Ves would not have been aware of this looming disaster to the Flagrant Vandals. Ves threw a grateful smile at Kedis. Even though she was a Sword Maiden, she cared about Ves and didn't want to see the Vandals and the Sword Maidens at odds for that reason. All the effort he put into nurturing her so earnestly already paid off in spades. He turned back to Commander Dice. Now that we have made some deals to cooperate in the long term, I suppose you'll put in a good word for us. I'm sure that can be arranged. My friends are your friends. How certain are you that your friends will still stay friends even in your weakened state? Because they're our friends. Commander Dice smirked. To an outsider like you, all pirates are scum who would kill their own mothers for money. That's not how it goes. Kedys nodded. I already told you about this, Ves. Our friends will stick with us just like we stuck with them when they fell into a bad patch. We independents have to cover each other's backs if we don't want to get eaten up by the pirate blocks. Certainly, if the small, independent pirate gangs constantly preyed on each other, they would only pave the way for the rise of the Dragon Alliance and the Ravian Alliance. Yet Ves couldn't quite wrap his head around pirates helping each other sincerely. Just trust us. We pirates have each other's backs. Not enough to help you rebuild, I guess, Ves observed. That's true, Dice admitted. Solidarity doesn't extend to charity. Each of us has to show that they are able to stand strong in the frontier through their own efforts. Ves caught the implication of her words. It's not a problem to your friends if you fell into a rough patch and lost your strength. However, if years have gone by and you haven't been able to get stronger, it's questionable if your friends still have your backs. That's why these deals are really important to us, Ves. Kedys emphasized. We need a lot of money. We used to get by with a large mech force, but now that we are like this, it's not so easy to earn as much money. In the frontier, your power and might directly affects your earning potential. With more mechs and more ships, you can go after much more lucrative scores, he surmised. After the meeting ended, Ves returned to the Vandal shuttle and returned to the Shield of Hispania. He met up with Major Verl and handed over the data pad containing the deal he negotiated with the Sword Maidens. Verl read through the entire document line by line. He didn't miss any detail. After he finished reading through the document, he put the pad down. The deal you've negotiated is relatively complete and covers all the points my superiors might find interesting enough to put their stamp on it. The only aspect I'm concerned about is the price we have to pay for the services. Aren't you being a bit too generous on this front? I know you're intimate with the Sword Maidens. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you are allowing them to rip us off. The prices are subject to adjustment depending on the services they provide, sir, Ves mentioned. Besides, if you hear what I have to say next, I think you'll be glad that the Sword Maidens received a deal that's slightly to their benefit. When he briefly brought up the Sword Maiden backup plan, Major Verl instantly turned grave. Are you absolutely certain that they have called upon their pirate allies to meet them up in the frontier? I don't think they are bluffing, sir. I already know that they are very well connected among the independent pirate community. The lie detector module integrated in my Squalin also tells me that they are likely telling me the truth. While Major Verl still expressed some skepticism, he couldn't afford to discount the possibility. A good leader wouldn't pretend that an awful outcome wouldn't come true just because they didn't like it. At least they became aware of what the Sword Maidens had in store. It's not all that bad, sir, Ves consoled the Major. They informed us of their backup plan ahead of time. This shows that they'll probably honor our new agreement and extend their protection to us. All we have to do is to pay them back. They are truly starved for cash and resources right now, and that is what we can depend upon for them to uphold their end of the deal. Now that Verl thought about it, Ves did make some sense. While the deal paid a fairly high price for certain services, that didn't mean the Bright Republic would scoff at it. More options for engaging with the frontier was always worth it, as it was hard to find reliable partners. The promise of earning a handsome sum ensured the Sword Maidens wouldn't be tempted to betray them in order to make a quick but short-term profit. Ves raised another point. I have something else to add, sir. Commander Dice didn't tell me this, but I get the idea that the Sword Maidens aren't very content with their current backers. Right now, they have an opportunity to please their backers if they manage to snatch our lockbox from our hands. However, I don't think they're inclined to do so as long as they don't value their relationship with their backers. But you have no proof, is this right? Myra, their journeyman mech designer who went missing in action, expressed some dissatisfaction towards finding out that the Sword Maidens are actually beholden to some powerful entity in civilized space. I get the idea that not many Sword Maidens knew about this connection in the first place. The fact that this mission led them to being used up until they only have 3 ships left is bound to alienate them against their backers even further. It's a good thing then that they aren't pining to exert their utmost in satisfying their backers then. Major Verl smiled in a strained manner. Did they tell you where they are meeting their friends? No, sir, but their first destination is to reach a specific star system that's still within the deep frontier. They hit a backup ship there that's loaded with some supplies as well as a working quantum entanglement node. Once the Sword Maidens retrieve the ship, they can call ahead to their friends to prepare a welcoming party. Right. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask if we can borrow their comm connection to call ahead. The flagrant Sword Maidens permanently shut down most of their quantum entanglement nodes and lost the remainder due to the space-time distortion in the Aeon Corona system. This left them without any means of calling for help. Chapter 953 Transhuman Ongs. If the Vandals and Sword Maidens regained their ability to access the galactic net and communicate with the rest of the galaxy, they could do a lot. Even if the Comm Consortium and many others listened into their conversations and data transmissions, it would still be fine as long as Major Verl managed to relay a brief message to his superiors in the Bright Republic. Just like how the Sword Maidens called upon their friends to back them up, the Vandals would also be able to muster up some help. The only difference between the two was that help from the pirates would arrive much faster by dint of their proximity. Any help the Bright Republic could offer would be limited by the fact that they could only draw upon assets from home, which was very far away from the frontier. Therefore, the crucial point in the coming month for the Vandals was to stay in the good graces of the Sword Maidens. This was the most precarious situation the Verl Task Force ever came across. As long as they crossed over this difficult hurdle, the remnants of this once great mech force would return home soon enough. In the next couple of hours, the Vandal and Sword Maiden vessels successfully escaped the envelopment of the pirates attempting to corner them. The hole blown open by crippling the Finmoth Regal's mobility successfully allowed them to fly to the edge of the star system without bumping into any other human opposition. As for the Sandmen, they mostly congregated towards Aeon Corona 7 for some unfathomable reason. Those close to human ships attempted to hunt them down if possible, but such chases mostly went nowhere. Some human vessels already managed to escape this cursed star system. Due to the weird behavior of the Sandmen, no one wanted to stick around in this star system any longer than they had to. Beside the Dragons of the Void, every other force just wanted to get as soon as they could before they all got swamped by a swarm of Sandmen ships. As Ves sat in his office and called up the long-range scanners pointed towards Aeon Corona 7, he wondered in his head if this was all Sigrin's doing. He had the feeling that Sigrin attempted to take control over his fellow Sandmen. While the hybrid AI managed to draw the motherships towards him, taking control of them was easier said than done. If Sigrin already managed to co-opt the Sandman motherships, then he would have certainly sent them all out to hunt down all the escaping human ships. The less humans made it out, the lower the chance that his existence would be exposed. It was already bad enough that the ships that just jumped out of the Aeon Corona system. As half a day went by, the remnant fleet finally managed to cross the point where the system's gravity finally fell below the danger threshold. Alert! FTL transition is imminent. The surviving crew all prepared for the activation of the FTL drives. After locking everything down and securing themselves into place, the shield of Hispania and all the other ships successfully transitioned into FTL. Practically the entire crew and refugee vandals aboard the combat carrier erupted into a spontaneous cheer. Yes! We're finally out of this goddamn dangerous star system! We're safe! We're safe! We're safe! This calls for a celebration. Let's head to the ship's bar and drink until we pass out. A palpable sense of relief overcame every vandal as they finally put down their guards for the first time in months. To some, this respite gave them the opportunity to come to terms with losing so many of their fellow comrades. Not only did they lose virtually every member of the ground forces, they also lost the majority of their space forces as well. To others, the temporary reprieve allowed them to relax their shoulders and unwind in order to forget their worries. Many vandals started to drink, gossip, gamble, and even entered into fistfights against each other. In general, the security officers mostly allowed the unruly vandals to vent and decompress even if they became a little bit too rowdy. The shield of Hispania picked up way too many vandals, and concentrating so many people together in a single ship was bound to lead to problems. Ves watched on as vandals did their best to cope. He found that word fit the current circumstances best. All of them incurred some trauma or another in the Aeon Corona system, and they couldn't be more jubilant when they finally exited this blasted place. Even Ves felt as if he needed to do something else. However, he didn't feel the need to lose control like the rest. He chalked it up to his vastly altered body and mental states. All the genetic treatments are at least good for something. The documentation left behind in his CFA com told him little about the concrete effects. They only vaguely explained that the gene optimization treatments would improve his human nature in a comprehensive and holistic manner. How this actually translated into benefits differed from person to person. These benefits also affected more concrete and measurable variables such as his lifespan, immune system, energy intake, and muscle and bone strengthening. As he projected a mirror image of himself in front of him, Ves studied his appearance and noted that despite the faint increase in maturity, he also transformed in many other ways. I don't look all that different, but there's something about me that gives a different charm now. Besides his maturation and his increased confidence in himself, he also exhibited that transcended human quality that made it obvious that he went through many augmentations. He would never be mistaken for an average baseline human. Ves found that to be a little bit annoying. Even if he thought he looked a little more dashing than before, he would rather prefer to look plain and unassuming. The more people underestimated him, the more they wouldn't look too closely into the secrets he tried to hide. Still, it's not as if looking distinct is all that bad. As a mech designer who presided over his own company, Ves was well aware of the power of the cult of personality. A distinctive-looking mech designer attracted much more media attention and became a lot more memorable to the public. While a part of him deeply disliked adopting a high profile, he knew that it would be necessary to step into the limelight in order to grow his business. These days, a mech designer wouldn't be able to stand out from the pack just by designing good mechs. As Ves mentally tallied up all the changes the medical procedures caused, he focused foremost on his mind. He didn't think his mentality changed all that much, but his cognitive functions definitely improved. His thoughts came a little faster, he memorized everything he read a little more thoroughly, and generally felt as if he could subject his mind to a bit more pressure. I don't know exactly how much better I am at thinking, but it is sure to be substantial. The CFA's gene optimization treatments mainly aimed to improve the performance of their officers. This was one of the key methods of maintaining their superiority over every other human organization in human space. Everyone knew that CFA spacers were significantly better than baseline humans in almost every aspect. VS wished he had access to the system so that he could call up his status to find out how much his attributes actually increased. In truth, he didn't expect too much of an increase considering he already augmented his mind to a very major degree. These heavy changes didn't leave too much untouched areas where the gene optimization treatment could provide a measurable improvement to his cognitive functioning. Nonetheless, every little bit adds up. The only downside to these drastic changes was that he didn't entirely feel comfortable in his own skin. The rush treatments and the lack of structured therapy and adjustment left VS flailing on the move sometimes. At some quiet moments, VS even felt as if his own body started to reject him. Other times, he was caught with the impulse of rejecting the abomination that his body became. He never asked to be operated on by an insane exiled doctor from the Five Scrolls Compact. Yet that incident irrevocably set him on the path of alien hybridization and genetic modification. The only reason why he hadn't spiraled into a cycle of self-destructive loathing was because many of the changes brought a lot of benefits, especially recently. "I'm a transhuman now," he declared. "Since I'm already like this, I should embrace this aspect of myself. There's no point in beating myself up." Some of his restlessness eased up once he made peace with this issue. No matter how many augmentations and modifications shifted him further and further away from his original state, as long as he remembered his humanity, he wouldn't be at risk of losing the essence that comprised his identity as VS. He chuckled to himself. "I think I went over these concerns a lot easier than I ought to. Is this one of the beneficial effects of gene optimization treatments?" A big part of why the CFA pushed their gene optimization treatments on everyone was because they wanted to avoid the reckless genetic modification in the past. When leaders became unhinged due to unintended side effects of enhancing their bodies and minds with alien DNA, they forever stigmatized these kinds of transformations to the public at large. VS always thought that humanity stopped dabbling in modifying their own genes and playing with alien traits. But after all he'd been through so far, he knew that it had only gone underground and out of sight. The need to improve our bodies and minds is too irresistible. How else can we get ahead in our life and careers if we are still average? He didn't have a good picture of the extent of human augmentation, but the more he came in touch with the upper echelon of human society, the more he realized how much humans relied on it to get ahead. The CFA's gene optimization treatment ranked near the top, but many other individuals and organizations probably offered something similar, if not as good. Humans are competitive by nature, and there are only a small amount of positions at the top. If I don't try to keep up, I'll forever be left behind. VS lamented the hyper-competitive nature of today's society. He realized that a baseline human without any special endowments simply didn't possess the chops to make it far in their lives. It was at this time someone rang just outside his office. VS accepted the call on his comm. "Who is this?" "Mech technician Ves Larkinson." The projection of a middle-aged man's head replied. "There's something I need to discuss with you about the state of our workshops. It's far too crowded there and Chief Hain isn't helping matters along." VS frowned at that. "Even if you are dissatisfied with Chief Hain, there are other chief technicians who you can turn to with your complaints. All the chief technicians are in it together. Talking to one of them is the same as talking to Chief Hain. Nothing will change." "Okay, come in then. I'll hear you out at the very least," VS decided while activating the command to unlock the hatch to his office. To be honest, VS really couldn't be bothered with such mundane tasks such as listening to the concerns of a random low-ranking mech technician. Yet he also knew that someone in his position shouldn't ignore any inadequacies with regards to the way the mechs were being serviced, repaired, and maintained. As Ves Larkinson nervously entered his office, VS gestured to the chair in front of his desk. "Please take a seat." I would prefer to stand, sir. This won't take long. Ves shrugged. All right. Suit yourself. Please explain why you feel the need to bring up this issue to me. I generally don't involve myself in the running of the workshops. I understand, Davis said as his nervousness increased as he got closer to Ves. It's like this. You should die. Oh hell, not again. Davis whipped out an oversized ballistic pistol from his belt holster and instantly fired a round at his target's head. Chapter 954 Pain of Loss. Before Davis even applied pressure to the trigger of his hand cannon, the Squalin already unfolded its helmet and encased the wearer's head. A powerful round smacked against the visor of the Squalin shortly afterwards. It deflected and pinged off the incredibly resilient surface without leaving behind a single scratch. To his credit, Davis continued to pull the trigger even after he fired the first round. The powerful hand cannon in his grip didn't possess a high rate of fire, but the mech technician turned traitor fired as fast as his sidearm allowed. As the Squalin's helmet continued to ward off the incoming shots without fail, Ves even had the time to admire Davis's trained shooting posture and accuracy. By far most of the rounds his helmet. Ves had the impulse of telling the foolish assassin that he would have better luck aiming at the joints of his armor. Even though the back of his elbow and knees likely wouldn't suffer any damage either, Davis should have known better if he was truly a mech technician. Die, die, die! Why won't you die? Davis raged with sudden fury as his hand cannon clicked empty. Without much pause, Davis changed its magazine and continued to fire more rounds at the mech designer across the desk. What gives you the right to survive while my wife died a worthless death on the surface? Ah. So it was personal. Ves sympathized with fellow all of a sudden. He knew that the Vandals tended to shack up together despite the regulations against fraternization. It was a natural tendency for them to do so after spending years and decades together. Davis expended 4 whole magazines worth of ballistic rounds in less than a minute. After firing all of those rounds that could have killed an entire crowd of humans, Ves was no closer to dying and Davis was no closer to venting his grief. No! The unhinged mech technician despaired as his pistol ran dry. The useless weapon slipped from his grasp. His shaking eyes bore right through the Squalin's undamaged visor. What gives you the right to live while my wife and friends are all dead? All of you Vandals are complicit in their deaths. None of you deserve to live. Ves strangely retained his calm at the man's violent outburst. Perhaps the knowledge that there was nothing that Davis could do to threaten him in his Squalin gave him the leisure to treat this incident with patience. Mr. Solorant, if that is your name? I just accessed the personnel files. It seems that much is true about you. Please indulge my curiosity for a moment. Why did you think it would be a good idea to shoot me? Davis collapsed to his knees and laughed. Ha ha! I didn't think you'd be so tough to kill. Damn it, if I'd brought a plasma cutter to shear my way through your armor. No. That wouldn't work. The chiefs would never allow me to bring out a plasma cutter without permission. Ves pressed his lips into a thin line. At the beginning, he thought that this entire assassination attempt was part of some grand scheme to sow chaos on the shield of Hispania. Perhaps a band of traitors and mutineers plotted to destabilize the crew in order to turn them against the brass. Since the Finmoth Regal mutinied, why wouldn't the shield of Hispania be any less vulnerable? The entire combat carrier turned into bomb ever since her personnel rolls tripled or quadrupled with the amount of Vandals they absorbed from other ships now doomed to become Sandman fodder. To find out that his killer was just a grief-stricken widower who felt as if the few survivors of the ground expedition didn't deserve to live any more disappointed Ves. Compared to a scheming, hyper-intelligent foe like Sigrind, this emotionally unstable mech technician far didn't even register in V's danger senses. Now that you've got all of that out of the system, I hope you can move past your grief. That is, if the vandals don't execute you. Have a nice stay in the brig. The hatch opened up quickly after that to allow a pair of security officers to storm inside. One of them immediately whacked Davis with an electrifier baton which put him out like a light. The other officer checked the rest of the office for any threats and tried to see if Ves sustained any wounds. Mr. Larkinson, are you injured? I'm fine. Ves waved away their concerns. Davis here couldn't have hurt a single hair on my body. It's not secure here. Please allow us to escort you to the security department. Very well. Lead the way. Ves sighed and stood up. While he figured the likelihood of a repeat attack was very low, the security officers would rather that he be safe than sorry. Half an hour later, Ves just finished recounting the assassination attempt and how pathetic it unfolded. Those involved all looked green with envy as Ves boasted about the quality of his squalene. That was genuine CFA armor. Despite the fact that it was merely one of their light combat armor models for field engineers, it nonetheless rendered a hefty hand cannon completely ineffective. I'm not even mad, he told the interrogators. Davis is just someone who snapped. I'm more concerned about others like him. While I'm not that easy to kill, the same couldn't be said about the others like Captain Orphan or Major Vro. We will be adjusting their protective detail in light of this event. The security officer nodded as he typed something in his data pad. Please answer us. Do you think that Davis Solarin has an accomplice or is working together with a band of like-minded people? Ves sighed. I already answered this question. No, I don't think he's working with someone. The monitoring system in my office must have recorded the entire event. You can go watch the footage. You know how it goes. I have to keep asking, Mr. Larkinson, the security officer said in a respectful manner. No matter how much Ves understated himself among the vandals, he couldn't help but become one of the most high-profile individuals on the fleet. As someone who already assisted the vandals many times and as one of the 2 survivors to the ill-fated ground expedition, Ves was bound to attract a lot of attention and respect. It didn't surprise the crew all that much that a consummate mech officer like Captain Orphan managed to survive the events on the surface. Yet for a non-combatant like Ves to make it out alive when so many others failed to make their way out spoke much about his competence. Or his cowardice, depending on who you asked. Nonetheless, a survivor like Ves long left the ranks of average people. Once the interrogation finally ended, Ves finally received permission to depart, although this time he gained a permanent escort. Ves let out an exasperated breath at the goon in heavy combat armor stomping his heavy boots against the deck behind his back. You know I don't need protection, right? My squalene is more than capable of shrugging off anything a troublemaker can throw at me. You're better off protecting someone more vulnerable. You're a high-profile target, Mr. Larkinson. My presence will deter anyone who is thinking of starting an incident. The security officer responded politely but firmly as he gripped his menacing-looking assault rifle. Ves looked at himself and his unchanged CFA armor. Even though it clearly bore CFA colors and CFA markings, the average vandal probably didn't recognize the significance of it. If anyone looked at the squalene, they would probably mistake it as an unnaturally streamlined suit of light combat armor with a rounded rectangular hump at its back. Its size, stature, and overall appearance looked far too small and modest for the amount of protection it actually offered. The heavy combat armor worn by his security escort looked far more capable and intimidating. This was a heavy, motor-assisted suit of armor with enough armor plating that an average person would strain enormously if they attempted to move in it under their own power. Yet despite the combat armor's tough and bulky appearance, the security officer was far easier to kill than Ves due to the enormous quality difference in materials and protective technology. He chuckled at the thought that he was tougher to kill than his guard. It should have been the other way around. Can you tell me about the state of unrest and dissatisfaction among the crew of this ship? How many more people like Ves Larkinson are aiming to take me down a notch? Not much, sir, his guard grunted. We Vandals are better than this. We're soldiers. I don't think telling that to yourselves will make that any more believable. Underneath your discipline and soldierly exterior lies a vulnerable human being that is subject to your own emotions. I'm not trained to think about all of that psychological crap. I'm just assigned to guard your life and scare off any scum who think they can kill you under my watch, the guard replied simply. Ves shrugged. What else could he expect from chatting with a goon? Since he felt the need for more sophisticated conversation, he diverted from his route to the office and instead headed down to the workshops again. He sought out Chief Technician Hain and asked for another private meeting. Before he entered her office, he turned to his guard. Will you be following me in? Orders, sir. I'm not allowed to leave you alone. Even when I'm doing my business in the toilet? I'll wipe your butt for you if I have to, the guard replied humorlessly. Ves shook his head but allowed the guard to enter the office. In fact, he joined another security guard who had already been assigned to tail Chief Hain. For some reason, Ves started to become a little more ambivalent to the presence of these guards, especially when they insisted on attending a private meeting between two loyal Vandals. Did the security officers receive orders to monitor every cadre aboard the ship for reasons other than protection? Were they afraid that mid- and high-ranking Vandals would be plotting a mutiny behind everyone's backs? His levity with regards to the new security arrangements soured at that realization. While he understood the necessity of taking precautions, he found their presence to be insulting as well. It spoke of a certain lack of trust. Still, Ves tried hard not to read too deeply into these measures. Besides, he didn't intend to talk about anything too sensitive with Chief Hain in the first place. Nothing that necessitated the activation of his signal jammer. Did you want to talk about Miscreant Davis? Chief Hain began with a minor scowl on her face. That little bastard had always been a loyal Vandal. He wasn't very good at his job, though, but you can say that about half of our mech technicians. Davis is one of those veteran members of our mech regiment, and when he married one of our other mech technicians, none of us saw anything wrong. Do you Vandals regularly ignore the rules on fraternization? Sure. Who cares, right? Hain snorted her nose. Headquarters is far away, and the Tari region where we are nominally stationed at is one of the border backwaters of the Bright Republic. Our Vandals shack up, have one-night stands, become friends with benefits, and if they're really lucky enough, they meet their soulmates and tie the knot. And the Mech Corps never even intervened? Ves asked with mild amazement. What they don't know won't hurt them. It's not as if we filed the paperwork. All the marriages between the Vandals are undocumented. You don't need a stinking marriage license to affirm your love to someone. Ves didn't have any particular opinion about this issue. It seemed par for the course for the Vandals to ignore the expectations of the Mech Corps. How many of these marriages have taken place? Oh, quite a lot actually. At least 1,000. Maybe a few hundred more. They span across every position and rank. Ves saw a problem there. More than 1,000, you say? How many more examples like Larkinson do you think exist? Chief Hain grew grim at that question. Accounting for all of the losses in our space and ground forces, I'd say there are at least several dozen widows and widowers in our midst. If all of them lashed out at once, they could do some serious damage to the shield of Hispania. Chapter 955 Immense Coffin. Once Ves and Chief Hain ascertained a huge problem in the amount of Vandals who lost their loved ones during the mission, they quickly brought it up to Major Vull. To his credit, the commanding officer acted fast. Through accessing the records and through informal inquiries, the security officers quickly sought out every serviceman that posed a risk. While not everyone appreciated being grabbed from their posts or their bunks by some armored goons, most of the crews showed understanding. They already heard about the attempted assassination attempt on Ves. What if these unhinged servicemen lashed out to the people next to them? What if they decided to go out with a bang by sabotaging a core component of the ship? Within a single day, the security officers took over 70 basket cases into custody. Some resisted. Some even discharged their weapons. None of their resistance made a difference. By the time the fleet emerged in a quiet star system close to the Aeon Corona system, the Gorgon's gaze underwent the same upheaval. As for the Jaded Sword and the two Sword Maiden light carriers, no one heard anything amiss from their ships. The Sword Maidens possessed a much sterner outlook on matters of life and death. Their harsh training along with the realities in the frontier already inured them against tragedies. If only the Vandals are as mentally resilient as the Sword Maidens. If the surviving Vandals all underwent the mental resilience training sessions that Ves had devised on the ground, perhaps they wouldn't be so susceptible to their darker thoughts. Yet almost no one except Captain Orphan survived. Having spent a long time working and fighting alongside the Vandals, he became intimately familiar with their good and bad points. Ves liked them for their relaxed, liberal, tolerant, and inclusive nature towards the conduct of their own men and women. Yet compared to proper soldiers such as the Larkinson veterans that he often interacted with back on Rittersburg, the Vandals also seemed to fall short in many ways. Being treated as damaged and abandoned goods by the Mech Corps at large depressed their confidence, and made them feel as if no one appreciated their earnest efforts. This actually posed a huge threat to the Vandals whenever they suffered a major loss. In ordinary circumstances, the Vandals would never be involved in high-risk operations like this, so that was also why they were a bit slow on the uptake this time. Fortunately, Major Verl moved quickly enough to take out the risk factors and made several moves to stabilize the morose morale that began to engulf the Vandal ships. The most important measures to provide closure to the Vandals was to rush the military funeral ceremony. Same as last time, the crew aboard the Shield of Hispania almost all filed into the largest mech hangar bay. Projections of the crew of the Gorgon's gaze appeared in their midst as well. Previously, the projections of the crews of the other ships had to be shrunk in size to make room for all the Vandals. All the losses they suffered made that measure redundant. This only further emphasized that the Vandals lost many thousands of their own people. The huge disparity made the hangar bay seem so empty and hollow. Ves stood solemnly beside Chief Technician Hain and Chief Engineer Avanian. Shortly after his return from his negotiation session with Commander Dice, he realized that it would be inappropriate to continue wearing CFA colors and insignia. He personally paid a visit to the armory and asked Chief Mandelson to recoat his custom 15-99 squalene in the dark green colors denoting his status as a mech designer in the service of the Mech Corps. The new paint job covered up and removed the Lieutenant Commander insignia and all of the other symbols associated with the CFA. In their stead came the insignia that stood for his current position as head designer, technically temporary, and the sigil of a burning city that stood for the Vandals. "You look a lot better now in your new colors. I don't feel as if I'm within the company of a Ponzi CFA officer now," Chief Avanian remarked quietly as Vandals kept pouring into the hangar bay. Ves smiled at him. "CFA officers aren't as bad as they seem. They are only rather stuck up in the presence of space peasants." "Is that how you see us now that you've ascended into their exalted ranks?" "Don't joke with me, Chief. I'm still a citizen of the Bright Republic. I won't be picked up by the CFA anytime soon." The banter quickly died down as soon as everyone filed into ranks. In contrast to the last major funeral ceremony, only a single space coffin rested in the center. In a major deviation from standard protocol, the Vandals who fashioned the coffin amplified its size by more than a dozen times. Ves heard that the coffin had actually been fashioned out of scrapped mech parts. Such a huge coffin covered by the black and burgundy colors of the 6 flagrant Vandals imposed a suffocating presence on the people present. The ceremony started with a trumpet and a band of musicians playing a solemn tune. This helped up everyone in the appropriate mood. When Major Vro finally stepped up to the raised podium, not a single Vandal showed any unruliness. This coffin resting before you stands for those we lost at Aeon Corona 7. Many of our fellow brothers and sisters will never see the light of the galaxy again, but are instead buried forever on the surface or in orbit of that deadly, forbidden planet. The man spoke on for 10 whole minutes. His simple, unpretentious speech lacked the usual tricks and wordplay intended to pump up everyone's morale. This time, the losses were far too severe for the Vandals to get over them with a single ceremony. They needed much more time to make peace with the events in the Aeon Corona system. They also couldn't wait until they returned home to start their grieving process. At the end of the ceremony, anti-grav modules pushed the giant coffin out of the hangar bay and into the cold emptiness of space. Eventually, it would drift into the local sun, whereupon it would melt and break down into particles that would one day be turned into new stars or planets. It wasn't a pompous ceremony, but it forced every surviving Vandal to undergo a period of introspection. The wild and unrestrained celebration of a few days ago had all but disappeared. They could no longer push off the inevitable. Though morale dipped even lower throughout the ship, Ves saw it as a good thing as it was bound to happen sooner or later. The brass would rather keep it under control than to let every individual Vandal cope with the losses by themselves in a long, strewn-out manner. Still, we're not out of the woods yet, Ves said to himself. We are still well into the deep frontier. Under the guidance of savvy Sword Maiden navigators, the remnant Allied fleet proceeded to transition in a slightly circuitous route back home. They transitioned into several familiar star systems they once passed by on their way to the Aeon Corona system. However, the navigators also deviated from the route, sometimes landing them in empty star systems and other times interrupting the placid lives of the local Sandman colonies. The aliens were definitely alarmed by the presence of human ships in their territory. Fortunately, the Sword Maidens only intruded in the territories of marginal Sandman colonies. The Sandman admirals who patrolled these quiet systems may be numerous, but even a 6-year-old kid outmatched their intelligence. Even so, a steady train of Sandman ships trailed after them even through FTL. The slow but persistent pursuit forced the Vandal and Sword Maiden vessels to keep transitioning as soon as their FTL drives finished cycling. The only good thing about attracting dozens of Sandman motherships was that it deterred the dragons of the void from continuing the pursuit. Haha! Those pirates won't be bothering us now that the aliens want to have their turn first. I don't know about you, but attracting all of those Sandman motherships makes me nervous. What if they catch up? I'd rather have 100 stupid Sandman motherships than half a dozen human pirate vessels on my tail. Although not everyone agreed to this strategy of provoking and attracting the Sandmen to deter their human opponents from continuing the chase, Ves couldn't help but admit it worked. As long as they avoided attracting an old and highly developed Sandman leader, the quicker vessels of the flagrant Sword Maidens possessed ample confidence to remain ahead of any tagalongs. More than a month passed by as they both skulked and raced towards the shallow frontier. Everyone slowly resumed their work, and there was plenty to do even if the carriers carried far too much personnel. At some point, the remnant fleet reached an empty star system close to the Wulok system, which hosted the further known human-owned space station in the Ferris star region. The dragons of the void stood behind that space station, so the remnant fleet had no intentions of dropping into the Wulok system for resupply. Unfortunately, the remnant fleet really needed to supplement some of their supplies, especially with regards to fuel. The situation couldn't be more clearer as Ves tallied the overall situation of the two surviving Vandal ships. Our supply situation is dire, he inputted into the logs. In our pressing need to repair as much space-borne mechs as possible, we've long run out of almost all essential rare exotics and bulk metals. The only critical materials left are reserved to maintain the shield of Hispania and the Gorgon's gaze. He accessed the files that relayed their current fuel and energy supplies. Starship-grade fuel is running out and our overall energy reserves are dipping into dangerous territory. The lengthy mission and the route the navigators insisted on following has not been very efficient in terms of fuel usage. The Vandal combat carriers don't even have enough fuel left to make it all the way to civilized space. On the upside, we didn't waste too much time and we should be out of the deep frontier within a week. Everyone from the inner circle already knew how dire their fuel situation had become. Ves was sure that Major Vol had a plan in mind for that. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some from the pirates, or from an independent star station. Ves turned his attention to the state of the crew. Morale is low but stable. Many Vandals are simply tired of fighting and just want to get home. I doubt anyone even cares about the war anymore. While everyone still hates divisions, they're much too worn out to give a damn about taking revenge. They lack the confidence to win against our mortal enemies. Their overwhelming defeat against the meandering monkeys and the hostland warriors in the final ground battle practically scarred the Vandals. While Major Verl did his best to keep the details and the logs about the battle under wraps, word nonetheless leaked out. The lack of solid details left every Vandal to imagine their own version of events. It frustrated Ves a bit to see the Vandals so traumatized at the thought of facing the Visions in battle again. Even the Sword Maidens showed more courage. Speaking of the Sword Maidens, even through my regular chats with Keddies, I don't know what Commander Dice is up to these days. They're still undergoing a transition period. I don't think they're planning to stab our backs, but we'll see what happens in the future. One change from the monotonous pattern was that the surviving Sword Maidens finally met up with the backup ship they hid in this unremarkable system. After the Jaded Sword transmitted an encrypted signal to a specific coordinate in a dense asteroid belt, a small and zippy corvette launched out of a hiding spot within an asteroid. The corvette that emerged was called the Saffron Poke. While she only served as a courier vessel for the Sword Maidens, the most vital point about this little ship was that she carried a working, functional quantum entanglement node. The survivors of the flagrant Sword Maidens could finally reconnect with the galactic net. Chapter 956 Dead Drop Accounts. Due to the continuing pursuit of the Sandman motherships, the remnant fleet couldn't stick around for long. The Sword Maidens made their calls first before the Vandals had their turn. Of course, they expected no privacy when the Vandals sent various encrypted and nonsensical messages to obscure comm addresses registered all over the galaxy. Nonetheless, only very few people would be able to decipher the meaning of these messages, and that was sufficient. Ves knew that Major Verl definitely informed the relevant authorities of their state. What help they would send, he had no clue, but it would definitely come. Shortly before the remnant fleet with the addition of the Saffron Poke transitioned back into FTL, Ves made a short calm call to the Jaded Sword. "Hello, Ves. Why did you call me this time?" Keddies asked. "Can you hook me up to the Saffron Poke's quantum entanglement node? I'd like to send some messages to some of my people back home as well." She frowned at Ves. "We're not supposed to let individuals access the galactic net. That's bad information security, you know. Major Verl told us to block all individual requests unless they are cleared by him in person." "Oh, come on, Keddies, you know who I am. Would I ever betray the Vandals or exercise poor information security? I urgently need to arrange some personal matters. Please?" Fortunately, the Sword Maiden Mech Designer proved to be susceptible to her emotions. She quickly softened at his appeals. Okay, I'll take up with Commander Dice. She's the only one who can unlock access to the quantum entanglement node. After a few minutes of arguing with the new leader of the Sword Maidens, Dice finally allowed Ves access on account of their private dealings. I hope you don't abuse your new access, Dice warned him. It will go very poorly for all of us if you inadvertently lead us into an ambush. I know what to do. Don't worry. Once Ves obtained the authorization codes, he cut off his call to the Jaded Sword and initiated a new call to the Saffron Poke. After a few seconds of authentication, he finally obtained a connection. As soon as his CFA comm connected to the galactic net, he didn't get to make his call immediately. Instead, his device locked up and automatically exchanged a host of data to somewhere. Redirecting connection to the Galactic Fleet Network. Connection established. Synchronizing data and uploading logs. Checking device versions. Downloading mandatory updates. Ves looked at his comm in alarm. It actually connected to the CFA's exclusive fleet network without his say-so. This was deeply troubling to Ves because while the connection was shielded by heavy CFA encryption that prevented any snoopers from knowing what he sent, that didn't apply to the CFA themselves. While Ves wasn't stupid enough to store sensitive data relating to the Vandals or the mission in his CFA comm, he hadn't been able to delete all of the logs. Fortunately, the CFA practiced extremely good information security, so it never recorded anything in restricted sections. However, that still left it with a couple of logs and records about his forged identities recommissioning to a missing CFA battleship. Ves almost felt like vomiting. No matter what buttons he pressed, his CFA comm refused to disconnect. Even activating his signal jammer didn't help because his CFA comm somehow circumvented the interference. It blocked anything else but the comm's direct connection to the Saffron Poke's quantum communication node, which completely bypassed the regular communication channels of the Shield of Hispania. The enhanced transceiver built into his Squalene actually possessed sufficient range to stretch out all the way to the Corvette. More than that, the quantum communication node's programming treated CFA communications differently from regular communications. Damn CFA! Stop hijacking my comm! His comm's fast processors rapidly applied the updated software packages despite their size and complexity. While Ves could do nothing about the outdated hardware of his comm, its software experienced a sea of change, bringing it fully up to date. Updates completed. Checking for further updates. Downloading mandatory updates for the 15-99. Applying updates. Updates completed. Welcome to the Galactic Fleet Network, Reserve Lieutenant Commander Longhorn. You have pending messages in your inbox. Ves looked at the projection of the slick new interface of his CFA comm with a nauseous expression. He lightly poked at it, and it didn't seem to have noticed anything amiss nor raised any alarms. He checked the settings of his Squalene, and quickly noted many new additions and enhancements. While he appreciated the updates, he didn't quite know what it meant to him. Surely he couldn't keep pretending to be someone he wasn't? The Starlight Megalodon didn't even exist anymore. Hopefully I'll just be forgotten in the crowd. There are billions, if not trillions of CFA personnel and their dependents. Surely they won't pay attention to my entry in their vast network, right? While he didn't feel too sure about that, he already spilled the milk. Ves pushed aside his concerns about the implications of this connection and proceeded to follow his original plan. Due to the force changes, his updated CFA comm now connected to the Galactic Fleet Network with state-of-the-art encryption at high priority. The Galactic Fleet Network operated outside the regular galactic net operated by the comm consortium, which everyone believed leaked like a sieve. As long as I don't mind the CFA listening in, the Galactic Fleet Network is probably a lot more secure than the comm consortium's net. After familiarizing himself with the modern interface, he finally managed to send a couple of calm messages to several dormant comm accounts he set up once before. Just like Vandals, Ves prepared his own encrypted communication methods that Kalsi, who led the Living Mech Corporation in his stead, and Melker, who led the Avatars of Myth, regularly checked. So long as they checked the inboxes of those comm accounts, and received his encrypted messages, they'd be able to unlock them in their own ways and find out what Ves demanded of them. If more than a week passed by without opening the messages, the comm accounts automatically removed them from their inboxes. Hopefully Kalsi and Melker are capable of following my instructions. I would hate it if the LMC or the Avatars of Myth are affected by the war. Every company and every mercenary corps needed to pitch into the war effort in some way. While the Bright Republic didn't treat them as rigidly as their own soldiers, they nonetheless needed to commit to defending the state. I should stop now. While Ves was tempted to explore the galactic net and see if the LMC still did business, he didn't want to keep this calm connection any longer than he ought to. Who knew what this out-of-control CFA comm would do next? After cutting off the connection, he regained full control over his gear. Ves sighed in relief as he determined his comm wasn't maintaining some covert connection to the Saffron Pokes quantum entanglement node. As the remnant fleet transitioned into FTL less than 15 minutes later, Ves tentatively explored all the new updates to his gear. Almost every system of his CFA gear experienced a sea of change in terms of their software. At least I don't have to worry about hackers anymore. Ves chuckled without much humor. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure the CFA can snoop in whenever they want to. It's way too risky for me to continue using this comm. I'll have to mothball it once I get home. The troublesome part about putting down his CFA comm was that his 15-99 Squalin wouldn't function without authorization, which only that very same CFA comm could provide. On second thought, Ves probably wouldn't need to wear the Squalin in his daily civilian life. He still possessed the shield generator gifted by Master Olson, and that would be sufficient to protect him from assassination attempts. If something awful does happen to me one day, I can always take my CFA gear out of storage and don them again. Compared to a threat against my life, it's not a big deal if the CFA collects some sporadic logs that will probably be thrown into a forgotten database. He would just have to make sure he never wore any of his CFA gear around the system, or any other sensitive secrets. The mandatory updates already spooked him enough about their susceptibility to outside forces and reminded him that every comm connection was inherently insecure. No wonder someone like the Skull Architect would rather communicate with someone by remote with the use of Tsianti crystals. With nothing much to do as Ves already delegated most of his responsibilities, he idly explored the new functionality of his comm and Squalin in case he ever needed to call upon them during a crisis. Even if Ves was less than pleased about the forced updates, he couldn't help but admit they substantially improved the performance of his own gear. Just software updates can make a huge difference in so many aspects. Ves admired the way the new programming streamlined the performance of old hardware and added many new functions. It reminded him of Alec Brand's Tad, the journeyman mech designer who went missing in action during the Deepman operation. Thinking of Alec put a dampener on his mood. Although Ves didn't spend much time under Alec's supervision, it did show him a new appreciation of what a difference good software could make in the performance of mechs. Ves regretted that he didn't excel in this area. His design philosophy also made it difficult for him to dive deeply in this important field. As time went past, the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet silently slipped out of the territory of the Sandman and crossed back into the so-called shallow frontier. The amount of Sandman motherships following behind their FTL transitions dropped sharply. The Sandman admirals who controlled the motherships all learned that it became increasingly dangerous for them if they ever encroached into human space. Only a handful of Sandman motherships didn't get the message, but the flagrant Sword Maidens hardly concerned themselves with the stragglers. The only downside about the remaining pursuit was that the Vandals and Sword Maidens couldn't stop to mine an asteroid to replenish some of their dwindling resources. This can't go on, Ves observed as he checked the diminishing fuel levels of the shield of Hispania and the Gorgon's gaze. We'll run dry in 2 weeks or less. When Ves brought this issue up with Major Verl during a private meeting, the commanding officer didn't show any alarm. We're already on top of our fuel and supply issues, Mr. Larkinson. We've already made arrangements with the Sword Maidens to address all of our problems. Right now, we can't afford any leaks, so you'll have to keep your curiosity to yourself. Fine, sir, Ves said, knowing that the Major wouldn't tell him anything even if he entered his inner circle. There were some secrets that Verl could never share to anymore. Let me ask you this. I've been thinking about what you told me last time about the opportunity to retain all of the gear and equipment I've obtained from the CFA. Oh? Do tell what you have in mind. Ves briefly explained his intentions, causing the Major to change his expression. I don't think my superiors will be pleased with your solution except yourself. However, considering your substantial contributions, I'm inclined to turn a blind eye to your shenanigans. Thank you, sir. That's all I ask, Ves said in relief. By the way, while I haven't been able to transmit anything too detailed through the Saffron Pokes quantum entanglement node, I already sent a glowing report about your performance to the relevant institutions. While I'm not entirely certain what's in store for you back home, the Bright Republic aren't misers when it comes to recognizing stellar performance. Thank you, sir. Although Ves didn't quite know how this would benefit him in concrete terms, he hoped he at least earned a cushy job in the rear for the remainder of the war. I'm telling you this not to stroke your ego, but because we may have need of your earnest efforts one last time, Major Verl stated grimly. You see, the Sword Maidens received intelligence from their network of allies and friends that the Dragons of the Void are amassing a fast strike force to intercept us before we rendezvous with friendlies. By all accounts, it doesn't seem likely we can avoid another battle. Chapter 957 Shoddy Mechs. The Dragons of the Void were some of the most persistent and annoying enemies that Ves had ever encountered. Even now, they hadn't given up on intercepting the remnant fleet. The only consolation was that the remnant fleet barely exited the deep frontier. They currently passed through one of the most desolate areas of the Ferris Star region. Very few outfits made their homes here due to the lack of human presence. Ves figured that Sandmen's ships still outnumbered human ships this far from the border. Nonetheless, the Wulok star system hosted a small space station where a number of dependents of the Dragon Alliance made their home. The Sword Maidens received word that some of those subordinate pirate outfits suddenly mobilized into action and transitioned out of the star system in a hurry. Not only that, but their destination brought them closer to the route the flagrant Sword Maidens would likely pass. As Major Verl informed him of the approaching threat, Ves relaxed a little bit. Just to be clear, sir, it's not the main forces of the Dragons of the Void coming after us, but some hick pirates that became affiliate members of their alliance, right? Correct. Even so, the estimated number of mechs the pirates can muster is of great concern. If their carriers are all filled to the brim with space-borne mechs, then we could easily expect over 200 mechs bearing down on us at once. As the head designer, Ves knew quite well how many mechs the Vandals could muster at this time. So far, the mech technicians all exerted their utmost to raise their strength to 70 operational mechs. The Sword Maidens should be in a slightly better state. So the flagrant Sword Maidens would probably be able to field 150 mechs perhaps. A complicating factor was that the lack of supplies and materials left many of their mechs in a state of disrepair. There was only so much the mech technicians could do to patch up all of the missing and damaged parts. Do we know what we're up against, sir? We do. The agents and Wuloks who sent word to the Sword Maidens also included every scrap of intelligence they gathered about the outfits arrayed against us. Individually, They're nothing to be concerned about, but together they are a force to be reckoned with. Here is all the information you need. Ves accepted the data pad that Verl slid over his desk. He browsed the summary and raised his eyebrows. Quesos Remediers. Medium Pirate Gang. Slick Hairs. Small Pirate Gang. Blind Men. Small Pirate Gang. I didn't see these names the last time we visited the Wulak system, sir. The pirates that usually take refuge in the Wulak system aren't very well off. They wouldn't be forced to base themselves in the most distant known space station in the frontier if that's the case. Pirates continue to come, but most are never heard of again in time. The Sandmen probably got to them. Yet new batches of pirates keep pouring in. From what the agents gathered, the 3 outfits you mentioned aren't exactly in the best books of the Dragon Alliance. Ves looked at the number of mechs these pirates could muster. We're going to have a hard fight on their hands if they manage to corner us and force us into a battle. Is there no way to outmaneuver them and avoid them entirely, sir? The Dragons of the Void doesn't have much of a presence here, but we suspect that they planted many hidden listening posts in the star systems in this area. There isn't much of a chance to keep our route hidden from this strike force. While it is possible for us to take wide detours to prevent their interception, that will waste vast amounts of time, giving the Dragons of the Void enough time to muster up a proper interception fleet from their core territories and send them out to cut off each direction we can take. In other words, time was of the essence. They needed to get past the obstacle of the Dragon Alliance's fast strike force in order to rendezvous with the friends of the Sword Maidens. What did the Sword Maidens say about the threat? They know our opponents better than we do, sir. True. As far as the Sword Maidens are aware of, Quesos Remediers are the ones to watch out for. Not only are they able to field more mechs than the other 2 gangs, they also possess a very wide and varied mech roster. Kind of like us, in a way. Much of their mechs are garbage, but there are a few notable machines reserved for their officers that can give us a run for our money. Their modus operandi sounded similar to what the flagrant vandals did in civilized space. They excelled at raiding lightly protected trade convoys and shipping fleets. Of particular note was that they existed the longest as well, which meant they developed a substantial martial tradition and wouldn't make too many mistakes on the battlefield. The other 2 gangs seemed less concerning than the Remediers. The Slick Hairs fancy themselves as sophisticated thugs. They're known for how much time they spend on grooming their slick dyed black hair. Sounds like they belong in a theater rather than the frontier. Ves snorted. It's a gimmick, yes, but it's one that unifies them and brings them together, much like the obsession of swordsmanship among the Sword Maidens. Major Vo replied, taking it much more seriously than most. The Slick Hairs mostly field a mix of light skirmishers and other assorted cheap mechs. Visually, they've modified their mechs by giving them the same slick hairdos. As Ves browsed the image captures of the mechs fielded by the Slick Hairs, he had to admit the hairdos gave the mechs a sense of class that they didn't actually deserve. Beneath their slick hairs and polished exteriors, Ves spotted the telltale signs of neglect and faulty repairs. It reminded him of the shoddy mechs of Walter's whalers. Verl turned to the last pirate gang. As for the blind men, they aren't blind. They just call themselves that for reasons I can't be bothered to explain. While their rituals and customs are strange, they are known for their marksmanship. Their space-borne riflemen mechs are all armed with laser rifles tweaked for power. While their fire rate is rather poor, leading to an awful performance at close range, their riflemen mechs are quite fast. Overall, 3 distinct pirate gangs joined forces to intercept the flagrant Sword Maidens at the request of the Dragons of the Void. While the pirate mechs didn't look impressive, the mechs of the Vandals and Sword Maidens didn't look much better due to lack of supplies. I'll take these files and study them to see if I can ascertain their weaknesses, Ves said as he kept studying the details on the enemy mechs. Almost every mech model in their roster belonged to the bottom tier as far as quality goes, so I'm sure I can find some weak points that can be exploited, sir. Do your best to make life easier for our mech pilots. Major Verl dismissed him with a wave, evidently not expecting too much from his efforts. If you have any other ideas that can make our lives easier in the upcoming battle, don't hesitate to bring them up to me. You've already surprised me several times with your suggestions. I don't think I can pull another rabbit out of my hat, sir. It's very hard to do things when we're so short on supplies, mechs, and manpower. Ves sighed. Don't we all know it? Now get out. The battle will start in less than a week according to our projections, so make sure you have everything ready. As Ves departed the stateroom and shuffled back to his office, he began to study the contents of the data pad in greater detail. Having worked with so many damaged mechs due to Aeon Corona VII's breakdown effect, he developed a sense for damage and imperfections in mech frames. Ves merely had to look at the outward appearance of a random mech for a moment to deduce its major shortcomings. As Ves flitted through images of the pirate mechs on patrol or resting in their mech stables, he gained a broad sense of how each of the pirate gangs treated their mechs. Queso's Remediers has too many mechs but doesn't allocate enough of their budget on mech maintenance and repairs. The Slick Hairs treat their mechs with much more love, but they are obviously deficient in technical personnel. I'm almost certain they don't have a mech designer presiding over their mechs, and their mech technicians aren't any good. Only the blind men are of concern since their mechs seem the most well-maintained of the bunch. The only upside is that they predominantly use the same mech model so that all of them share the same flaws. All three forces adopted different approaches to their mechs, so Ves needed to treat them separately and in different manners. As Ves dove into analyzing the mechs, he started with the easiest and most numerous mech roster. Queso's Remediers seemed to have prioritized the acquisition of any cheap mech they could get their hands on to expand their numbers. Much of their mechs are probably second- or third-hand wrecks that have been restored to a functional state by shady repair businesses. Ves spotted the telltale signs of cut corners and inadequate repairs. None of the mechs in the possession of the Remediers would be able to exert more than 80% of their peak strength. All of these mechs have holes in their current states. He enjoyed picking apart each documented mech. All of the analysis that Ves performed would be uploaded to the internal database and be made available for access to the Vandal and Sword Maiden mech pilots in battle. Their mechs would automatically overlay the weak points that Ves identified as well as supply some advice on how best to exploit them. The Vandals already achieved substantial success with this method before, and they had come to expect this service from their resident head designer. The only downside to using this approach to Queso's Remediers was that they didn't make any attempts at standardizing their mech roster at all. They fielded countless different models spanning over several generations and mech types. The only thing they had in common was that they were all universally cheap. The intelligence the Sword Maidens passed on also only included footage of half the mechs the Remediers actually owned. This meant that while Ves brutally identified critical faults of half of their mechs, the other half remained completely unknown. Oh well. On to the next gang then. When Ves studied the mechs of the Slick Hairs again, he got the notion that they would make for very good display mechs. Their slick hairdos and dashing paint jobs would have turned them into the perfect mascots for casinos and similar entertainment establishments. Even if it doesn't look like they have the help of a mech designer, their style sense is really good if they can make their mechs look so slick and cool. Nonetheless, appearances mattered less to mechs than performance. Ves already found out that the mechs hid a lot of inadequacies beneath their stylish appearances. Corroded parts, shoddy repairs, and more marred the mechs of the Slick Hairs. It became very easy for him to pick apart the weak points of the mechs of the Slick Hairs. It didn't help that they only fielded a couple of melee mechs models. Once Ves finished with analyzing the mechs of the Slick Hairs, he finally turned his attention to the mechs of the Blind Men. As he studied their rather decent-looking space-borne rifleman mechs, he started to experience an uncanny feeling about them. Something about their designs seemed awfully familiar to Ves. This looks familiar. Very familiar. A memory of his Crystal Lord design suddenly sparked in his mind. When he overlaid the mental image of his Crystal Lord over the design of the mechs of the blind men, Ves found to his horror that they had a lot of things in common. Someone ripped off my design! Chapter 958 Blue Paradiso. People copying other people's works happen all the time. Why not? It saved them a lot of time and effort. Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, why not steal someone else's design of a wheel and thereby save a lot of time and effort that could have been spent on more fruitful activities? Even Ves did so himself a few times back on Aeon Corona 7. The incentive of ripping off other people's works constantly beckoned to him, and hardly anything held him back from using these shortcuts. In ordinary circumstances, the MTA's licensing system did a good job of tracking how much other mech designers copied from other designs. Not only that, the MTA automatically allocated an appropriate proportion of earnings to the original designers. In general, it was cheaper to license an existing design and use those rights to develop a derivative mech model. Mech designers who borrowed elements from other designs in a blatant manner would usually get slapped with a heftier charge afterwards. The entire point of the licensing system was to legalize the instinctive act of borrowing or getting inspired by the excellent works of others. Before the MTA instituted the licensing system, the mech industry became a wild west of corporate espionage and endless lawsuits about accusations of stealing someone else's designs or ideas. The patent systems regulating the innovation of each individual state resulted in a horrible mess of endless litigation and confusion as different jurisdictions imposed different legal standards and customs. In addition, states tended to favor their domestic mech designers over foreign mech designers in pretty blatant ways. Therefore, when the MTA finally laid down the law and introduced the licensing system to essentially legalize, regulate, and monetize the act of stealing someone else's mech design or component design, the mech industry finally became more tolerable for the smaller players who couldn't afford the army of lawyers required to argue their sides of the story. These days, the MTA's own people and AIs made their own judgment how much mech designers borrowed from other mech designers. While it was possible for the mech designers involved to dispute the MTA's judgment, few did so, as this organization enjoyed a very good reputation of impartiality. Of course, no system was perfect. It didn't deal too well with concurrent innovations developed separately but shared too much in common. Usually such disputes ended in contentious compromises that pleased neither parties involved. Another huge hole in the licensing system was that it mainly held force in the public mech markets. What if someone ripped off someone else's design but never published them on the market? Mech designs intended for a specific client usually didn't go through MTA validation, thereby denying the huge organization an opportunity to get a good look whether they stole something or not. Chasing after this low-key, behind-the-scenes thievery required a lot of initiative on the part of the original mech designers' legal representatives. Another big blind spot was the black market, the frontier market, and any other unregulated market. Places where the influence of the MTA didn't extend became the favored paradises for mech designers with loose hands. I knew that pirate designers are completely shameless in ripping off other people's designs, but why does it have to be one of mine? Ves gnashed his teeth as he studied the mech model that the blind men predominantly adopted. Blue Paradiso, eh? Let's see where this mech model comes from and who dares to copy my work. Digging into the intelligence files provided by the Friends of the Sword Maidens, he found out that the Blue Paradiso was a recent work from a young pirate designer called Ronnie Blast. Ves didn't look surprised when Ronnie Blast's record stated that he was an apprentice mech designer who originated from the Bright Republic. Sounds like an alias. The record failed to mention why Ronnie got exiled to the frontier, but he somehow became a pirate designer under the umbrella of the Dragon Alliance. From there, this fellow pumped out various pirated mech designs that mixed and mashed elements of various legitimate designs into versions that were more practical to the frontier. As Ves studied Ronnie's mech catalog in more detail, he found his works to be full of borrowed elements that were actually quite decent. This plagiarizer knew what to look out for and had an eye for practical quality. Of course, the shortcoming of every plagiarizing mech designer was that they almost always showed inadequate ability when it came to designing something themselves. Ronnie's mashup designs attempted to fuse several existing design elements together, but it was exactly in these transitions where his designs exposed severe flaws. A competent mech designer would have known better than to include these flaws and fault lines into their own designers. Someone like Ronnie who relied too much on copying good designs lacked the skill and experience to replicate the efforts of their betters. Ves made a judgment about Ronnie as a mech designer. Someone like Ronnie should be decent enough when making variants of existing designs. However, he isn't capable of making the transition to designing original mechs. Fortunately for him, the frontier mech markets openly tolerated pirated designs to the point where they became ubiquitous. When Ves once asked Keddies if pirate designers ever respected the intellectual property of legitimate mech designers, she laughed in his face. Trash like Ronnie are only able to thrive in these lawless markets where the pirates who buy his mechs don't know any better. The MTA's validation process would have issued a ton of negative marks on his designs. If they somehow to the MTA's approval to get sold, they would still have to reserve the bulk of their earnings to pay off the forced licensing fees. I'll remember you, Ronnie. Having marked out this mech designer for later, Ves turned back to the mech model the blind men adopted recently. They actually incurred huge debts to modernize their mech roster, and actually fell into a somewhat bad spot in the Dragon Alliance for that. No wonder they ran off all the way to the Wulux system. The blue Paradiso appeared to be a cross between the land-bound Crystal Lord and another space-born rifleman mech design. What Ves found fault with the design was that the Crystal Lord depended rather heavily on quality materials and good craftsmanship, both of which the blue Paradiso lacked. The Crystal Lord is a design with strict quality requirements. It's a mech model that's always been geared towards leaders and champions. Ronnie completely missed the point of my second original design. To Ves, it appeared that Ronnie took no notice of the vision for the Crystal Lord's intended use. He only saw something shiny and crudely copied the design while at the same time cutting all kinds of corners in an effort to make it cheaper and easier to fabricate in frontier conditions. Ves estimated the cost of the blue Paradiso to be more than half as less than the original Crystal Lord. One of the biggest faults of this pirated space-born rifleman mech design was that it completely lacked the partial compressed armor coverage. That turned the blue Paradiso into something of a glass cannon. The Crystal Lord and the blue Paradiso fight completely differently despite sharing many of the same design elements. Ves palmed his face with his gauntlet, practically smacking it. He then slammed his face against his desk. Thunk! His Squalen's helmet immediately folded around his head to absorb the impact. Thunk! 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 How stupid can you be, Ronnie? If you rip off a premium mech design, then you better design a premium mech. Why don't you steal a budget mech design if you wanted to design a budget mech? Ves wanted to take his gauntlets and strangle Ronnie in person for his abject stupidity. This numbskull didn't even plagiarize properly. The contrasts couldn't be more obvious. The Crystal Lord scored well in speed, endurance, and armor. The blue Paradiso still remained fast, but its endurance and armor both dropped like a rock. The Crystal Lord excelled in firing rapid volleys of laser beams with its lightened but still very potent laser rifle with integrated crystal builder technology. In an attempt to shore up its new weaknesses, Ronnie configured Blue Paradiso into a long-range marksman mech whose laser rifles fired powerful, accurate laser beams but at an excruciatingly low firing rate. The overall efficiency of its laser rifles barely surpassed regular ones due to the very poor quality and implementation of imitation crystal technology. As for the sad excuse of a crystal implanted in the chest of the Crystal Lord, Ves didn't even deign to mention them. Where did Ronnie source these crystals anyway? Overall, if Ves read the Blue Paradiso's design evolution correctly, then it appeared to Ves that Ronnie blundered his way by borrowing some shiny designs on a whim. The most egregious fault with Ronnie's design methodology was that he never formed a coherent vision of his end product. This guy basically doesn't know what he'll get at the end. His design choices doesn't reflect a specific strategy or outcome, but instead only addresses the immediate problems he encounters along the way in the most expedient manner possible. There were plenty of great mech designers who managed to do fine without forming a vision beforehand. Everyone was different, and some just liked to develop their mechs from the ground up without any preconceived notions. They only felt restricted when every major aspect was already set in stone. Still, just because there are alternative methods doesn't mean that they are appropriate to everybody. The Blue Paradiso radiated a sense of quality at first glance. Its design obviously relied heavily on the contours and visual cues of the crystals to reinforce the notion that it was a high-performing mech. Its bright blue coating and markings also distinguished it from the partially corroded second-hand mechs that pirates generally favored. Yet underneath that compelling exterior, the Blue Paradiso was riddled with so many faults and awful design choices that Ronnie would have been better off copying a proper budget mech design and making a variant out of it to earn some quick cash. Ves figured that the reason why Ronnie didn't do so but instead tried to design something more radical was because he had something to prove. If he couldn't do anything except design variants all day, what reason would there be for the Dragon Alliance to keep him on retainer? Still, why did the blind men settle for this awful design? The records about the blind men mention very little detail. They were fairly new and hadn't come to prominence. They shouldn't have risen to this scale so rapidly at all, actually. The blind men have backers, Ves concluded. By now, Ves knew that a decent amount of pirate gangs in fact relied on external funding to prop themselves up in the frontier. Those who lacked a backer usually envied those that did, and so tried to find anyone who was willing to fund their activities in exchange for favors and other services. The blind men seemed to be a notch above the bottom feeder pirate outfits by adhering to a cult-like ideology. They widely applied a gene mod template to themselves that appeared to change their eyes into viewing reality at a much greater spectrum than normal. These changes led their eyes to grow more dull, hence why they adopted their moniker. To the blind men, they viewed their surroundings in such a different way that they developed peculiar beliefs in an attempt to find meaning in what they observed. In practical terms, their focus on expanding their eyesight and training their observation skills turned them into better than average marksmen. Their leader, the Blind Prophet, emphasized the recruitment of mech pilots who already specialized in mech marksmanship to reinforce their strengths. The blind men's martial tradition completely focused on strengthening their marksmanship. Devoting so much efforts in training their mech pilots in this aspect and adopting the Blue Paradiso as their signature mech model turned this outfit into a very capable opponent in this regard. As long as the Vandals or Sword Maidens aren't able to get close, these Blue Paradisos can chew apart our mechs over time. Even if Ves brutally cut apart the Blue Paradiso's many failings and shortcomings, most of those weaknesses didn't have much relevance as long as the marksman mechs remained far away. Obviously, Queso's Remediers and the Slick Hairs would do their best to cover for their long-range fire support. Attempting to bypass their entanglement to get at the blind men's formidable range mechs would be key to winning the upcoming battle. Ves dreaded the prospect of being defeated by a rip-off design of his own work. How humiliating it must be to die by such an awful imitation. Chapter 959 Blind Prophy. In the preceding days before the inevitable confrontation between the flagrant Sword Maidens and the affiliate pirate gangs of the Dragon Alliance, Ves stewed in his anger. Ronnie Blast and his blue Paradiso design profoundly offended V's professional sensibilities. If someone ripped off his designs, they'd better do a decent job at it. This rank amateur completely missed the point about the original Crystal Lord, yet somehow felt daring enough to adapt it to his own work. If Vs ever met Ronnie Blast in person, he'd probably smack his face into a mess of red. "I'll probably do more than that." While it was something of an inevitability that any decently successful mech designer suffered from design theft, that didn't mean Vs would maintain his composure when confronted by such a case. As several days went by, Vs couldn't help but go over the archival footage of the blind men's blue Paradisos and pick them apart to excruciating detail. Vs obsessively uncovered every flaw, every mistake, every imperfection and every weakness of both its design and the individual physical copies in the hands of the blind men. He knew it was rather unhealthy to spend so much time on analyzing the blue Paradisos to death. As long as his efforts resulted in more weaknesses that could be exploited, his peculiar hobby could be forgiven to an extent. As Vs took a break and summarized his findings on the blue Paradiso, he snorted in contempt. "I think I understand the blue Paradiso even better than Ronnie Blast now. I can easily school him about the many attributes and faults of his rip-off design for days upon end." It would be a waste of time, of course. The lesson he would be teaching this thieving bastard would be a much more practical than theoretical one. Almost a week went by after the flagrant Sword Maidens got the news about the strike force heading in their path. While they attempted to circumvent the interception by taking a detour, once they emerged in an unpopulated star system with no planets worth noting, alarms immediately rang across the ship. Red alert! Unknown mechs and starships detected in the vicinity of our emergence zone. All hands to battle stations. Not that everyone needed to run to their posts. The alert level had already been raised to yellow and everyone in the remnant fleet already took up their posts in full preparation of an imminent battle. In the shield of Hispaina's command center, Vs sat at his regular observer's seat in his repainted squalene. Besides his peculiar combat armor model, he didn't attract too much attention. Major Vol observed the local plot of the surrounding space that grew increasingly more detailed as the aftereffects of their FTL transition subsided. An unknown enemy force clearly parked in a region of space that fell within the emergence zone of any incoming fleet arriving from a specific star system. It didn't take a genius to determine that these unknowns predicted the remnant fleet's route and moved to block their way. "The enemy fleet is about an hour away from entering into battle range." It took at least 5 hours for the Vandal and Sword Maiden carriers to finish cycling their FTL drives. The time to do so increased for many ships due to lack of supplies and lack of thorough maintenance. This gave the enemy fleet more than enough time to catch up to the flagrant Sword Maidens and force a battle. As long-range sensors resolved more details, they conclusively matched the unknown fleet elements to the 3 pirate gangs that set out from the Wulux system. "We are 90% confident that the unknown fleet consists of ships from Queso's Remediers, the Slick Hairs and the Blind Men, sir," a sensor officer reported to Major Vol. "Every ship we've observed is a match to the ships that departed from the Dragon Alliance's space station at Wulux." "Have you detected other ships?" "Our sensors detected no additional ships so far, but our observations are ongoing, sir. We are attempting to scan the entire system, but so far we have failed to detect anything of note." Vs considered this as good news. If the pirates arrayed against the flagrant Sword Maidens received reinforcements, then the odds of winning decreased rapidly. Right now, the disparity in numbers already provided plenty of headaches to the Vandals and the Sword Maidens. Even after all of their repairs, the flagrant sword maidens could muster only 150 space-borne mechs or so at most. The enemy force fielded at least 70 more mechs than that. While the quality of their mechs didn't impress Ves very much, he knew the folly of underestimating the disparity in numbers. It would have been a bit better for the flagrant sword maidens if they could have serviced and repaired their worn mechs to peak condition. At their full strength, the Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs stood a good chance of thrashing the enemy mech force. Yet right now, the flagrant sword maidens were nearing the end of their rope. The psychological weariness among the mech pilots combined with half-repaired states of most of their mechs severely impacted their effective battle strength. Everyone is tired. They are tired of fighting and running. This weariness reflected in the resigned and moody expressions of the Vandals in the command center. No one looked forward to the upcoming battle. After Ves and the strategists analyzed the enemy mech force in detail, they all pronounced that the flagrant sword maidens would have a hard fight on their hands. No matter who won or lost, perhaps they'd only be left with a fraction of their mechs at the end. By then, even a space fly could tear apart the remnant fleet. Even the pirates themselves probably didn't wish to fight the flagrant sword maidens. If not for the dragons of the void coercing them into action, they would have rather preferred to bully the weak instead of confronting a damaged but battle-hardened mech force. What's in it for them? Ves wondered quietly. He wasn't too familiar with the circumstances of the Remediers and the Slick Hairs, but he read quite a bit of material about the blind men. While their cult beliefs made no sense to him, on a secular level there was no doubt the blind men incurred a lot of debts. Perhaps the dragons of the void promised to write off their debts if they participated in this battle. Even so, they are in a pretty bad fix. Minutes passed as everyone made their final preparations in a fatalistic manner. While the flagrant sword maidens could have delayed the battle by several hours by attempting to fly away, they saw no point in delaying the inevitable. The handful of Sandman motherships that followed their FTL transition still loomed behind them. If they took too long to wrap up the battle, the Sandman ships would eventually catch up. Therefore, rather than avoiding the battle, the remnant fleet instead took the initiative to close in on the enemy fleet. "Those pirate carriers are probably filled with fuel and energy," someone remarked. "As long as we win the battle, we can force the ships into surrender and siphon away their fuel and supplies." "Heh. That's easier said than done. Let's try and survive this battle first before we talk about the spoils." A nervous tension suffused the entire remnant fleet as both forces closed in on each other. It would take much less than an hour at this rate for battle to erupt. "The enemy carriers are deploying their mechs for battle." The pirates only deployed 50 or so mechs on patrol, which didn't seem so threatening. Yet 15 minutes before the inevitable clash, the pirate carriers began to disgorge mech after mech, each of them forming up in their own little groups with little regard for formations or order. "We have confirmed sightings of over 220 mechs, sir." The three pirate mech forces formed up in a simple arrangement, as they lacked the discipline and training for anything more sophisticated. The mechs of the Queso's Remediers positioned themselves in the main line. Their eclectic mix of melee and ranged mechs gave them a lot of versatility, but as the biggest and strongest pirate gang among the three, they took on the responsibility of bearing the brunt of the flagrant sword maiden's fury. The Slick Hair's fast and nimble melee mechs positioned themselves at the flanks. There was no doubt they would attempt to bypass the flagrant sword maidens at the front in order to hit them in the sides or rear. Perhaps they would even attempt to assault the shield of Hispania and the other carriers directly. As for the blind men, their blue paradisios formed up well behind and above the Remediers. This gave them a good overhead angle from a comfortably long distance to pick off the flagrant sword maiden mechs. Right now, Major Vo communicated privately with Commander Dice on how they should address the threat of the blind men's fire support. Should they divert precious light skirmishers in an attempt to threaten the blue paradisios out of sniping their mechs? Perhaps that was a trap to lure them in, only for the slick hairs to turn around and cut off their escape route. No matter what response they offered to the enemy formation, the flagrant sworn maidens would definitely exact a very painful price. As Ves called up a projection of the mechs of the blind men, he glowered even deeper. The mere sight of the blue paradisios made his eyes red. If that blasted Ronnie had more sense, he wouldn't have ripped off the Crystal Lord, making it so that the blind men fielded a poor facsimile of V's design against himself. His fury boiled over until something finally snapped within his mind. "Major Verl, I have a request." The Major turned away from his argument with Commander Dice and frowned at Ves. "What is it, Mr. Larkinson? Please make it quick." "I'd like to open up a comm channel to the blind men," V stated with forced calmness. "It wouldn't do to come across as unhinged right now. There is something I'd like to talk about them. It concerns their mech model, sir." I did hear that their main mech model resembles your old work." "Fine then. Just remember that you have only minutes before the battle commences." "I'll keep it short." He was grateful that Major Verl didn't ask too many questions. To be honest, Ves didn't entirely know why he wanted to talk or what he wanted to achieve. He merely wanted to vent his fury on the blind men. As the communications officer took a moment to send out a comm request to the blind men, to his surprise the other party actually accepted the call. A projection of the blind prophet appeared in front of Ves. The man adopted the stereotypical appearance of a prophet, resembling an old man with a long and mostly ragged-looking gray beard. His eyes also looked rather murky, as if he was truly blind. The only concession to practicality was that he wore a pirateized piloting suit at the moment. "Flagrant vandals, I have foreseen your doom. Your flesh will freeze and rot in the void of space, and your mechs will be strewn across this star system in the form of broken wrecks." "Cut the crap, you charlatan," Ves hissed. "Let me tell you something about the mechs you're piloting. They're cheap imitations of my own design. Don't know what I'm talking about. Here, let me send you the relevant files on my Crystal Lord design. Do you see whose name is attached to the design? Me. Ves Larkinson. That's me, and that's my original design." The blind prophet appeared a bit bewildered at the person at the other end of the channel. "Mad ravings of a man already condemned to death. Your spill is meaningless, so save us all the trouble. Our victory is assured and your defeat is only a matter of time." "Ha ha!" Ves laughed. "Confident are you? Well, tough luck, because you're facing against me, the original designer of the Crystal Lord, of which your blue paradisio is like a retarded cousin. Do you think you can defeat me with a mech model derived from my own work?" Practically the entire command center fell into silence as they heard V's outburst. They never expected the usually well-behaved mech designer to be so furious. Chapter 960 The Truth Hurts. "You blind men pretend that you can see further ahead than anyone else, but to me your names are right on the mark. As far as I'm concerned, all of you must be blind as a bat if you think the blue paradisios are any good." The blind prophet's projection shook and leaned back against V's increasingly more vehement tirade. "Mr. Larkinson, whoever you are, your infantile flailing amuses no one." "What did you say? Infantile flailing? I'll tell you what infantile flailing means. Your blue paradisios are living proof of Ronnie Blast's infantile flailing. Your mechs are complete failures as an effective design. The only thing it has going for it is its mobility and accuracy, but at what cost? Ronnie's mech model shares none of the excellent armor coverage of my original Crystal Lord design. Not a single hint of compressed armor is retained in Ronnie's bastardized design, but he has the gall to keep its armor plating as thin as the thickness of a data pad. I bet your mechs can't even cope with continuous micro-impacts from space dust. That's how pathetic the blue Paradiso is able to withstand damage. My authentic Crystal Lord design is a marvel of endurance. It is a sleek and compact design because locomotion on land doesn't require too much energy. It's a completely different matter when Ronnie mashes in a flight system all of a sudden without any regard of my design's existing internal architecture. The abomination that he created with blending the Crystal Lord with a space-borne mech design has turned your mechs into the worst of both worlds, low-performing with incredibly poor endurance. That sad excuse of a laser rifle you're wielding is a horribly overpriced piece of crap. You would have all been better off salvaging a half-wrecked laser rifle off a debris field than by this ham-fisted imitation from Ronnie. It is capable of firing a powerful laser beam, I admit, but what's the point when its firing rate is slower than the amount of meals I eat every day? Its knockoff crystal technology implementation is so crude and sloppy that it's obvious that Ronnie has no idea what he was working with. I bet those laser rifles are already giving you problems, right? That's because those cheap imitation crystals are burning themselves out. They barely last a couple of hundred shots before they give up the ghost. Ves lost himself in his tirade. He truly wanted to make the blind men see what an awful mistake they made by buying so many copies of the Blue Paradiso. Mr. Larkinson, I do not appreciate you finding fault of our mechs. A battle is fought and won by men, not mechs. We have already seen that your mechs are not in good shape. The condition of our machines will hardly be a detriment to our assured victory in the coming battle. Hee hee. Ves nefariously chuckled. Your victory is assured? You are truly blind to believe so. To me, your mechs are all one step away from falling apart. Let me see from what mech you are transmitting. That one in the middle and front, eh? I've studied this mech of yours. Is your flight system stuttering? That's because it's installed incorrectly during the assembly phase. Whoever fabricated this copy did such a poor job that it will only take a single strong impact from the sides to dislodge critical parts of your flight system. By then, your mech is a sitting duck, condemned to coast in space in a predictable path that makes it easy for us to shoot you down. And that mech to the right of you. That machine is a particularly poor effort on the part of the manufacturer. Did Ronnie outsource the fabrication to a bunch of monkeys or something? I'd bet its legs hardly function at all. Not that it's important in space battles, except I can tell you that if those legs are shot out from under it, the failure will cascade to the mech engine, causing it to shut down entirely and rendering the mech mechanically frozen. How would it be able to fight if it can't move its limbs? That mech at the rear has a severe sensor problem. Any half-decent ECM system can fool its sensors to such an extent that it will truly turn blind. It's liable to fire its laser rifle at your own mechs rather than the mechs of its opponents. The mech next to the last one takes the cake in terms of poor craftsmanship. Whoever fabricated this mech needs to be thrown out the airlock because its power reactor is no good. That mech already has jitter problems, right? That's because it's constantly attempting to stall its inevitably reactor shutdown. One strong concussive shock will definitely force its power reactor to stall and undergo its emergency shutdown process. The mech pilot inside won't even have any power left to call for help by the time it becomes a floating statue. By now, the spectators and anyone else who listened turned numb. The communications officer opened up an unencrypted channel to the blind prophet's mech, so plenty of other people listened in as well. None of them expected to hear Ves turn into a maddened dog who couldn't let go of the Blue Paradiso's many faults. As the primary recipient of V's angry ramblings, the blind prophet hardly got a word in response. It hardly even registered to the pirate commander to press the button to shut down the communication channel. This was because the faults that Ves exposed so brutally about their mechs all described their current states to a disturbing degree of accuracy. The blind prophet simply could tear his ears away from the unvarnished exposure of all of the flaws of his outfit's mechs, no matter how much it hurt to listen to Ves. The pure emotion that Ves put behind his words practically drew the blind prophet into a forced introspection. Not a single fault exposed by VS was inaccurate. This mech designer truly knew what he was talking about. Ha ha! Tell me, blind prophet, are you still pleased about your new mechs? Do you still think you got a good bargain by purchasing these flying wrecks? Open your eyes, old man. The truth is that Ronnie Blast bamboozled you with a mech model that's horribly overpriced. How much did you pay for them all? I bet you paid at least thrice as much as they are actually worth. Ha ha! You blind idiots. If you're blind enough to fall for Ronnie's scam, how are you even confident of winning against us? Your judgment is completely wrong. Let me tell you something. Fielding the blue Paradiso against the sole mech designer of the Crystal Lord is the last mistake you will ever make in your lives. That's because I've already picked out all of the faults I mentioned and more and sent them all to our own mech pilots. It only takes a few well-placed prods to collapse all of your shoddy mechs. There is nothing about your blue Paradisos that can confound my judgment. To you, they might have seemed like decent marksman mechs, but what I see is nothing but a collection of holes. The blind prophet shook. His expression had become grave at the start, before growing more resigned, until finally settling on fear. Yes. Fear. The blind prophet didn't do anything to hide his obvious, naked fear towards VS. As VS wound up for another angry speech despite both forces about to come into fighting range, the blind prophet finally shook up and pressed a button to close the channel. The pirate commander's projection winked out just as VS wanted to berate the man some more. What? How can you shut off the channel? Without asking for permission, VS connected his CFA comm to the CFA shuttle in the shield of Hispania's shuttle bay. Using its advanced CFA communications technology that VS had inadvertently updated previously with his connection to the galactic net, it forcefully intruded upon the communications system of the Blue Paradiso and reopened the comm connection by force. You again! The blind prophet despaired as he kept pressing the button and activating the mental command to shut down the channel. His own mech refused to obey his commands. Why won't you go away? Where are you running, old man? I have much more to say. Just look at you flailing around trying to deactivate this channel. Ha! Tough luck. The security suites of your mechs are so poor and outdated that any 3-year-old child with a hacking comm can take over your mech. Just look at how easily I managed to forcibly reopen this channel. Go away! The blind prophet screeched. Your poisonous words will not have sway on us. VS cruelly grinned. No chance of that, you blind old man. I admit that you're blind, but your ears seem to be working just fine. Let me tell you about your good buddy Ronnie. You see, Ronnie is a bad boy. Instead of licensing some proper software for his mech, he probably pirated some random mech operations system for his Blue Paradiso design. What an idiot! No mech designer should pirate a random software package off the galactic net. Your mechs are all riddled with backdoors and holes that it would probably take our hackers a couple of minutes to sabotage. That's not possible. Mechs aren't supposed to be susceptible to hacking. Oh, deny all you want, but how can you explain how easily my comm hacked into your mech's communication system? Face it, you old man. You not only got scammed by Ronnie, but you are piloting mechs that anyone with decent hackers can take control of. Your Blue Paradiso's software is so decrepit that even 200-year-old mechs are harder to hack than yours. No more! Please, no more, Mr. Larkinson! The spooked pirate commander pleaded. We'll go! We'll go! We won't disturb you any longer! After that, the blind prophet issued a quick series of commands that immediately saw the battle line of the blind mech turn around and flee back to their carriers. Even their carriers started to turn around as if they couldn't wait to get away from V's acid tongue. VS grew even angrier as he saw all of the mechs of the blind men turn around in an attempt to flee his destructive rants. He stood up from his observation chair. Where are you going? Get back here! Running won't save you from the realization that you bought the worst mechs in the frontier. Even though the blind prophet couldn't cut off the forced communication channel, the pirate commander did his best to ignore the voice of Ves. La 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 la! I am not hearing anything! I am not hearing anything! As soon as I get out of here, I'll make myself turn deaf. Why are you running? Come back here, pirate! I can talk all day about your faulty mechs. Even as Ves continued to yell at the fleeing blind men, Major Vo regained his senses first. He looked back at the local plot, and saw that the sudden exit of around 60 riflemen mechs turned the remediers and the slick hairs into complete disorder. The two pirate outfits couldn't believe what was happening. One of their fellow gangs was actually running away before they even fired a single shot. Attack! Major Vo forcefully commanded. Send in our assault force! Crash into the remediers! They're vulnerable as long as they remain in disarray. Break them apart before the blind men regain their senses and turn around. It took some time, but the prepared mechs of the Vandals and Sword Maidens began to move in against their unsettled and distracted opponents. The pirates had left themselves completely open by listening in on V's public tirade. Why are you running? I'm not finished yet. Not by a long shot. Ves kept hounding the blind men even as they crashed into the hangar bays of their carriers in an attempt to get out as fast as they could. No matter how many light years you run, the truth will catch up to you. Just face it. You all bought crap mechs that are worth less than how much you can earn back if you scrap them all. Buying Ronnie's products is the biggest mistake in your blind, foolish lives. Next time, buy legitimate mechs instead of cheap knockoffs. Chapter 961 Power of Passion. The sudden and completely illogical retreat of the blind men even before the battle properly begun put the entire pirate ranks into disarray. No matter how much the pirate commanders of Queso's remediers and the slick hairs tried to admonish the blind men to return to the battle, their messages hadn't gotten through. This was because Ves forcibly occupied the blind prophet's communication channel and kept it open using advanced CFA communications tech. Now, it would have been Sal Gable if the blind men's second-in-command took over. Yet the blind prophet exerted such an overwhelming leadership position in the pseudo cult-like organization that none of his subordinates dared to overrule his commands. When the blind prophet spoke, everyone obeyed. This isn't part of the plan. Why are we running? A blind man mech pilot with a bit more sense asked his fellow pirates. You fool! The blind prophet will have your head if you disobey him. When he tells you to run, you better run. This battle is already lost. Didn't you hear that angry mech designer? Our mechs are scrap and only a single bump away from collapsing. I think that guy is bluffing. A mech designer doesn't lie about mechs, especially since ours is a ripoff of his own design. Don't you see how dangerous it is to fight against a mech designer with a mech that he can dissect to this degree? Screw this. I don't want to have my mech shot out under me by a single well-placed shot. The blind men all kept running with no intention of rejoining the fight. The confusion and the unexpected withdrawal truly put the remaining two pirate outfits aligned to the Dragon Alliance in a difficult spot. They didn't even particularly want to confront the famous Sword Maidens and their military allies in the first place. Only their numbers advantage gave them sufficient courage to win, but the critical withdrawal of around 60 ranged mechs left a huge hole in both their numbers advantage and their tactical flexibility. The lack of ranged fire support and suppression completely left the Sword Maiden melee mechs unchained. They blasted forward at great speed in their famous charges and immediately smashed a huge hole in the lines of the remediers. Commander Dice took the lead while piloting a spare Misty Slasher, chopping remedier mechs left and right with her pinnacle expert candidate skills. Even though Dice was a lot more comfortable piloting land-bound mechs than space-borne mechs, her recent ascension rapidly elevated her skills and learning ability. It was more than enough to tear apart the confused and disarrayed ranks of the pirates that thought to ambush the remnant fleet. Lift up your swords and hack them down to our foes. Let us teach these misguided men that the sword maidens are still alive. Fight! Chop the pirates into half. The Vandals' mechs acted with a bit more caution, adopting their usual role of backing the sword maiden mechs up and preventing them from being outflanked by their foes. Light mechs from both sides kept the slick hairs in check. The battle at the flanks went poorly for the pirate mechs that all donned slick hairdos, and the only reason they managed to stabilize their ranks was that the flagrant sword maidens mainly aimed their weapons at the remediers. Both Commander Dice and Major Vol agreed on their strategy. They needed to take this golden opportunity and hammer the remediers before they recovered their wits and regained their composure. The brutal collision and the constant pressure against the mech pilots of the remediers put them under enormous strain. Command and control, already rather poor among the pirates' ranks, completely frayed to the point where the remediers hardly communicated with each other effectively. Who cared about orders when a relented sword maiden mech kept chopping at their cockpits? If the remediers and the slick hairs managed to maintain their composure, then they would have given the flagrant sword maidens an even fight at best. Yet the differences in morale, preparation, and readiness completely put the remaining two pirate forces on the back foot with no hope of stabilizing their lines. The remediers are starting to rout. When the remediers lost a third of their mechs through the unrelenting assaults of the sword maidens and the tactical supremacy of the Vandals, the remaining pirates ceased to believe they could win. Only a few cowards flew back to their carrier ships at the start, but that trickle soon became a flood when those who remained lost faith in the battle as well. A cascade of chaotic retreats ensued as the remediers completely lost cohesion. Chase after them! Don't let them return to their carriers! Major Vol commanded. Prioritize the capture of the remedier and slick hair pirate carriers. What about the blind men? Let them go. They're already broken. Everyone couldn't help but throw a numb, worshipful, or impressed glance at Ves. By now, he had run out of steam, having vented his anger and frustration about being confronted by a poor imitation of his own work. He plopped back in his observer seat and blanked out. He completely exhausted his emotional energy with his tirade. While he possessed sufficient awareness of what a legendary feat he accomplished by verbally intimidating a significant force of pirates to turn tail and run, he couldn't muster up the energy to care at the moment. Nonetheless, that didn't stop everyone's appreciation of saving the lives of many precious Vandal and Sword Maiden mech pilots. He single-handedly determined the outcome of the battle that none of the flagrant Sword Maidens believed they could win without crippling losses in their favor. His acid words and burning tongue not only tilted the advantage in their favor, but practically tilted it into a completely lopsided victory. The flagrant sword maidens hardly suffered any losses in the ensuing clash and pursuit. Aside from a dozen or so mechs that got wrecked to such an extent to force their pilots to eject, the Vandals and sword maidens managed to retain most of their battle strength. Capture their carriers! As many as possible! Don't stop until we force the surrender of at least 4 of them. Prepare our shuttles, send in the boarding parties to hasten the capture. Once the pirate lines collapsed, victory became assured. The matters that followed merely consisted of cleanup and securing their gains. In the end, they managed to capture 4 shambling pirate carriers with relative ease. The only reason why the Vandals and Sword Maidens didn't capture the remainder was because the Remediers and the Slick Hairs still retained enough mechs to put up a desperate fight if cornered. By leaving them a way out, the flagrant Sword Maidens ensured their foes would continue to take the available escape route. 4 carriers is a decent enough haul, especially considering we don't have the time to convert them for our use, With Sandman motherships about to transition at the emergence zone, the flagrant sword maidens didn't have much time to arrange their spoils. The salvage teams didn't bother with recovering any of the mech wrecks and instead started stripping the captured pirate carriers of their fuel and supplies with great haste. Soon enough, the flagrant sword maiden carriers transitioned back into FTL with their newly replenished stores of starship-grade fuel and containers worth of low-grade materials. Ves didn't pay too much attention to the aftermath of the battle. His battle-turning performance earlier drained quite a lot out of him. Not only on an emotional level, but also on a spiritual level for some reason. As he recovered quietly in the isolation of his office with just a fawning security guard standing in the corner, he tried to puzzle out why his spirituality became affected. He eventually reasoned that he put his full passion into his speech. He inadvertently concentrated his whole mind into his spontaneous actions and channeled his fury in an even more single-minded focus than when he designed a mech. This was the power of passion. Whether channeling his spirituality actually made a difference, Ves didn't know. In his judgment, as long as the blind prophet listened for a couple of seconds, he had already fallen into the pit. There was no way out once the blind prophet heard the truth. Nothing hurts more than the truth. Ves nodded to himself. There's no way the blind men can keep their composure once they hear how flawed their mechs really are. A mech is not like a sidearm that they can casually replace if they find fault with it. Mechs are investments that they have to rely on for years. Mech pilots entrusted their lives to their mechs. Their sometimes intimate relationship with their own mechs caused them to be hurt that much deeper when Ves brutally exposed their shortcomings. The fact that he mostly didn't lie at all when he listed out their many faults meant that they absolutely had no doubt that he spoke the truth. Ves eventually received a notification from Major Vril. He finally got called to another private meeting with the big man. Let's see what he has to say. He exited his office and stalked the familiar route to Vril's stateroom. As he passed by a large number of Vandal officers and ratings on duty, he received both respectful and fearful responses. Some greeted him like a fellow Vandal buddy. Others saluted at him as if he was a Vandal officer. The rest shied away from him as if he was the devil. No matter what, the distance between Ves and the rest of the Vandals had closed. Just like with the ground forces, Ves adequately proved himself to the men, and thereby gained their acknowledgement. Almost no one considered him an outsider anymore. While that gave him cause to smile, he quickly dropped it once he thought of all of the Vandals who hadn't been able to make it off the surface of Aeon Corona 7. The ground forces respected him as well, but that wasn't enough for him to save them all at the hands of the Vesians. The only reason why my feat is so significant is because we have too few mech pilots left to put up a good fight. This dampened his mood somewhat as he filed into Major Vril's office. This time, his ever-present security guard remained outside, giving the two senior figures some privacy. So, the commanding officer stared at Ves like he was an experimental specimen. That happened? That happened? Ves echoed. Absurd as the events today have proceeded, there is no doubt that you have saved many of our lives and even ruled out the possibility of defeat. On behalf of the Vandals, thank you, Ves. You are as much a hero as the other famous Larkinson mech pilots. You are a credit to your family line. Ves smiled deprecatingly at Vril. It's true that I'm a Larkinson, sir, but I've been raised outside of their soldier circles. I have no desire to be compared to my fellow family members who are out fighting on the front lines every day in their mechs. You give yourself too little credit. In my eyes, your impact on this battle is equivalent to what an expert pilot on our side can do. 60 mechs. You turned away 60 mechs by yourself without paying a painful price. In the standardized evaluation criteria of the Mech Corps, your individual contribution value of this battle is through the roof. That deserves a medal and a commendation at the very least. Sounds good, sir. Ves shrugged. I guess I can add that to the pile of contributions I've already earned. The Major smiled at him. You're a real treasure, aren't you, Mr. Larkinson? From your exemplary performance and initiative you showed throughout your journey with us, and from your pivotal role in seeing the mission to success, you're due for an enormous reward. The Bright Republic isn't parsimonious when it comes to recognizing their heroes. Ves didn't know how to feel about that. Perhaps in a normal state of mind, he would have felt jubilant about earning such recognition. Now, though, he just felt tired. Tired of constantly falling into desperate straits, and tired of being pushed to the brink of defeat. He just wanted to go home. Chapter 962 Friendly Advice. Talks about recognition from the Bright Republic still seemed far away to Ves. Right now, the flagrant sword maidens hardly left the deep frontier and just survived an encounter with the Dragon Alliance's peripheral members. If a real pirate fleet from the Dragons of the Void confronted the flagrant sword maidens, then Ves had no way of replicating his feat. Such a feared and capable pirate organization would never resort to using cheap, shoddy mechs for their core mech forces. Nonetheless, from the jubilant way Major Verl spoke to Ves, the mech officer acted as if salvation was already close at hand. It wouldn't take too long for the remnant fleet to rendezvous with the friends of the Sword Maidens. By the way, the Sword Maidens are really impressed by what you've done, Mr. Larkinson. You didn't just save many of our mech pilots today. You also saved the Sword Maidens. My talks with Commander Dice are a lot more amicable now since you've earned their recognition, which conveniently extends to us. They are not an ungrateful sort, and I'm sure they'll show more sincerity with our ongoing agreement. Ves genuinely smiled at that. That's good to hear, sir. It seems you're not feeling very good at the moment. What I did just then took a lot out of me, sir. As a mech designer, I regard my designs as my possessions. To see such an egregious case of plagiarism in front of me just pisses me off. I take my professionalism very seriously. I see. He probably didn't, but Ves let that pass. After a while, Verl steered the conversation into another topic. I feel as if you are not only tired but disillusioned. How so, sir? A lot of Vandals are either tired or lost. This victory has put a temporary cheer on everyone's faces, but that doesn't change the fact that we are far away from the Bright Republic and still have months to go before we are able to return to our home territory. I guess I'm the same as them, sir. We all wonder how long it will take to return. As I've said, there are plans in motion to facilitate our return. Let us talk about what that means for you. Please activate that interference device of yours. All right, sir. Ves activated his signal jammer and turned up its strength so that the entire stateroom would be blanketed with interference. The only problem was that his CFA comm was likely immune of this effect. He conveniently didn't mention this point. Once the disorienting effect settled in, Major Verl spoke with a bit more ease. When you return home, you'll likely undergo a thorough debriefing and interrogation session. There are a couple of sensitive matters that are best left unmentioned, do you understand? What if the interrogators insist on asking? Just keep your mouth shut. The people from the Mech Corps will be indignant, but as soon as I'm able to file my report to Flashlight, you'll get pulled out in no time. What if Flashlights tries to push me instead? They won't. Ves raised his eyebrows. Really, sir? They're spooks, right? How can they not be curious? Because I'll provide them with all the intelligence they want. As a fire starter, my word weighs a lot more than an outsider like yours. Colonel Lowenfield and I will also pull some strings and cash in some favors to streamline your debriefing sessions. The gains from our mission and the substantial merits you've earned outweigh any other concerns. You'd be surprised what you can get away with as long as you get the job done. So flashlight is much like the Vandals in this regard, sir? The ends justify the means. I wouldn't put it so simply. Major Vol hedged. Flashlight is a formal military intelligence agency of the Bright Republic. There are many rules and regulations constraining their actions. It is not as if every operative is handed out a license to kill or a carte blanche to do anything they want. Then what's the best way to interact with flashlight for someone like me? Can you give me some advice, sir? Sure. Just consider that while flashlight is large and influential in the Bright Republic, it also shoulders an enormous responsibility in keeping the Bright Republic on the winning side during the Bright Visual Wars. Internal politics is rather complex, and it's best for you to suck up to a senior official in order to secure their patronage. Having recently dealt with such an instance on the Starlight Megalodon, Ves knew what Major Verl tried to convey. I suppose you're part of a faction within Flashlight as well? The Firestarters form their own influence, one that leans towards taking proactive measures against divisions. Verl smirked. However, I'm not sure which influence within Flashlight you'll finally be involved with. Just be prepared to pick sides early, because if you don't align yourself with any influence, you won't enjoy any protection. Thank you for reminding me, sir. I'll be sure to keep your warning into consideration. Major Verl did him a huge favor by parting the veil of Flashlight's internal politics a little bit. The mech officer's words heavily implied that VS would be substantially involved with Flashlight in the future, so learning how to stay on their good side became a high priority. If you're lucky, Mr. Larkinson, you will get to meet with the important official who set this mission into motion. If you're unlucky, that person will pay attention to you specifically. That sounds contradictory. How can I be both lucky and unlucky, sir? You'll understand if you ever meet that official. Just remember that it's dangerous to associate yourself with this class of people. Try not to get entangled in the schemes that people at their height tend to hatch. VS nodded in understanding, curious to which high official from the Bright Republic that Major Verl actually felt apprehensive about to deserve a separate mention. Can I ask you something, sir? Since the Saffron Poke joined us, we regained our connection to the galactic net. Did you find out how the war is going right now? The war has heated up again. The current pattern is similar to the last wars, except both the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion are accelerating their efforts. Bentheim is under enormous pressure, and the Havensworth system is under a long-term blockade. Star systems are won and lost in a span of a few months, but otherwise brave mech pilots are dying in droves. VS could hear the cynicism in Major Verl's tone. So this generation's war isn't much different than last time? It's the same. Verl shook his head in resignation. I've lived through the last one. While the battles are different, the outcome is the same. The Mech Legion is larger than the Mech Corps, but their individual legions and mech regiments care more about competing against each other and are never able to concentrate their efforts in any single major assault. As long as this basic deficiency holds, the war is destined to end with just a minor shift of the border between the two states. You make it sound as if the Vesians aren't trying very hard to overcome their mutual suspicion. Surely they aren't that stupid, right, sir? The Major nodded. Oh, their nobles are quite devious and cunning, in fact. It is just that while they would dearly like to conquer the Bright Republic and add their territories to their own, they don't actually mind a stalemate. I think I already heard that conspiracy theory somewhere, sir. Something about the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom colluding with each other to fight these senseless wars in order to discipline their fighting forces and to quell the unrest within their borders. That is just a conspiracy theory. Take no mind of it. Verl smiled at VS in a rather peculiar way. Obviously, it was up to VS to interpret the Major's true meaning. The meeting wound down quickly afterwards. When VS deactivated his signal jammer and left the office, he regained some of his good mood. He anticipated the rewards the Bright Republic might bestow him for his contributions. After all, His efforts proved pivotal in the success of this hellish mission. While he didn't see how their efforts in the frontier influenced the war, Ves nonetheless felt a sense of accomplishment. No matter what causes the Vandals fought, bled and died for, at the very least they succeeded and furthered the plans of someone important in the Bright Republic. Even if it's to extend the life of some decrepit geezer, he whispered to himself. The remnant fleet, having defeated and dispersed the only significant obstacle standing in their way, passed through a rapid succession of star systems without any further incident. The good news didn't just extend to that. Their Sandman pursuers hadn't continued following them, opting instead to park at the site of the battle and scavenge the remains of the mech wrecks and stripped-out carrier vessels. This put a huge weight off everyone's shoulders. A week went by as the Vandals increasingly lifted up as the prospect of returning home became more probable. Finally, after transitioning at a quiet red dwarf system, they completed their rendezvous with a host of pirate fleets. Detecting 7 distinct pirate fleets, the sensor operator called out in the command center. They are maintaining some distance between them, but they are all moving in unison. So these are the dependable friends of the Sword Maidens, Major Vaux remarked. Let us hope they are hospitable to us as well. The Vandal ships and mechs still kept their guard up, but the greeting they received from the pirates were rather tepid. Instead, they focused more on the Sword Maidens. As time went by, it became clear that the friends of the Sword Maidens truly came to assist. They have over 50 starships and more than 1,000 space-borne mechs, Ves said with amazement. The strength that we can muster is insignificant in comparison, but they aren't making any moves to take advantage. One unexpected but very welcome factor was that the most significant pirate gang among the agglomeration of independents actually consisted of the Omen of Misfortune. Back at Mancroft Independent Harbor, the Omen of Misfortune got entangled into a fight against the powerful castle breakers. If not for the Sword Maidens coming to their aid, thereby also drawing in the Vandals in the process, the Omen of Misfortune would have certainly suffered a major defeat. Considering the huge favor that the Vandals had extended for the Omen of Misfortune, it was somewhat reassuring for them to reciprocate in this manner. While the Vandals didn't recognize any of the other pirate gangs, the strong presence of the Omen of Misfortune lent credence to their sincerity and good faith. We should still remain prudent and keep a healthy separation between our forces and theirs, Major Vaux reminded them all. However, as long as everyone keeps their word, we shouldn't fear any complications. Even so, that didn't prevent Major Verl and some of the officers to pay a visit to the Omen of Misfortune in order to express their thanks and perhaps offer some promises of payback. Ves didn't ask to accompany the delegation, as with his luck something eventful might happen due to his presence. In any case, Ves felt leery about associating himself with a pirate gang that literally called themselves the Omen of Misfortune. Fortunately, the Vandal officers had the situation well in hand. They returned half a day later with a bit more assurances. Under the escort of so many pirate vessels and so many mechs, the remnants of the Vandals and Sword Maidens made their way back to the border of civilized with absolutely no challenge. Not even the Dragons of the Void mustered up a major fleet to go after them, though it helped that the independent pirates made a wide detour around their territory. Perhaps only the Sandmen posed a significant threat, as errant Sandman fleets and motherships became attracted by such a high concentration of human vessels. The pirates knew how to deal with that. Otherwise they wouldn't have remained standing in the frontier. Even without the aid of the Church of Hotamak, the Independents successfully outmaneuvered any Sandman pursuers over the course of a month until they made it all the way back to the border of civilized space. At that time, the huge collection of pirates transitioned into the Mancroft system, formally crossing over the border. Ves gazed at the plot and regarded the symbols of Mancroft Station and the light CFA warship presence near the gas giant with fond eyes. They finally made it out of the frontier, and with no further shenanigans or betrayals. We're back! Practically every vandal stood up and cheered. Chapter 963 Misplaced Goods. Many of the pirate gangs that lent a hand to the Sword Maidens began to fly towards Mancroft Station. Since they dropped by here, they might as well do business or hang out at that hive of scum and villainy. Ves knew that the Omen of Misfortune and the other pirates wasted a lot of time, fuel, energy, and supplies just to escort 8 measly vessels of the flagrant Sword Maidens to safety. This was time that they could have spent on using their forces to more productive uses. Yet somehow, the severely weakened Sword Maidens still enjoyed enough clout to have so many pirate forces answer their call for help. He found that inspiring. He thought that true friendship didn't exist in the frontier, yet the conduct of independent pirate outfits such as the Sword Maidens and the Omen of Misfortune proved him wrong. Whenever Kedis boasted about the friends of the Sword Maidens, Ves always took her stories with a grain of salt. How could treacherous and opportunistic pirates be so generous and altruistic all of a sudden? In fact, Ves still couldn't quite explain the friendships between these independents. Their bonds transcended pure practicality and was substantially more than a relationship propped up by benefits. As the Vandal and Sword Maiden vessels quickly stocked up on some essential fuel and supplies, the time they would travel together soon came to an end. The Sword Maidens intended to travel to the Renault Republic, while the Vandals obviously set the Bright Republic as their destination. While risk still existed in civilized space, both of them leaned on their backup. For the Sword Maidens, the Omen of Misfortune promised to escort them all the way to the Larkinson system in the Renault Republic. As for the Vandals, every serviceman aboard the Shield of Hispania and the Gorgon's gaze heard with amazement that the other half of the Mech regiment was present in the Mancroft system. That's the Wolf Mother! I recognize that huge factory ship anywhere! We're saved! With Colonel Lowenfield escorting us personally, who dares to attack us? This must be what Major Vril kept back from everyone. With the 2 remaining combat carriers of the Vril task force finally returning to the welcome embrace of the main element of the 6th Flagrant Vandals, their days of skulking about like rats were finally over. As the entire Shield of Hispania erupted into a festive mood, Kedis quietly shuttled over at V's invitation. He met her at the shuttle bay as she stepped off the Sword Maiden shuttle. This time, he was no longer followed by a guard. The threat level aboard the ship reduced to such an extent to make such precautions redundant. Have you finally made the right decision? He gently asked. She sighed. I really want to stay. The Sword Maidens truly need a mech designer to keep an eye on their mechs as they rebuild. Yet, Commander Dice insists it's better to take the time to invest in myself. She's a smart woman and shaping up to be a great leader of the Sword Maidens. Ves nodded in acknowledgement. She's right, you know. From a long-term perspective, the Sword Maidens are much better off if they retain a capable journeyman mech designer rather than a middling novice mech designer. It will just take a while for you to get there, even under my tutelage. It still feels as if I'm abandoning them right when they are at their lowest point. She pouted. I don't see it that way, Kedis. You are making a brave sacrifice by coming under my wing. You willingly chose to separate yourself from your sisters in order to work towards a better future for all of them. It won't be easy, and it won't be fast, but as long as you keep learning and improving, I'm sure you'll make it to journeyman in time. By then, you can opt to stay with me or return to the frontier to take up Myra's old position. Naturally, Ves hoped that Kedis remained with him in civilized space if she proved satisfactory. He would have to find some way to bind her into a net that would keep her in his clutches, but that was a matter for the future. For now, Ves waited for his other arrangements to happen. Once Ves confirmed her decision to go along with his plans, he took her to the CFA shuttle parked to the side. Where are we going, Ves? She frowned as she boarded the shuttle and set her floating luggage containers down. I can't very well take you to the Mech Corps, can I? I'm still a drafted mech designer of the Mech Corps, while you are technically a citizen of the Reanald Republic according to your forged identity that Myra prepared for you. For now, we'll have to remain separate for the duration of the Bright Republic's war against the Vesia Kingdom. I have arranged a stay for you at my company in the Bright Republic. So I'll be alone there? Not alone. I have several trusted employees there that are holding the fort in my absence, he said as he engaged the autopilot. Even without a human pilot, the shuttle would still be able to fly. Try not to piss them off. They're working on my behalf and so will you, so it's best to start on the same page. The CFA shuttle departed from the shuttle bay of the Shield of Hispania and crossed the void of space for half an hour. Kedis kept asking questions about her new life on Cloudy Curtain and Ves did his best to answer. At some point, the shuttle slowed down and appeared next to a corvette. What is that ship? That is the Barracuda, my personal yacht. Ves grinned. Back when Ves first connected to the Saffron Pokes quantum entanglement node, he sent a series of encrypted messages that told Calcy and Melkert to send the Barracuda to the Mancroft system and wait for his arrival. They got his message and sent out the corvette in time. After Ves sent out a few codes to the Barracuda from his CFA shuttle, the cargo hold opened up. The shuttle squeezed through the open hatch and parked on the deck. As Ves and Kedis exited the corvette, Captain Amber Silvestra saluted him. Sir, welcome back. It's good to see you again, Captain. Ves nodded with a smile. Both of them looked older and more mature since the last time they met. I'm on a short timetable here, so we'll have to do a proper reunion another time. I understand, sir. Several mech patrols of the flagrant vandals have already started to question the Barracuda's presence so close to their ships. Ves wasted no time. After entering a spare compartment, Ves changed out of his squalene and CFA underlayer vaxsuit and changed into his standard dark green mech designer uniform that he brought along. A couple of bots took his squalene and lifted it into a heavily shielded crate whose sole purpose was to block all kinds of scans and signals from penetrating its contents. Just to be sure, Ves demanded that Kedis do the same. Because it would be inappropriate for her to wear her piratized combat armor or uniforms in civilized space, she made do with a generic outfit supplied by the Barracuda. I feel awfully weak in this boring get-up, she complained as she pulled at her plain white clothes. And my sword! You even forced me to give up my super-sharp CFA sword! You can fabricate a new wardrobe yourself or purchase a new set of clothes at Cloudy Curtain. Just bear with it for now, he said. Right now, our CFA gear is far too hot and eye-catching for us to flaunt around. We don't actually want to draw the attention of the CFA down on us. Just talk to Melker when the Barracuda brings you to your destination. He'll be able to set you up with some new battle gear. It still won't be as good as what's stored inside those crates. As Kedis kept sulking, Ves ignored her and turned back to the captain of the ship. You know what to do. Bring back this stuff and make sure they're locked in the vault of the mech nursery. By the way, how is my company doing? It's still standing. The female captain shrugged. I don't have much of an eye for business, but it seems the LMC is holding its head above the water for now. That's a lot better than most mech manufacturers. Thousands of them have already gone bankrupt and more are gobbled up by larger companies. I hear there's plenty of rumblings at the company board at the moment. How many mechs is the LMC selling these days? Are the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords still rolling off the production lines? Don't worry about that, boss. The LMC is still selling hundreds of silver label mechs. It's the bronze labels that are giving the company a hard time. Something about inflation and increased costs wiping out the profit margins. The Mech Nursery also expanded their production a lot to produce more profitable silver label mechs. I heard that the quality of the mechs went down while debt is piling up. Ves closed his eyes but didn't linger too long. As long as the LMC held long enough until he returned, he shouldn't be so critical. At the very least, the LMC still remained standing under wartime conditions. Many other companies lack this luxury. Has Kelsey done a good job as interim CEO? I wouldn't say she's CEO material, but she has your grandfather Benjamin's guidance and support. With his help, she has managed to remain on top of the issues, mostly. She hasn't sided with anyone if that's what you're concerned about, although some of her initiatives is rather extravagant. VS didn't need to know much more than that. With his grandfather keeping an eye on her, Kelsey should do fine. He pushed her to take up the chair he vacated not because he expected her to grow his business, but to keep it away from the hands of those who greedily pawed at it or tried to steer it in a reckless direction. In the worst case, VS left behind a contingency plan to replace her should she go out of her bounds, but it appeared that wasn't necessary. After arranging matters with Keddies and Captain Silvestre, VS boarded a generic civilian shuttle and returned to the Shield of Hispania much diminished in stature and possessions. He left behind his CFA shuttle, his 15-99 Squalin and all of its integrated gadgets and gizmos, his armored tool belt along with his CFA tools and standard-issue CFA laser sidearm, and most importantly a bunch of crates containing many bundles of vintage nutrient packs. Of course, I can't forget about the Archimedes Rebel either. VS had plans for the bioimplant, but for now he couldn't make use for it, so he sent it packing off with the rest of the goods he recovered from the Starlight Megalodon. As VS stepped off the civilian shuttle, which quickly flew away since it wasn't actually supposed to be here in the first place, he met up with a familiar face. Major Verl actually went out to greet VS in person in the shuttle bay. I've received a report that some of our recovered gear is misplaced. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Ah, no, sir. VS coughed. However, I did happen to see a shuttle roll off the shuttle bay deck. Terribly sloppy, sir. The shuttle technicians should be reprimanded. That fancy CFA shuttle along with all of its contents disappeared into space before we knew it, and well, you know how difficult it is to locate a CFA shuttle with its passive ECM systems constantly active. This was the excuse that VS came up with to explain the disappearance of his loot. To be honest, it was an extremely poorly constructed excuse that wouldn't hold up to any serious scrutiny, but Major Verl already promised to make sure nobody asked any uncomfortable questions. This was the benefit of borrowing someone else's influence. While the rules and regulations clearly stated what was allowed, it was up to humans to enforce them. VS learned the importance of this difference during his time with the Vandals and clearly applied his lessons in this case. Naturally, without earning the favor of the Vandals and Major Verl specifically, VS could forget about making use of this trick. Well, I hope you don't think you're done here, because you have a number of appointments on your agenda. First, we'll have to stop by at Colonel Lowenfield's flagship to hand over sensitive materials and provide a verbal report. VS nodded, not surprised that he'd be called up to the desk of this notable figure. Colonel Lowenfield exerted a huge influence over the flagrant Vandals. VS actually felt slightly apprehensive about meeting her, especially since he heard rumors that she shared a contentious relationship with Colonel Ves Larkinson at Citadel Havensworth. She wasn't his lover or something, was she? Chapter 960 for Colonel Lowenfield. VS, Major Verl, Captain Orphan and a bunch of other senior officers aboard the Shield of Hispania entered the shuttle and traveled over to the flagship of the Mech Regiment. The large and well-armored combat carrier flew close to the Wolf Mother, and looked like a beast. Large, modern and expensive, every other combat carrier of the flagrant Vandals seemed old and shabby. That's the princely Jackal, a recent acquisition when Colonel Lowenfield turned the fortunes of the Vandals around, Major Verl noted when he spotted VS studying the flagship's projection. She can field 60 mechs, 30 land-bound and 30 aerial mechs, and is extremely well suited to make landings on hostile ground. I would have figured the Vandals would opt to go for a spaceborne-focused combat carrier as a flagship instead, sir. The Vandals already have that covered. Combat carriers show their true value in closer proximity to battle. The princely jackal certainly radiated a sense of class compared to the other carriers and support ships which generally looked worn and past their prime. As the shuttle touched down upon the shiny deck of the shuttle bay, a large procession of security officers greeted the new arrivals. After the obligatory salutes and other trivial ceremonies, Captain Orphan personally stepped forward and handed over the lockbox to a security captain, who immediately placed it into an even larger and sturdier lockbox. The Vril task force finally managed to hand over the mission object to the main element of the flagrant Vandals. This marked the formal end of their perilous duty. "We'll take good care of the contents, Major," the security captain said respectfully before bringing over half of his men away to secure the mission object in the princely jackal's vault. A handful of other security officers began to escort the remainder deeper into the ship. As Ves looked around, he couldn't help but find the clean, sterile interior to be a stark contrast to the older, but more homely interior shield of Hispania. The princely jackal's crew members that traveled back and forth also differed substantially from the survivors that barely made it back alive from the deep frontier. There was a sense of freshness in their faces, as if they had never been pushed to the brink. Ves found their straight backs and their mild optimism to be a very jarring sight compared to the cynical, worn-out looks of the crew of the Shield of Hispania. Every survivor of the Shield of Hispania and the Gorgon's gaze was a fellow comrade in his books. Each of them shared a deep bond with each other as they lived, fought, and died together many light years away from home. The other Vandals who served under Major Vril also became affected by the subtle changes. An unavoidable sense of alienation welled within their hearts, but they mostly kept it within themselves. No matter how long they'd been separated, the Vandals were still on their own side. A whirlwind of questioning and debriefings ensued. Major Vril already warned Ves that many people would want to read his reports and hear him retell certain incidents in person. This wouldn't be the last time Ves retold the same stories over and over again. Fortunately, Ves didn't undergo a hostile interrogation, as he was one of their own. After answering some mild questions and elaborating on some points they wanted clarification, he finally got shuffled to a row of seats placed just outside Colonel Lowenfield's stateroom. The commanding officer of the flagrant Vandals called up every participant of the mission to an individual meeting. Major Vril and Captain Orphan already had their turns. After Lieutenant Commander Soapstone exited from the hatch, Ves got called up to enter. Compared to Major Vril's rather plain and Spartan stateroom, Colonel Lowenfield added a bit more personal touches to her work environment. Fresh plants, projections of iconic sites from the bright Republic, and a display of diplomas and awards gave the impression that she was a loyal and hard-working officer of the Mech Corps. Having heard so much about Colonel Lowenfield, he became surprised by her mild, plain appearance. Her groomed brown hair and thin stature made her seem almost invisible if not for her Mech Colonel insignia. She lacked the heroic bearing or the restrained aggression of someone like Major Vril, who used to be a genuine Mech officer who fought on the front lines. To Ves, Colonel Lowenfield completely filled the stereotype of a bureaucratic logistical officer who mainly stayed as far away from the front lines as possible. Yet, she was also exactly the kind of leader the flagrant Vandals needed the most. Ves also reminded himself that besides her considerable administrative ability, she also wore the hat of an agent of the Firestarters. As soon as he sat down and the hatch behind him closed up, a subtle interference field suffused the entire compartment. "Mr. Larkinson, how very nice to meet you," she began in her mild, wispy voice. Still, Ves sensed a strong intensity hidden behind her words. "As you know, I am Colonel Lowenfield. Major Vril must have told you a lot about me, correct?" "Yes, ma'am," Ves answered in a restrained manner. "He told me you were Even though he didn't lack for confidence, he felt a bit subdued when talking face to face with the ultimate head of the flagrant vandals. There is no need to hold back here. It is true. Major Vole and I are both representatives of the Firestarters, which in official parlance is designated as the Unconventional Action Division of the Flashlight Military Intelligence Service. You will be familiar with their meanings in time. Outwardly, you answer to the Mech Corps, but in reality you answer to Flashlight. Every Vandal already does so from the start, whether they know it or not. Most don't. Any questions? VS couldn't help but frown a bit. Are the flagrant vandals nothing more than a cat's paw for the Firestarters, ma'am? That is not an unfair description of this mech regiment, Lowenfield replied in a slightly formal tone. The 6 flagrant vandals are not treated fairly, and perhaps you share in their indignation. However, the truth is that it is set up to be expendable from the start. A certain amount of flexibility and resourcefulness is required to survive the tasks the flagrant vandals are meant to fulfill. From all reports, you have proven to be abundantly capable in both aspects. It's strange. Strange in what aspect, ma'am? She smiled at VS. You are so very different from the straight-laced Larkinson mech pilots. Compared to Colonel Larkinson, who is always as straight as a rod, Major Vole has described you as the most crooked mech designer he ever had the pleasure of working with. Do you agree with that assessment? How the hell should VS even respond to that remark? It has been a trying time for all of us. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Isn't that the Vandal way? Colonel Lowenfield actually chuckled. You are very different from Arkansas. It is a wonder the two of you are part of the same family. Ah, but I digress. Your family lineage isn't on the agenda today. Instead, I've called you here is to ask for clarification on a few points of your report and to tell you what is in store for you on our return trip to the Republic. The colonel then proceeded to put VS into yet another interrogation. Though she asked a lot of uncomfortable questions about certain matters that VS really didn't want to elaborate upon, such as Miss Calabast or the reason why the Starlight Megalodon met her end so abruptly, she didn't press him too hard. I really can't elaborate on these points, ma'am, VS said. He couldn't hide the fact that he deliberately left a lot of pertinent information out of his reports. Some secrets of the CFA are best left in their hands. That's a decent excuse. Colonel Lowenfield gave him a mental thumbs up. Be sure to mention that whenever the Mech Corps or Flashlight press you on those topics. There is much about the CFA that we find unfathomable, so there is a tendency for them to subconsciously cross out any further inquiries that may appear to be encroaching on their territory. The meeting lasted for an hour but mostly progressed in an amicable manner. Despite his stiffness in front of Lowenfield, the colonel never did anything to make him feel uncomfortable. Obviously, Colonel Lowenfield inherited Major Vole's trust and favor in him despite only meeting in person for the first time. This also signified that the two were pretty much in cahoots and could be considered part of the same clique. This was good. No matter what he thought about Colonel Lowenfield, at least he enjoyed her favor. At the end of the meeting, Lowenfield finally dismissed him. You have an appointment with Professor Velton aboard the Wolf Mother. For now, you are reassigned to serve directly under her at the factory ship. Don't keep her waiting. After filing out of Colonel Lowenfield's stateroom, a security officer guided him all the way back to the shuttle bay, whereupon he shuttled over to the massive factory ship that dwarfed anything the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan could produce. As VS stepped out of the shuttle, he felt as if he returned back in time to the point where he first arrived at the factory ship. Back then, he was just another apprentice mech designer who performed low-level duties in the development of several internally developed mech designs of the Vandals at the design department. It made for an extremely stark contrast compared to the hefty responsibilities he carried as the temporary head designer of the World Task Force. He shouldered an immense burden as he sometimes literally ensured that the Vandals kept their mechs functional enough to fight. I'd hate it if I have to go back to grunt duty after all I've done, he muttered. Ves did not need an escort to navigate to the design department, nor did he need someone to knock at the hatch leading into Professor Velton's office. After passing by a handful of vaguely familiar faces, Ves finally entered the office of the only senior mech designer presiding over the mechs of the flagrant vandals. This old woman, who seemed to have aged even further than before, carried the real burden of the mech regiment. Having shared much of her responsibilities, though at a smaller and more limited scale, Ves sympathized. Even though she looked as close to death as Venerable O'Callaghan, Professor Velton still possessed enough lucidity to read his expression. She threw him a sharp glance. "I don't need your pity, Mr. Larkinson. Now sit and let's get this over with. I'm sure you are tired with all of the inquiries you've been through, but I'm not a security officer or a mech officer. I'm a mech designer, and so are you, so we will only discuss matters concerning mechs in this office. Let us begin with the very unique expert mech the Visions has fielded at Aeon Corona 7, the Belisarius, if I recall." Ves mostly answered questions about the Belisarius, the breakdown effect and his methods of coping with it, the enduring protector design that never really saw an opportunity to fulfill its purpose, his stint as a senior mech designer in the hierarchy of the Starlight Megalodon, and more. He generally satisfied Professor Velton's curiosity, as none of these topics touched his bottom line. Of course, he still fudged a few details here and there, and he couldn't help but puff himself up just like he used to kiss up to Virtual Commander Cosset. Unfortunately, the professor's senility acted up several times during the inquiry. She wasn't long for this galaxy, Ves privately concluded. He found it to be a shame that the life-prolonging treatment serum that so many vandals had sacrificed their lives for wouldn't be used to give her a new lease on life. A senior mech designer such as Professor Velton simply wasn't worth the investment. Chapter 965 Project Management. Despite her age, Professor Velton showed keen interest in his descriptions of the many problems he faced, and what kind of solutions he came up with. She also dug in quite deeply about all of the research projects he came in touch with at the Starlight Megalodon's research department. "To think the CFA already set their sights so far 300 years ago," she sighed. "We are but children playing in the mud compared to the big two." Overall, she seemed pleasantly surprised by his competence in taking over the position of head designer. Alex should have held this position. He was ready for it. Unfortunately, the journeyman mech designer was still missing in action even after all of this time. Professor Velton showed genuine regret about the continued disappearance of her final protégé. It took some time for her to shake off her memories and return to business. "We have talked enough for today. Right now, you must be wondering what your next duties will be. Colonel Lowenfield has informed me that you are due for a transfer upon our return to the Bright Republic. While she hasn't told me where you are being transferred to, she raised a few points to my attention that might be relevant to your next posting." Ves raised his back a little bit. It sounded like he wouldn't be sent back to the design department to do grunt work. "From today, I'll instruct you and have you study proper project management. Mech designers often collaborate on major projects, and since you have mostly worked alone so far, you will need to be brought up to speed on how to contribute to design projects both as a participant and as a project leader." "Professor, while I haven't participated in too many collaborative projects, I'm not unfamiliar with them. I think I know my around them already." "You may think so when you think about small design projects involving 4 or 5 mech designers. However, it is a different case entirely when you talk about major design projects that involve 100 mech designers or more. The more mech designers are involved, the higher the challenge of managing them all to make sure their talents and abilities are put to use." Professor Velton's explanation insinuated that Ves would definitely be joining a large design team in the future. Perhaps he was even being groomed for a leadership position, though he highly doubted it because apprentice mech designers generally didn't fill such big shoes. Leading a large number of mech designers is worse than leading mech pilots. Do you know why? She abruptly asked. The latter are soldiers who are trained to obey orders, while the former are scientists and engineers with strong beliefs, ma'am. Your answer is a bit simplistic, but true in a sense. The smarter the mech designer, the more stubborn they become. This becomes a significant problem when you gather a large number of them together. There are theories, frameworks, methods, and paradigms that specifically pertain to design teams involving many mech designers and component designers working together on the same projects. You will need to be up to speed with them as much as possible. We'll begin your lesson as soon as you have your rest. I'm sure you are exhausted by now. He did talk a lot with various people. Ever since he departed from the Shield of Hispania, he answers the questions asked by professional interrogators whose job was to construct a detailed picture of how the mission progressed. He subsequently entertained Colonel Lowenfield and Professor Velton's many questions specific to their own interests. The recombined Vandal fleet had long exited the Mancroft system and transitioned into FDL during that time. All of this talking and trying to keep his nose clean throughout all of his answers exhausted him quite a bit on a mental level. Even if his fit and genetically optimized body could go on for longer, his mind dearly needed a reprieve. When Ves exited the office, two familiar mech designers waited outside. Lyda and a couple of other apprentices welcomed him back to the fold. "We heard you went on a grand adventure, Ves," Lyda said. Ves shrugged. "I'm sorry I can't tell you much about it. You know how it is with classified missions and all. Some of the tales about where you've been have leaked out. Is it true that you found a genuine crash CFA battleship?" "I can neither confirm or deny that assertion," Ves answered robotically. "Just believe me when I tell you that it's been hell on us all." "That's obvious," the female mech designer remarked. "Dozens of Vandal ships set off to the Reanald Republic and to the frontier by all accounts, but almost a year later the only ships that returned are two battered-looking combat carriers." Ves really couldn't tell them much. His tiredness, along with their inability to imagine living through those harrowing circumstances, put some distance between him and his fellow mech designers. He quickly separated from his curious two peers with the excuse that he had a long day and found his way towards his bunk on the Wolf Mother. Starting from the next day, he began to study under Professor Velton. She handed over a lot of reading material that didn't really pertain to the sciences. Instead, she assigned a laundry list of textbooks pertaining to project management and leadership and the like. As Ves started to hit the books, he already felt as if he already understood much of their contents from his previous stint as head designer. However, there was a difference between learning on the job and learning the theory behind it all. Ves didn't find his homework to be redundant. Theory and practice complemented and reinforced each other. Even if Ves already had his experience to draw upon, it was always good to know if his methods were the best and if he could have opted for alternatives instead. One of the reasons why Ves enthusiastically devoured the books was because all of this management theory would also be of use in his business career. He always intended to take a firmer hand in the running of the LMC once he returned. Getting to know how to boss around his subordinates better would doubtlessly help him rein in the beast that grew in his absence. Weeks went by as the main fleet of the flagrant Vandals passed through unclaimed territory and the territories of small, neutral states. During this time, Ves found it hard to reconnect to Lyda and the other apprentices. While Ves took part in a mission that saw him assisting the flagrant sword maidens in fighting for their lives against hundreds of pirate and Vision mechs, the other apprentices mostly spent their time assisting the development of the Inheritor, Hellcat, and Akara designs. After the Demon operation, the World Task Force abruptly set off for the mission, while the main fleet calmly snuck back to the Bright Republic and held a position in the rear of the war theater. None of the mech designers and Vandals of the main fleet saw any action during this time. Even when the war heated up at the front lines, Colonel Lowenfield kept all of her available forces on standby. "What happened to Pierce, VS?" Lyda asked him quietly. "As far as I knew, he was assigned to the Beggar's Bounty. Yet the Bounty isn't among the ships that returned." VS closed his eyes in sadness. He hadn't spent nearly as much time with Pierce as he would have liked. "Pierce Uvalis is missing in action. The Beggar's Bounty is one of the many ships that we have been forced to leave behind. While many vandals who abandoned ship managed to find other berths, Pierce isn't among the people who found their way to the Shield of Hispania or the Gorgon's Gaze. I'm sorry." Both of them grieved for their fallen friend and peer. VS found Pierce's fate to be a truly depressing tale. The young mech designer fled the Friday Coalition for the Bright Republic due to his lack of talent in mech design, but he always harbored an urge to improve himself to the point of being able to return to his home state with his head raised high. Such a dream would never come to pass now that the Sandman presumably sucked Pierce into a dry husk before crushing his remains entirely. "Too many vandals never made it back," Lyda echoed in sadness. VS found interacting with his fellow apprentice mech designers to be a bit of a chore. In matters of mech design, they still struggled with the basic questions that VS already mastered long ago. In his heart, only the journeymen were his peers, but since he himself hadn't ascended to their heights yet, he couldn't just approach the other two journeymen for a chat. Therefore, he began to avoid spending his time with the other mech designers and instead poured his complete concentration into his studies. Besides reading book after book from the internal database's library, VS also listened to Professor Velton's rambling lectures as she conveyed some of her personal experiences to him. While VS found her stories to be rather meandering and incoherent on her bad days, the leadership perspective she provided gave him a lot of insights on how to lead a team of mech designers. "It used to be different, you know. Our profession has changed throughout the years," the professor remarked. "I'm more than 150 years old, which is half as long as the Starlight Megalodon went missing. You've already experienced how bold and innovative mech designers used to be at the early days of the Age of Mechs. When I came into my prime, the mech industry no longer played so fast and loose with the rules, but there isn't as much structure as there is now." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Professor?" he asked. "I can only say that the mech industry has grown more sophisticated. Structure is needed to cope with the increased amount of variables that affect our work. However, sometimes I reminisce about the good old days, where all you need to design a good mech is to gather a bunch of fellow mech designers together and lock them into a single room for a time." Besides these interesting remarks, VS also got to hear about her burdens as a senior mech designer. A senior mech designer is lifted up to a pedestal in the Bright Republic. You might think that we are at the top of our game and the envy of the younger generation of our state, but nothing could be further from the truth. The more capabilities you possess, the more responsibilities that you are expected to fulfill. Personally, I've made the mistake of taking these responsibilities too seriously. I spend too much time on pointless endeavors." "What kind of endeavors?" "Too many of them," the professor cackled. "Where do I begin? How about collaborating with the Bright Republic state-sponsored design teams and designing unicorn mechs that eat up billions of credits but are only fielded once or twice? Or how about becoming a tenured professor only to end up eating away precious years of my lifespan teaching stupid little brats who have no business entering this profession how to hold the right end of wrench?" Obviously, Professor Velton held too much regrets in her life. Her fatalistic behavior implied that she knew the end of her life was near. Right now, this dying woman who lost her final protégé to the war against the Vesians treated VS as a vehicle to leave behind some of her legacy. It made VS fear old age even more. He would hate to end up growing old and senile with all hopes of extending his lifespan cut off. "Mark my words, Mr. Larkinson. If you ever advance to journeyman or senior and propel yourself to success, Don't let yourself be distracted by the fawning of others. Nothing is more important to a mech designer than their own pursuits and initiatives. This was probably the most important lesson that Professor Velton tried to convey to Ves. A mech designer's time was limited, and time should be spent on improving themselves instead of fulfilling the petty desires of others. While Ves didn't think he would ever fall into such a pit, he nodded seriously at her warning. I will be sure to remember your advice, Professor. Chapter 966 New Foundation V. The flagrant vandals made their way back to the Bright Republic without any incident by following the main commercial space routes between the frontier and the Bright Republic. Many ships plied this route, and the Bentheim system formed an indispensable link in one of the main trade routes from the frontier to the Corward side of the Komodo star sector. All of this traffic meant that the flagrant vandals constantly passed through well-trafficked and well-guarded star systems, precluding the chance of any attacks from pirates or Vesians. While plenty of risk still existed, the vandals already planned for their return trip. Nothing dangerous of note ever sprung in their faces during their long way back to the Bright Republic. Ves breathed a little easier once the flagrant vandals actually passed through the borders. Now that he finally returned home, he didn't have to worry as much about being jumped by unknown forces trying to steal the lockbox they retrieved from the Starlight Megalodon. Instead of heading to the Bentheim system or the Tari system, the Vandal fleet instead traversed to the new Foundation system, the second most important star system of the Rittersburg region. While the capital of the Bright Republic formed the nexus of the Rittersburg region, the new Foundation attracted almost as much attention due to the sole fact that it housed the headquarters of the Mech Corps. As a star system occupied by the military, several mech divisions constantly stood by or patrolled the system and its occupied planets. Countless fixed defenses, minefields, and orbital defense platforms constantly defended the headquarters and all the other important military infrastructure of the Bright Republic's main military branch. Is this your first time to the new Foundation system? Lyda asked. Yes. Huh. I figured a Larkinson like you would have been familiar here. I'm not the average Larkinson. Many Larkinsons passed through the new Foundation system at some point or another. It hosted the bases of many elite mech regiments on its various fortified planets. If Ves ever bothered to look the information up, then he'd probably be able to learn that over a dozen Larkinsons were stationed in this military star system right now. Of course, Ves couldn't casually lift his comm and call them up. Right now, the war still raged on and many active duty service members possessed a comm just like his which completely restricted any outside communications. I miss my CFA comm. Compared to the magical capabilities of that highly advanced device, the replacement comm he received from the Wolf Mother's armory was like a toy to him. Each military-issue comm was a toy, actually, but Ves once again went back to square one by receiving the most basic one that didn't do more than take notes and answer calls from officers. His exasperation regarding his current comm aside, Ves did look forward to his visit to the new Foundation system. As the ships of the flagrant vandals took up orbit over one of New Foundation V's moons, Ves and a large number of vandals transferred into shuttles that brought them all the way down to the surface. New Foundation V not only housed the headquarters of the Mech Corps, but also housed many other institutions falling under their umbrella. The soldiers picking up the vandal officers never told them where they were being transferred, but from what little Ves could observe, his shuttle flew all the way to the surface and entered a guarded tunnel that led deep underground. The lack of windows, projections, and other sights made it difficult for Ves to be sure. The only information he had to go on was the slight noise, vibrations, and air pressure carried over to the interior. After this lengthy trip, the shuttle finally touched down upon a landing pad in a vast underground parking hall which housed numerous shuttles and even transports. The hustle and bustle of all of this traffic showed that this place saw significant traffic. It was only after Ves observed the emblems affixed to the walls of the massive hall that he learned where they landed. This is the Bureau of Sector Affairs. Correct, Major Ves said as he stepped out next to him. Sector Affairs is responsible for any deployments, commands, and other matters of the Mech Corps outside the borders of the Bright Republic. In short, that means that most military expeditions outside our borders falls under their purview. We will have to account for our actions during the mission today, but remember your instructions. Your back is already covered, so feel free not to answer any questions that you don't want to answer. Ves and the other vandals saw little of the neat and brightly lit interior of the Bureau of Sector Affairs. Instead, armed security personnel led them all through a familiar parade of debriefings and interrogation. Having gone through this particular rodeo many times, Ves answered the questions that he didn't mind answering and kept his mouth shut on matters that he would rather not voice. Of course, that didn't earn him any favors from Boisica, as the Bureau was sometimes called in shorthand. Still, the attempts at applying pressure on Ves mostly fell flat because they both knew the interrogators were toothless. After several days of mostly pointless questioning and an endless amount of repeating himself, the people of Boisica finally gave up on Ves and kicked him to a waiting area which housed various servicemen visiting the Bureau for some reason or another. After spending a few more days in limbo with the rest of the vandals that survived the inquiries, Ves and the rest of the vandals were finally summoned again, this time to attend a closed award ceremony. Major Ves clapped his back. This is a good sign. It means all the bureaucratic boxes are ticked and all of the questioning is over. The most important point is that we fulfilled our mission and successfully handed over the lockbox to Boisica, who will make sure its contents will be transferred over to Rittersberg, where it will be immediately put to use. Ves nodded in understanding. Some lucky geezer will probably see a new lease in life then. Is that right, sir? Maybe. He smirked. Now chin up, Mr. Larkinson. Even though it's a shame that our award ceremony will take place in an empty hall due to the classified nature of our mission, it is still supreme honor to participate in it. If you look around, you are the only non-mech officer of the Vandals to take part. This was true. While Chief Engineer Avanian and Chief Technician Hain made plenty of contributions to the mission, they would only receive a smaller award along with the rest of the Vandals of the Vril Task Force. The main stars of the show appeared to be Major Vril and Captain Orphan, with Ves coming along as a guest star. A handful of other mech officer and mech pilots that displayed individual valor in battle came along as well, but the former three stole the spotlight. Their escorts brought them to the upper levels of the headquarters of Bureau of Sector Affairs, whereupon they went through several intensive security checks before being led inside a grand auditorium hall. The cold beige interior and the formal banners and symbols representing the Bright Republic, the Mech Corps, the Bureau of Sector Affairs, and many other institutions gave the place a sense of military grandeur. Giant statues of mech pilots and officials holding torches lined the rectangular hall. In between, a vast amount of empty space that could have offered room for thousands of attending people made it clear that this awards ceremony would happen completely out of the public eye. Neither Ves, Major Vril, Captain Orphan, or the rest would be able to show their faces to the entire state in a mass broadcast. He found that to be a shame, because a public award ceremony would certainly boost his business prospects. How could he make people know he distinguished himself in the war if hardly anyone heard of his awards? After a long and desolate walk surrounded by giant statues of past heroes of the Bright Republic, they finally reached the raised stage where the Vandals all took up their assigned places. A number of military officers and officials stood close. Behind the backdrop of the giant banners representing the Bright Republic and the Mech Corps, the award ceremony started in near-complete silence. A major general that Ves recognized as the head of the Bureau of Sector Affairs stepped forward. Today, we are gathered here to recognize the collective and individual valor of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. Major General Reginald Kless began. The award ceremony followed through a few rituals, but the oppressive nature of the vast and empty auditorium made everyone present a little uncomfortable, as if the Bright Republic was too massive to care about their individual efforts. The old, gray-haired and strong-bodied head of BUSECA treated the occasion in a solemn manner, doing his best to banish away the eerie nature of the empty hall. Once they went through the rituals and the introductions, a soldier holding an anti-grav pad that levitated a large number of medals and ribbons stepped forward. Major General Kless stepped to Major Verl and began to bestow the awards to the Vandals present. Mech Major Quinlis Verl, for your commendable leadership, and Mech Captain Rosa Orphan, for your individual bravery in going above and beyond the call of duty. Both mech officers received high awards. While VS didn't pay attention to all of them, he did note that Captain Orphan received the Darkness Eater, which was the second highest distinction that the Mech Corps bestowed to its servicemen. After General Kless finished gushing over Captain Orphan, not just because she was the principal Vandal responsible for securing the mission object but also because she was an expert candidate. It never hurt to suck up to a future expert pilot, even for the head of the Bureau of Sector Affairs. The general finally walked up to VS after that. The soldier bearing the medals in the air activated a command that sent over 3 of them in front of Kless. Ves Larkinson, Mech Designer attached to the 6th Flagrant Vandals. When I heard that a Mech Designer is eligible to receive these rewards, I first thought it was a mistake. Mech Designers aren't eligible to receive some of the awards of the Mech Corps, and the ones they are almost never find their way in their hands. Do you know why? It's because Mech Designers are non-combatants, sir. VS replied as neutrally as possible. It wouldn't do to say anything too sloppy in front of this important figure. General Kless chuckled. It is because Mech Designers are generally known for their cowardice. Hardly a day passes by for another Mech Designer to be accused of severe dereliction of duty. However, brave Mech Designers, while rare, do exist. When I saw that you are a Larkinson, everything is explained. This was one time where the Larkinson name saved VS a lot of trouble. He didn't speak up to deny he wasn't like the other Larkinsons this time. Aside from the awards that are bestowed to the entirety of the Flagrant Vandals, Mr. Larkinson, you are entitled to receive 3 as recognition of your individual merit. The general grabbed the medals and ribbons from the air and placed them on the chest of his dark green uniform, whereupon they automatically fixed into place. He first received the Darkness Eater, the second highest award which only Captain Orphan received as well. Just carrying the Darkness Eater was a massive recognition of individual merit, and even if VS was forbidden from ever sharing the reason why he earned it, just showing it off would be a massive boost to his reputation in the domestic market. The second award he received was the Torchbearer, which signified that VS directly took action that saved a lot of lives. He received this award specifically for the initiative he showed in saving and assisting the remnant of the ground forces aboard the Starlight Megalodon, and also for his legendary feat of defeating the Blind Men pirate gang with words alone. Personally, VS thought that the Darkness Eater already covered for the latter feats, but he didn't say no to receiving more medals. The final award is one that is specifically reserved for Mech Designers that have performed a supreme service to the Bright Republic. V's eyes shone when he received the Golden Mech. This was one of the most coveted awards to Mech Designers in the service of the Mech Corps. Chapter 967 Founding Families. Overall, VS was in line to receive 6 significant awards. Aside from the 3 he received from General Kless in person today, he also received 3 more, either immediately or later. The War Saint was an award to every active participant of the Bright Visual Wars. Even though a huge number of Brighters received them every generation, receiving them at all was a great mark on their record. The Mech Corps additionally bestowed VS the Frontier Service Medal just like the rest of the Verl Task Force. This signified that he served on behalf of the Mech Corps while deployed to the perilous frontier. The third significant award he received was the Mech Corps Commendation awarded to every member of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. This was a unit award that gave supreme honor to the Mech Regiment as a whole, but every Vandal that served during the time of the commendations given reason for bestowal received the right to wear this ribbon. All of these awards and honors bestowed to Ves and the surviving Vandals seemed impressive at first glance. Yet some couldn't help but feel they served as an inadequate band-aid to the dangers and predilections they all suffered during their arduous mission. Many Vandals never lived to make it home. Only 2 ships out of dozens made it back. The most galling fact was that many of those who died at the hands of the pirates, Visions or Sandmen, never found out what they fought for all the way out in the frontier. Why did the Bright Republic send them all the way out to an isolated star system deep in the frontier? What was so important enough that the sacrifice of hundreds of mech pilots and thousands of support personnel made the people awarding the medals to the handful of survivors so pleased? Oh, Major General Kless had the decency to recognize their sacrifices and appear solemn. Yet some of those bureaucratic official types standing at the sides seemed inordinately pleased for what should have been a serious occasion. This was because after General Kless finished going over the Vandal survivors, he began to posthumously award the confirmed dead and missing but very presumably dead. This put Ves and the Vandals into a somber mood. People like Chief Dakin and Dr. Tillman all contributed enormously to the ground expedition, but aside from the honors bestowed to them, their existence no longer mattered to the Republic. The classified nature of this awards ceremony basically meant their family members would never find out where and why they died. They would forever hear that their deceased relatives died as heroes, but that would be the extent of what they were allowed to know. Perhaps Ves should follow up on the family members of those he'd been close with at the Vandals. Not now, of course, but after the war. As Ves looked at his fellow comrades, he saw that he wasn't the only one who thought that way. After the end of the award ceremony, one of the civilian officials gathered Ves, Major Verl, and Captain Orphan to the side. "Our patron, the primary benefactor of your mission, cordially invites you to attend a private banquet with him on this planet in 3 days' time. We have already arranged your schedule to accommodate this appointment." Major Verl's lips twitched. Though the official's invitation was worded as a request, it really left no option for refusal. "Mr. Cordraith, we would be delighted to accept your patron's invitation." "Good," the slick-haired middle-aged man replied perfunctorily. "The Bureau of Sector Affairs will prepare all matters on your end." After that, Cordraith rejoined his fellow officials and left through the side door. As everyone returned to the guest area of Bousika's headquarters, Ves asked a question. "Who is Mr. Cordraith? Who is he working for? And is that person?" "Mr. Cordraith is the executive assistant of Senator for Life Camden Tovar of the Bright Senate. As for Mr. Tovar, I doubt you require a history lesson on the Tovars." The mention of Camden Tovar came with such a shock to Ves that he temporarily stuttered in his steps. Tovar. In the chaotic founding of the Bright Republic at the opening of the Komodo Star sector shortly after the start of the Age of Mechs, a few leaders came to prominence. During this time, where all sorts of exiles, misfits, and hopeful colonists flocked to the Komodo Star sector to carve out a place of their own, one colonization fleet from the new Rubarth Empire set forth with hope. They hoped to live a life away from the stifled, stratified, and war-obsessed Rubarthans. Several somewhat well-to-do Rubarthan families pooled their resources together to fund the colonization fleet and set forth to the edge of the galaxy as fast as possible. In total, 17 families funded the colonization fleet and owned shares in it with the hope of founding a prosperous new state. If not for the clash between their idealism and the rampant fighting in the Komodo Star sector, they would have occupied a much better territory than the stars the Bright Republic occupied today. In truth, their colonization fleet suffered a humiliating defeat at the center of the sector where the fighting was most heated. After being kicked out of the area where the Friday Coalition now made its home, the much diminished colonists dejectedly founded their homes elsewhere, immediately butting heads with the founders of the Ves Kingdom who carved out those stars for themselves. 17 families funded the colonization fleet, but only 5 exist today, Ves recalled. As one of the 5 remaining surviving founder families, the Tovar family is one of the most influential family lines in the government. The Larkinson ancestor may have fought on behalf of the newly founded republic as well, but he was merely an extremely talented mercenary. The founder families consisted of the true behemoths of the Bright Republic and still shape much of its policies to this day. Much of the public cynically considered the founder families to be noble houses in all but name. Ves tended to agree with their sentiment, but at least they pretended to be the first among equals rather than outright superior, as with the case of the nobility in the Ves Kingdom. Founding a colony required an immense amount of funding to gather all of the manpower and assets required to set up a colonization fleet, and all of the supplies necessary to accelerate the development of settlements. Those who funded it often demanded a say in the running of the colony and a share in its profits. The states that emerged from these colonies often retained a vestige of their previous ownership. Some leaders or descendants of leaders held on to power outright by adopting a feudal system of some sorts. Most of the duchies of the Ves Kingdom actually shared such origins. The royal house that nominally reigned over the state contributed the most. In the Bright Republic, their emphasis on a more enlightened and forward-thinking society prompted the founding families to avoid going to such extremes. However, some critics claimed that the founding families never relinquished the throne. They merely stepped back in the shadows to avoid drawing too much attention to themselves. Ves knew that many ministers and other government officials shared the same 5 last names in the 100 years since the founding of the Republic. Their names also popped up from time to time in military or business-related news. Camden Tovar is one of the heads of the Tovar family, right? Captain Orphan asked with a little bit of confusion. Correct. Vol nodded. Camden Tovar is the oldest surviving son of Amtusa Tovar, one of the bright founders of our great state. How old is Mr. Camden? Over 280 years old, I think. It's really surprising how much longer he's managed to live. Hardly anyone from the Republic has become this old. Orphan sneered. I see. He's really getting on in years. Ves nodded as well. No wonder Camden Tovar was so desperate for another round of light-prolonging treatment. That man was an institution of the Republic by himself. Not only was he directly descended from one of the legendary Bright founders, he also held the office of Bright President for 4 terms of 5 years each. Nowadays, he retired to become a lifelong senator in the Bright Senate, still very much involved in the highest level of policymaking. From what Ves learned from the news and from the idle gossip of the Larkinsons, Camden Tovar was a diplomatic powerhouse. His distinguished age, background, and stature allowed him to forge friendships with powerful individuals of the other states in the Komodo Star sector, and to maintain them for centuries or longer. At the highest levels of power and influence, age mattered a lot. It was proof that someone made sufficient achievements to be able to prolong their lifespan. Someone who was 500 years old was definitely an immensely powerful and wealthy individual, and such a person wouldn't easily associate himself with 100-year-old upstarts. Even though average people considered a 100-year-old person and a 500-year-old person to be the same, in truth in their circles there was a vast gulf in status between the two. Therefore, the extension of the lifespan of someone like Camden Tovar, who worked tirelessly to maintain the Republic's relationships with other states, not only benefited the senator, but also the Republic as a whole. With Senator Camden Tovar being able to continue and even advance his friendships with other powerful influences, the flagrant Vandals substantially changed the course of history of the entire Republic. VS softened up his stance regarding the meaning of the mission. Major Verl noticed his change of expression and nodded in confirmation of his silent conclusion. Of the three, only Captain Orphan still hadn't thought that far yet. To her, the high-grade light-prolonging treatment serum or whatever was just a goodie that allowed this decrepit old Tovar fellow to cling to life 100 years longer or more. The three retreated to one of their guest rooms in the upper levels of the BUSECA building to talk more freely among themselves. VS had a feeling these guest rooms were ordinarily reserved for dignitaries, as their size and splendor surpassed the average five-star hotel room. Major Verl looked at Captain Orphan, who pretty much almost immediately went for the minibar to pour herself a strong drink, and shook his head. He instead drew VS to a set of luxurious couches set before a panoramic one-way window that looked out of the high-rise district of one of New Foundation V's main cities. Now that you know who our benefactor is, what do you feel? I feel conflicted, VS responded. How so, VS? I can see how our mission benefits the bigger picture. Tovar is a big shot in the Republic and he's also one of the most important diplomatic figures of the state. With him around for at least 100 more years, we won't have to worry about any of the other nearby states ganging up on us. Our sacrifices have not been in vain. Yet you do not seem entirely pleased. No, sir. VS sighed and glanced at Orphan, who was already knocking back her third shot from the guest room's expensive liquor. I feel I understand what Captain Orphan is going through right now as well. It's rather galling to think that the deaths of tens of thousands of Vandal servicemen is a cheap price to pay to extend a new lease on life for a single individual. Sure, we've definitely contributed to the Republic, but only vaguely in a long-term sense. Our main accomplishment is actually doing Mr. Tovar a massive favor that I'm not quite sure he even deserves. You best keep those thoughts to yourself, VS. Major Verl clapped his back. We are all servants of the Republic in one way or another. Also, the benefit we've brought to Mr. Tovar doesn't just benefit Mr. Tovar himself or the entire state, but also the Tovar family as well. It makes a really huge difference if their patriarch gets to live 400 years or more. None of the other founding families has anyone close to that. The Tovar family will definitely sprint ahead of the other 4 founding families as a consequence. VS knew that Major Verl implied more than what he mentioned. In other words, we directly boosted the fortunes of the Tovar family, disrupting the balance of powers between the founding families. The other 4 families won't be very pleased with what we've done. For better or worse, you and I and all the other Vandals have nudged towards the camp of the Tovar family, Verl stated with a hint of helplessness. For most of us, that's not good news. Chapter 968 Camden Tovar. The 3 most honored Vandals remained in the guest area for 3 boring days. The immense wealth and luxury on display in this section of BUSECA's headquarters formed an immensely stark contrast against the bare, utilitarian interior of the Shield of Hispania. Some of them simply couldn't get used to decadence and pampering on offer. Many other citizens and foreign officials resided in the guest area as well. Some gathered in the bars and lounges in the common section to socialize. VS attempted to pass the time by lounging at a courtyard balcony, but the medals and ribbons pinned to his chest immediately attracted a lot of stares. Due to the regulations of the Mech Corps, VS was obligated to wear his dress uniform in this context. His dress uniform was a slightly more impressive version of his standard dark green Mech Designer uniform. Normally, that wouldn't have drew much attention from the other guests. Even a couple of ribbons didn't seem so special. Yet the regulations stated that 3 big awards he earned needed to be in full display. The Darkness Eater and the Torchbearer medals drew immediate attention from the citizens of the Bright Republic. They all recognized the medals and knew how rare it was to be awarded with them. The main reason why they stared so long at VS was because he earned those awards as a mech designer. How could a non-combatant win 2 of some of the most coveted decorations of the Mech Corps? It didn't make any sense. Mech designers generally never fought on the battlefield, but both the Darkness Eater and the Torchbearer could only be earned by earning supreme merit in battle circumstances. In the history of the Bright Republic, the military awarded most of those two awards to mech pilots. Sometimes, members of the auxiliary regiments such as infantrymen or tank operators received these honors as well. Yet a mech designer? Absurd. It was like some field surgeon suddenly went berserk, picked up a machine gun, and stormed into an enemy Vesian base and wiped out all of the hostiles by himself. The addition of the Golden Mech proved to be the clincher. The addition of the Golden Mech reinforced the fact that Ves was a mech designer and contributed enormously to the state with his expertise. Yet to someone like Ves, who already carried the Darkness Eater and the Torchbearer, the addition of a supreme award that was almost never seen because of how rare they popped up reinforced the fact that he was a genuine mech designer and not some super soldier in disguise. The Golden Mech was an award designed by mech designers of the Republic to be bestowed under extremely stringent conditions relevant in their field of expertise. This was also the reason why the Golden Mech looked so ostentatious and thereby attract so much attention. When these curious people walked up to Ves and asked how he earned those medals, Ves of course couldn't reveal any classified information. "I'm not allowed to say," he responded, and that usually ended their questions in that direction. Yet the lack of information continued to fuel their curiosity regarding him. When they asked who he was, Ves couldn't very well refuse. "I'm Ves Larkinson, a mech designer in the service of the Mech Corps." The people he talked to would instantly light up in recognition and say something like, "Ah, Larkinson!" or, "No wonder you're a Larkinson!" or, "As expected of a Larkinson." Ves didn't know whether to laugh or cry that they could instantly accept that he earned these attention-grabbing awards because of his family name. Nonetheless, a lot of people continued to push onto him for one reason or another, causing him to flee back to his guest room. "They're just like the rabid clones back at that lab." Despite that unpleasantness, Ves knew that earning these noteworthy medals would definitely benefit him in his later business ventures. He was pretty sure that he was the only mech designer of the Bright Republic to hold all three of these awards at once. "This will play well with the veteran demographic of the mech market," he predicted. Although it would be crass to show off these medals everywhere he went, their mere mention in his record already raised his profile head and shoulders above his fellow competitors. The Bright Republic was a state suffused with war, and those who distinguished themselves in the Bright Vesia Wars always received bright prospects after the war. After all, it wouldn't do for the state to belittle or stigmatize their war heroes. All of them served as examples for future generations, and many citizens in fact did look up to them as heroes or idols. Ves could already think of several ways to take advantage of his honors to enhance the performance of his businesses. It wasn't every day you could purchase a mech designed by someone who simultaneously held the Darkness Eater, the Torchbearer, and the Golden Mech. "If I managed to advance to Journeyman Mech Designer quickly enough, then that would be perfect." The one regret he held was that while his awards attracted a lot of attention from fellow Brighters, many foreigners weren't familiar with them. Certainly, there was still some appeal to buying a mech designed by a war veteran and war hero, but they would rather pay attention to the specs rather than the personal story of the person who designed the mech. Therefore, Ves reminded himself that he shouldn't go in over his head. While the Bright Republic would always form the main market of his business, the LMC's reach already extended to much of the Komodo Star sector. As his company continued to grow, the proportion of foreign sales would grow larger while its home market would continue to diminish in importance. The Bright Republic's market was only so large, after all. Ves mostly spent his time hanging out with Major Verl and Captain Orphan, reminiscing about the Vandals and talking a bit about the future. While Major Verl definitely intended to stick with the Vandals both as a mech officer and an agent of the Firestarters, Captain Orphan seemed much more disillusioned about the mech regiment she fought for all this time. "I thought the flagrant vandals are scrappy fighters who depend on themselves and who don't take crap from anyone," she stated in one of her drunken rants. "Yet despite being neglected by the Mech Corps, we can't help but come running once they want something from us. This is complete and utter nonsense." To someone like her who held a lot of affection for the Vandals despite their many flaws, Captain Orphan couldn't get her mind around the purpose of the mission. She didn't know their true role as a hidden hand of the Firestarters, and even if she did, she'd probably give them the middle finger. After spending their time in an overly comfortable limbo, the time of the private banquet finally arrived. A number of bots entered their guest rooms and meticulously cleaned and brushed up their appearances. They needed to look as neat and impeccable as possible in the presence of Senator Tovar. The three gathered back together in their neatly pressed dress uniforms with all of their medals, ribbons, badges, and insignia on prominent display. The Darkness Eaters pinned on Ves and Captain Orphan's uniforms were the biggest attention grabbers. Major Vol had to make do with the Plasma Spark, which was merely the third highest award of the Mech Corps. Fortunately, they'd been spared from parading through the common section of the guest area by entering a nearby restricted elevator. They went all the way upwards until they arrived at second highest floor. A grand restaurant and dining room made up this floor, and was usually used to host various parties with foreign dignitaries. Such an extravagant occasion wasn't on the agenda today, and the three guests went through a quiet side entrance before entering a smaller but still very opulent private dining hall. Aside from a row of attendants that did their best to stand against the wall and make their presence unobtrusive, the tall and luxurious dining hall hosted nobody else except for two notable figures. One of them was Mr. Cordraith, who fawned at the old and extremely distinguished gentleman slowly rising to his feet to greet the guests. "Come!" His rich and deep voice boomed, somehow encompassing the entire hall in a voice trained for public speaking since the moment he was born. "Let me greet my saviors in person." The three crossed the distance until they arrived a few steps away from the simple but exquisitely dressed senator who smiled at them. "Mech Major Quinlis Verl. Mech Captain Rosa Orphan. Mr. Ves Larkinson. It is an honor to meet you all. Let me start by expressing my profound gratitude at your heroic efforts to secure a new lease of life for me so that I can serve the Republic for a significant time longer. The entire Bright Republic owes the 6th Flagrant Vandals a monumental debt. We serve at the pleasure of the Republic, Senator Tovar." Major Verl shook hands with the senator. "The Flagrant Vandals always stand ready to do our part for the Mech Corps and the state." "Good man." Senator Tovar nodded before turning to the next guest. "Captain Orphan, I hear you have undergone a peculiar transformation during your mission. Some of our researchers have expressed a lot of interest in the phenomenon. I hope you won't mind the monitoring team that will accompany you with the Vandals from now on. I will assure you that you will be adequately compensated for your cooperation." Captain Orphan gave the senator a strange smile. "No problem, Senator. I'm a loyal Mech officer of the Mech Corps." If Senator Tovar picked up on her sarcastic undertone, he didn't show it. Instead, he shook her hands with a surprisingly firm grip for someone so old and finally turned to the final guest. "Mr. Larkinson. May I call you Ves? I have met so many Larkinsons throughout the years that it is easier on my mind if I call you by your first names." The senator was a man who was already old by the time his grandfather Benjamin was still in diapers. Ves twitched back a polite smile. "I don't mind. You may call me whatever you wish, Senator." As they shook hands, Ves experienced the senator's powerful grip in person. Senator Tovar exhibited a lot of strength and vitality in that single handshake. Compared to his past appearances in the news, Senator Tovar obviously appeared a lot more livelier now. His frame seemed more powerful, some black started to color in his gray hair, and his skin shed its worn and leathery appearance. The effects of life-prolonging treatments came into effect remarkably quickly. When they finished their greeting, they sat down at a firm square table. The human attendants started to bring in various dishes that Ves recognized as regional and planetary specialties from various parts of the Bright Republic. The senator carried the conversation over the table while they ate. Between the empty platitudes, the powerful man frequently thanked them for their services. It didn't surprise Ves to see Senator Tovar so open with his gratitude. Anyone would if they heard they could literally live a century longer. That was a lot of extra years that they could use to experience the galaxy, see their descendants grow, and leave behind an unforgettable legacy. The senator also gave out hints on other matters. The 6 flagrant vandals have outdone themselves during this war. While many other mech regiments are content with doing the same thing over and over, only you dared to plunge all the way through the territory of the Ves kingdom and deal them a blow that they would never forget. We have only taken the first step to bloodying the nose of the Vesians, Major Vrol modestly replied. The mech regiments fighting at the front lines are the real heroes for halting the invaders from ravaging our stars. Senator Tovar gently shook his head. Even so, the flagrant vandals has not shied away from going to even further extremes. The mission that has brought you all the way to the frontier is one that is hard to fulfill by even the most elite mech regiments, but the vandals have proven themselves to be uniquely suited to fulfill it. Given your successful track record during this war, I think the Mech Corps needs to consider their stance regarding the allocation of resources to their mech regiments. Chapter 969 Gratitude. The senator basically insinuated that on his say-so, he could get the Mech Corps to stop treating the flagrant vandals like an abandoned child. Such an offer sounded like a heaven-sent gift to the vandals. As they lost a substantial amount of forces, they needed lots of funding to replenish their ships, mechs, and manpowers. Yet Major Vrol did not respond in the way Ves expected. The 6 flagrant vandals answers to the 3rd Tari Division of the Southern Mech Army. Any decisions regarding the allocation of resources and funding is best left to the chain of command. I can facilitate the decision-making of the relevant offices. The senator continued, emphasizing his clout. While I am not in any way directly involved with the military, a single reminder is enough to make them reconsider their past decisions. We appreciate your intentions, but the budget of the Mech Corps is already fixed. Much more deserving mech regiments who have arduously fought in the front lines of the war are already in line to obtain their share of the funding. It is best not to disrupt the current allocation of resources in order to avoid affecting the progression of the war to our detriment. The senator pursed his lips but nodded. You make a good point, Major. The Mech Corps has already made their own arrangements. Even though the vandals could truly benefit from the additional funding that Tovar could arrange for them, Major Vrol resolutely rejected the generous offer. Not only did he warn Ves not to get entangled with a powerful influence such as Senator Tovar and the Tovar family, but he also followed his own advice despite the attractive enticement. Of course, Major Vrol didn't reject Senator Tovar's initiative due to his integrity. He merely wanted to keep the vandals from being associated with the Tovar family. While doing so might give the vandals a lot of help, it would also earn them a lot of new enemies. Anyone who despised the Tovars or competed with them for power and influence would start to play tricks on the hapless mech regiment. The vandals weren't ready to deal with those kinds of games. Not by a long shot. Certainly, Senator Tovar got the hint and stopped hinting about giving the vandals a boost. Nonetheless, the old man couldn't help but insist on expressing his gratitude throughout the private banquet. Sometimes, he didn't leave any room for rejection. Major Vrol, meeting you in person has reinforced my good impression of you. The Mech Corps needs steady officers like you that can keep the bigger picture in mind. I will be sure to put in a good word to your superiors. My thanks, Senator, but I am already pleased with the recognition that I've received already. Vrol replied, trying to keep the vexation out of his voice. Captain Orphan, I see you are not entirely comfortable in this formal setting. No, don't apologize. Expert candidates come in all shapes and sizes. I can see that you are a mech pilot who is born for battle. That's great, as there are many mech regiments that urgently need a future expert pilot to champion their forces. Just say the word, and the most elite mech regiments will open their doors for you. For now, the flagrant vandals are no longer capable of supporting a mech pilot of your quality. The vandals are family to me, sir, Orphan replied, likewise keeping her anger restrained. Ves figured she was hugely insulted by the senator's casual disregard for her mech regiment. I intend to stick with them and help them rebuild their forces. Anyone can rebuild a battered mech regiment. Senator Tovar shook his head. Ordinarily, I would agree with you, but this is a time of war. Talents such as you are best utilized in the front lines holding back the Vesians. As a loyal citizen of the Republic, I'm sure you wish to do your part in the war, correct? I will ask around to see which elite mech regiment best fits your battle style, and see if they have room for another exemplary mech pilot. The casual way in which Senator Tovar rolled over them in his insistence on expressing his gratitude really opened up V's eyes. To a man at the top of the bright Republic's power structure, nothing was impossible. Even if the senator's authority didn't stretch that far in the military, his soft power in the form of his clout, reputation, and family influence could make many things happen. In the face of his power and stature, other decision-makers would find it difficult to accede to his requests. As for you, Ves, you do your family proud. Even if you have not been given the opportunity to join your many brothers and sisters in fighting against the Vesians directly, your current career choice is no less impressive. Thank you, sir. Ves responded politely. I see you are wearing your awards with pride. There was a considerable amount of controversy regarding their bestowal to you. While no one doubts your contribution to the mission and the Bright Republic, to award a mech designer with not one, but two distinguished medals that relate to merit earned in combat actions is unprecedented. I hope you do not mind that I leaned on the handful of generals responsible for this decision on your behalf, although I do admit your Larkinson name helped smooth matters over. Ves twitched another smile. At least he now knew that he didn't receive these extravagant awards easily. It seemed that Senator Tovar already did him a huge favor, likely irritating some generals in the process. Thank you, sir, but I am merely a mech designer temporarily in the service of the Mech Corps. Unlike my relatives, I do not envision a career in the military. Your record stated that you started your own business and did quite well in a short amount of time. The Living Mech Corporation, yes? What a curious moniker for a mech manufacturing company. The name reflects our aspiration to sell mechs that come to life in the hands of our customers, sir. Ves replied, automatically going through his marketing spiel. We aren't selling a product. We are selling enduring partners to mech pilots who have a need for dependable mechs of impeccable quality. What an interesting and thoughtful philosophy. Tovar chuckled at Ves. That is a very sophisticated standpoint to take regarding machines built for war. Is it not the purpose of mechs to be expended in battle? Respectfully, sir, I believe there is a difference between treating a mech as a commodity and treating a mech as an investment. Mech pilots with the former mindset may be content with cheaper products built to serve a specific purpose and nothing more, but there are also mech pilots who expect something more out of their machines. This is where the LMC comes in. Our mechs are premium products that are built to last. It is my hope that, like living persons, my mechs will one day be able to grow stronger over time rather than grow weaker like every other mech in the market today. The senator's eyes lit up in enthusiasm. How bold! How daring! What a marvelous ideal! I absolutely agree with you. These days, the high volume of sales of mechs has encouraged a pattern of reckless use among mech pilots. Too often they change their mechs as if they change their coats. It is inordinately wasteful, and while many of your colleagues and competitors are glad with the extra sales, it nonetheless lowers the efficiency of our forces. For some reason, Ves and the senator both got pulled into a philosophical discussion on the use of mechs. While Ves could never match the depth and wisdom of Senator Tovar, his unique thoughts regarding this topic was like a breath of fresh air to the old lawmaker. At first, I presumed a Larkinson such as you who has managed to thrive under very arduous circumstances would be a consummate soldier or a battle fanatic like your relatives. Now I have learned that your family is capable of spawning more than talented and dedicated mech pilots. How they managed to raise an insightful and successful mech designer such as you is a mystery for the ages. I have good parents, Ves replied simply. He was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable at the praises the senator piled up on him. While he felt flattered by the attention, he always kept Major Vrol's warning in mind. The Bright Republic has raised many talented mech designers. I am but one among many. Ah, but you do yourself a disservice to speak so lightly of your accomplishments. It is unfortunate to hear that the Mech Corps will not be able to enjoy your services for long. I can see you are easily able to thrive no matter if you work in the military or in the private sector. I read that your company sells 2 very notable mech models. They are obviously worth more attention if they are designed by a mech designer of your talents. Damn, did Tovar intend to invest in his company or something? My company is barely out of its startup phase. We are still very inadequate in many ways, and I have been absent from the company for about 2 years now due to my obligations to the Mech Corps. I would hate to embarrass you with our meager mech catalog. Right now, it would benefit my company more if we can keep growing organically without any undue haste or pressure. I believe it is too easy to disrupt a young company by taking too many risks. Senator Tovar appeared to be weighing his words. That is a very mature perspective for someone so young as you. I commend your patience, but I do not entirely agree. A company cannot do without risks. The Bright Republic's mech market is very competitive, and for every 10 company that holds back, there is always one that doesn't hesitate to gamble. Many of those companies who gamble fail and go bankrupt. Only the inept, Tovar emphasized. Mech manufacturers founded by listless and incompetent mech designers deserve everything they get when they inevitably flounder. You are very different from the useless rabble of mech designers, Ves. Your exploits during the mission alone amply proves that you have the survival instincts that are necessary to thrive on and off the battlefield. Even so, the mech industry is very complex. It is too precarious for me to gamble on the success of my company, especially when it is dealing in assets worth billions of credits and is responsible for employing thousands of people. I have no doubt you will find a way should you choose to chart a bolder course. Camden Tovar shook his head. Trust me, the Republic places very high expectations on young mech designers such as you who have distinguished themselves during war. Why do you think we draft so many mech designers every generation? It is not only to supplement our mech forces with desperately needed technical expertise. Instead, the primary reason is to separate the wheat from the chaff. The Republic wants to know which mech designers are worth investing in by tracking our performance during the war, sir? He asked. At some level, Ves already suspected as much, but to hear this from the mouth of a former Bright president of the Republic himself was very abrupt. Tovar threw a friendly smile at Ves. If we leave our mech designers be, their numbers will balloon and our economy will be dragged down by stubborn cockroaches who somehow manage to cling to their marginal existences. It is much better to pack them off to the war to see whether they have what it takes to survive. Only those who are brave and smart enough to survive the rigors of war are deserving of our support. That is remarkably efficient of the Republic, he commented a bit flatly. I admit, our policy regarding mech designers sounds rather harsh, but it is only through hardship that we can raise strong mech pilots and strong mech designers. It is no coincidence that many mech designers are placed far closer to the battlefield than they ought to. Without some way of reducing their numbers, our economy would be flooded again with a deluge of useless mech designers after the war. The Mech Corps actually has to meet a secret quota in this regard, which is a policy I helped pioneer. We are really doing you mech designers favor by allowing the capable among you a chance to distinguish yourselves, of which you are the best exemplar in this generation. I am honored that you feel so, sir. What the hell? Ves wanted this banquet to end as soon as possible. Chapter 970 Chess Pieces. You did well in handling Senator Tovar's advances. Major Vro praised Ves after the end of that uncomfortable private banquet. Ves shrugged as they returned to one of the guest rooms where they all plopped down on the sofas. Well, the senator may be a great figure of the Republic, but his opinions are high-minded. Captain Orphan snorted as she immediately returned to the bar and poured herself another strong drink. That old geezer is more than high-minded. He practically treats us all like chess pieces. I get that he's feeling great now that he gets to live a century longer, but I can't help but feel if it would be better if someone younger would take his place instead. Camden Tovar is a born leader, Major Vrol explained to the two. As the son of Bright founder Mtuso Tovar, he has watched his father lead the Bright Republic since young, and once he came into adulthood he has exercised leadership ever since. Senator Tovar considers himself a father of the state, and he believes it is his station in life to steer the fates of billions of citizens with each of his decisions. Ves noted the implicit point that Vrol tried to make. In other words, his decisions make sense when taking the larger picture into account, but he doesn't have eyes for the little people in between who get hurt by his policies. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Humph! Orphan sneered. The only needs of the few he cares about are his own. He doesn't care about anyone else but his own interests. That's obvious considering he claimed earlier about deliberately pushing the Mech Corps into driving mech designers to their deaths. I mean, what the hell? Major, did you know about this secret policy? Vrol shook his head and sighed. Not as such. We all suspected, though. Several standing regulations regarding the deployment of mech designers doesn't make much sense except when seen in this light. It certainly is a polarizing way to sharpen the mech designers of the Republic. Yes, but this is far too extreme, Ves exclaimed. Why not let the market do the work? It's already doing a good job to force the incompetent mech designers into other careers. There's no need to set such an insane policy to push them onto the battlefield until enough of them have died. I agree with you, Ves, but that's not how Senator Tovar sees it up from his ivory tower. I can see his perspective on the matter. We are one step away from the frontier and we are also at the very end of the galactic supply chains. Senator Tovar doesn't want the Bright Republic to breed complacent mech designers who are extremely well suited in one particular circumstance. He wants hardier mech designers who are adaptable and deal well with pressure. To that end, he doesn't mind sacrificing half of you if it means the remaining half are hardened from their experiences from the war. Ves frowned deeply. It explained the certain amount of bias the state bestowed to mech designers returning from the war. I don't know if it works as well as the senator has envisioned it. I know that a lot of mech designers return broken and traumatized. Then that's even better. The mech designers who have somehow managed to survive but become useless will naturally drop out of the mech business, leaving more room for those the state regards as gems to thrive. You have to see it in this way, Ves. The Bright Republic doesn't want tens of thousands of mediocre mech designers who are fragile, weak-minded flowers that can't cope at all against various crises. They would rather have 10 good mech designers that have proven themselves that they can cope with various extremes. The market already does that to an extent. Senator Tovar obviously doesn't think it does a good enough job. People like him believe that anyone, not just mech designers, are able to reach their full potential when subjected to the ravages of war. Vo replied. The more important point is that Tovar appears to be one of the principal supporters of this policy. This means that he will be looking out for mech designers who validate his beliefs. Did you think he was praising you a bit too excessively during the banquet? That's because you exemplify his political narrative. As a brave and resourceful mech designer who saved many servicemen at many occasions, Senator Tovar wishes to parade you around in front of the naysayers of his policy in order to vindicate his standpoint. A spark lit up in V's mind. So that's why Senator Tovar pushed for all of those extravagant awards. As a mech designer, it's already rather outlandish for me to receive the Darkness Eater. The Golden Mech is even more difficult to obtain. From what I know, only senior mech designers who have designed war-winning mechs are eligible, and only 1 or 2 are awarded at most in each generation. This likely signified that the secret policy regarding mech designers delivered mixed results. The opposition to it must be substantial. If the senator didn't wish to be humiliated by having one of his pet policy decisions reversed by his political opponents, then he needed to prop up someone like Ves who he could spin as a successful outcome. Therefore, that's why I don't want you to get involved with him. Senator Tovar favors you because you're a useful pawn to him. However, you know what they say about pawns. Pawns get sacrificed as soon as it's convenient for the chess players. The senator is already used to doing so from his high position. Exactly. Vol nodded. The senator isn't interested in you as a person. He's only interested in the political gains he can make if he has you under his thumb. Fortunately, you did a decent job in rejecting his advances in a tactful manner, so he doesn't have many avenues in pulling you into his camp. Nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that you are a great example of the kind of mech designer that the senator wishes to breed. We can't rule out that he will arrange some circumstances behind the scenes to give you a boost in your career, thereby giving his political opponents a reason to drag me down, Ves realized. Even though he felt that it wasn't unjust to award him those prestigious medals, there was no doubt that this was also an attempt by Camden Tovar to manufacture a heroic mech designer. You've learned. Good. You desperately need to get your political acumen up to speed now that you've attracted the attention of Senator Tovar. I don't know enough about the other founder families to guess their stances, but it's known that the Tovar family are in bitter opposition against the Ramsey family. Their rivalry isn't necessarily based on politics or philosophy. They just hate each other's guts. Great, Ves said mildly. Hopefully I don't catch their attention. Now that the benefactor of the mission expressed his gratitude to the principal people responsible for extending a new lease on his life, the stay at the headquarters of the Bureau of Sector Affairs came to an end. They only enjoyed a single night of sleep before they transferred out. Major Verl and Captain Orphan received orders to head to the Tari region where the flagrant vandals currently recuperated well behind the front lines. As for Ves, he finally received transfer orders taking him to a confidential location somewhere in the Robax system in the Green Nebula region. The Green Nebula region was situated somewhere in the middle of the Bright Republic, between the Rittersburg region to the left and the Bentheim region to the right in most standard two-dimensional maps. That basically meant that nothing really important went on in the Green Nebula region, as the other two regions overshadowed it. Still, Ves knew better than to underestimate this region's importance. Before they left, Ves met with Verl and Orphan one last time to say farewell. After bidding off Captain Orphan, Verl took Ves aside so she wouldn't be able to overhear them. Make sure to cherish the opportunity given to you. Colonel Lowenfield and I called in some favors, but after yesterday I think we shouldn't have bothered, because Senator Tovar has likely pulled some strings. Will this be the last time we see each other, sir? Probably. Vol nodded. Flashlight is very large and expansive. You should read up on its history and familiarize yourself with its customs if you can. Remember my previous advice. Try to make some friends there and make sure you get on the good side of at least one of your superiors. You keep hammering on that point, yet you also warn me not to get involved with the Tovars. Flashlight is a military intelligence agency, Vol stated. Do you realize what a difference that makes? It means that compared to the Republic's foreign and domestic intelligence agencies, We are allowed to get away with more. We don't want to piss off the other states, and we have to respect the rights of our own citizens, so our spies can't go too far. It's different when the intelligence activities directly change the course of the war. VS understood his message. So Flashlight is allowed to go to further extremes than the other agencies, is that what you're saying? I guess I've already internalized this lesson with my time with the Vandals. Good man. When you're at Flashlight, I won't be around to give you these kinds of pointers, so make sure you get close to someone who's willing to take you under their wing. This can literally save your life. Is it that dangerous at Flashlight? To paraphrase Senator Tovar, only for the inept. Major Vril smiled in a mocking fashion. Flashlight is a large organization that employs many kinds of people, the most significant of whom are either sharks or wolves in sheep's clothing. You're not a careerist, so you won't have any say in the agency, but that also means the people there generally won't bother with you too much, as you'll be out in a few years anyway. After some more sage advice, VS finally said goodbye and followed a guide to a shuttle in the underground parking hall. The shuttle took him back up to orbit to transfer him to a military supply ship carrying supplies and personnel to the Green Nebula region. The ship only offered basic facilities to its passengers, most of which consisted of mech pilots and various support personnel. Now that he was out of the headquarters of BUSECA, VS could finally pack off his dress uniform along with his gaudy medals in exchange for a more sober work uniform without any ribbons or shiny pieces of metal. He didn't attract too much attention when he mingled with the other servicemen this time, and that was exactly how he liked it in this setting. Of course, he received the usual disdain reserved for drafted mech designers, but that quickly faded as VS displayed some of the habits and mannerisms of someone who went through hell and back. Soldiers possessed the remarkable ability to recognize the similarities in each other. At some point, VS gained enough qualifications to enter into their circle. It helped that his Larkinson background already made him familiar with their traits. The only difference now was that he understood their perspective because he personally lived through some of what they experienced. Meanwhile, the military supply ship accompanied a convoy headed for the Green Nebula region. Weeks went by as the slow vessels transitioned from system to system along the way. Some ships separated from the convoy as they reached their destination, while many others still had more hops to go. Almost 2 weeks went by until the convoy finally arrived at the Roback system. The military supply ship separated from the convoy and flew to a military space station orbiting Roback 3, the only habitable planet in the system. From there, a secret shuttle covertly slipped him and a handful of other passengers out to a secret base dug deep inside Roback 6, a cold and uninhabitable planet. Chapter 971 Frozen Point. The shuttle went through a couple of detours before slipping through a hidden tunnel built inside a frigid mountain range on Roback 6. Powerful sensor arrays built into the tunnel subjected the entire shuttle to extremely powerful scans. VS could feel their power and knew that if they scanned him for a minute or two more, they'd be liable to cook everyone's flesh. Every passenger let out a relieved breath once the scans finished. Apparently, they found nothing suspicious, because the shuttle continued to fly through the tunnel until it ended in yet another expansive underground parking hall. A man in uniform greeted their arrival. "Welcome to Frozen Point Research Base. This isn't the coldest base in the Republic, but we'll make sure you'll have a frosty stay." As the passengers followed the man, VS looked around the parking hall and saw that most of the people employed in this base consisted of various people in uniform. They went through a very thorough security checkpoint where scanners and frisky guards both ensured that none of the new arrivals carried anything they shouldn't. Once that was over with, they headed to administration where they registered their arrival and received special comms that served as their all-in-one access key. "Don't lose them while you are in this base," their guide told them. There are hidden turrets and other security measures integrated in each room and corridor that won't hesitate to turn against you should you fail to be recognized as an individual authorized to be in a particular area. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Even though Frozen Point seemed like a plain and rather dull underground base, it was obviously a site of some importance considering all of the safeguards in place. After Ves completed his induction, his comm guided him to a section of the base called the Mech Design Department. This boring name didn't really describe its role all that much, so Ves was curious what mech designers actually did at Frozen Point. He entered the department and met a receptionist who flicked him over to an office of a senior mech designer. Mr. Larkinson, I have been expecting you. An older man greeted him as he looked up from his terminal. Please sit. Ves sat down on a chair on the other side of the desk and tried to look attentive. It appeared that this mech designer would be his immediate boss for the foreseeable future. I am Professor Enoch, a senior mech designer, as I'm sure you already know. Here at Frozen Point, we perform various clandestine research and analysis on mechs under the umbrella of Flashlight's Mech Research Division. While your record hasn't stated much about your previous deployment, I understand that you've distinguished yourself in the frontier of all places. I don't think I'm allowed to say anything about that, sir. I understand. Here at Flashlight, we don't ask questions that we aren't allowed to know the answers to. Many of us have been involved in matters best left in the dark. What is more relevant to me is that you appear to have some friends in high places. While Frozen Point isn't the most well-funded or critical research bases of the Mech Research Division, it is a very desirable place for young mech designers like you. Care to take a guess? Ves thought for a moment. Frozen Point is well behind the front lines and has likely never come under threat during its existence. Any mech designer drafted to the war will probably like it here because their life won't be at risk. Correct, although they are rather misguided. Professor Enoch shook his head. Your transfer to this base has surprised us all at the Mech Design Department. Your record may have left out what you have done prior to your arrival, but the awards you've received, it has baffled us. Receiving the Golden Mech is especially contentious among us seniors. Ves suddenly frowned as he realized the negative implications of receiving such a coveted award. Are the other seniors dissatisfied with my awards? Officially, the Bright Republic and the Mech Corps has the right to recognize the contributions of its loyal citizens. Enoch stated perfunctory. It is not in our purview to question the decisions of the brass. I am sure whatever distinctions you've made has made you worthy enough to receive such recognition. It is only. I'm just an apprentice mech designer, Ves replied with a sigh. I don't know if a golden mech has ever been awarded to a junior of my rank. Indeed. Even if you are deserving, many of my colleagues can't help but wonder if what they have done in the service of Flashlight and the Republic can measure up to your contributions. You are lucky that I am beyond such vanities. That is also why someone very interested in you has made sure that you are assigned under my watch. It could be the influence of Colonel Lowenfield and Major Vole. Probably not. Someone that high-placed would have only listened to someone like Senator Tovar. I am ready to work wherever I'm assigned to, Professor, Ves stated. From what little interaction they had so far, Ves got the sense that Enoch wouldn't be inclined to be so friendly and accommodating to an apprentice like him without the intervention of someone above. Enoch sniffed at his response. That's nice to hear. In any case, your assignment here at Frozen Point will be to assist the Mech Analysis Work Group in our core purpose, which is to analyze and process the vast amount of scattered footage and sensor readings of Vision mechs in order to pick out their strengths and weaknesses. I've been informed that this is not an unfamiliar task to you, is that correct? Ves tried to suppress a smirk. He was so good at it that in one instance he managed to scare away an entire pirate gang by exposing all of the shortcomings of their mechs. I have a decent amount of experience in this area, and I think I am quite capable of analyzing most standard mechs. You sound honest enough. The professor nodded in satisfaction. You pass. Compared to my other subordinates, I'm pleased by your modesty. I feel easier to appoint you as a supervisor of the second analysis team. A journeyman who used to hold that position has been transferred to a more promising position, so you'll have to fill in some very big shoes, do you understand? It wouldn't be the first time Ves took up a position ordinarily held by a journeyman. I am confident that I can fulfill your expectations. Professor Enoch looked a little skeptical at his boast. We'll see. The second analysis team can be a bit of a handful. I hope you won't come to me for any complaints. As the recipient of the Golden Mech, many of us have placed high expectations on you. Do not disappoint us. After receiving a bit more instructions on what his new job actually entailed, the professor transferred a lot of documents to his comm and ordered him to read them all before he started his new job. One more thing, Mr. Larkinson. Yes, Professor? Be sure to wear the right uniform while on the job. We have already supplied your quarters with the right outfits. After that, Ves left the office and followed the guide on his comm to another section of the base which housed all the accommodation. Ves entered the quarters assigned to him. The small and basic-looking room did not offer too much space, reminding him of the cabins back on the Shield of Hispania. He checked the closet and read up on the relevant regulations, and saw that he needed to wear his so-called service dress uniform during his stay in the base. If Ves had been assigned to serve aboard a ship, then he could still keep wearing his unobtrusive work uniform. Yet now that he was formally transferred to Frozen Point, Ves needed to wear the service dress version of his uniform. Overall, the uniform of mech designers didn't really differ all that much besides their cut and some embellishments. The only point where Ves had issue with was that he was obligated to wear his awards, though fortunately just in ribbon form so he could leave out the shiny metal. Apparently, the Mech Corps did give way to some practicality, unlike the Mech Legion, which encouraged their servicemen to show off their bling. Damn, I'm going to catch a lot of attention again regardless, he cursed. Mech designers generally didn't earn that much awards, especially ones related to combat. After resigning himself to his fate, he spent the rest of the night going over the documents regarding his new duties before turning in for the night. The next day, Professor Enoch brought him to the workplace of the second analysis team. An expansive bank of terminals and projections of various vision mechs dominated the expansive room. Around 40 mech designers of various ages, but mostly on the younger end, worked behind the terminals. Each of them halted and stood up at Professor Enoch's entry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your new supervisor. Ves Larkinson is a distinguished apprentice mech designer who has received special attention from the higher-ups. Please afford him the respect that he is owed. That is all. I will let Mr. Larkinson take over from here. As Professor Enoch left him to the wolves, Ves suppressed his irritation at the professor's overly short introduction. Obviously, the senior wanted Ves to prove himself to his new subordinates, and added some difficulties by mentioning that Ves got to this position only because someone pulled some strings behind the scenes. The mech designers all waited for Professor Enoch to leave the workroom before relaxing their guard. Are you really just an apprentice? A young man questioned. I am. Wait a minute! Look at his chest. That's the Darkness Eater. Hell, he's wearing the Torchbearer as well. That's not all. He's also carrying the Golden Mech. That caused the entire room of mech designers to grow from shock to numb. All the other ribbons that Ves wore on his chest didn't catch as much attention as the three biggest ones, something which none of the mech designers would ever be able to touch in their lives. The sight of those awards sparked a wave of disbelief. This is absurd. There's no way a mech designer like him earned those medals for real. He cheated. He cheated. How many generals did he seduce to obtain those decorations? Seemingly spontaneously, the prevailing theory among the mech designers of the second analysis team was that VS somehow had an affair with half the generals of the mech corps in order to obtain the 3 big awards. This entire show exasperated VS because he knew exactly what kind of mech designers he was dealing with right now. Their young age, their soft demeanor and sense of entitlement in their voices told him that they were the lucky ones who had been drafted by the mech corps but assigned to rearguard duty. These were the people with enough talent, wealth, or connections to be spared from the ravages of war. No wonder Professor Enoch mentioned that Frozen Point Research Base was a highly desirable place to work at for mech designers. There was hardly any risk of danger here. From the looks of it, the mech designers here were used to a looser and more tolerant work regime. It wouldn't have been much of a problem as a genuine journeyman mech designer took charge of these high-ranking apprentice mech designers, but the problem was that VS was technically one of their peers. Fortunately, VS didn't entirely come unprepared. Along with his prior leadership experience, he also brushed up on some management theories under the direction of Professor Velton. VS started to take on the bearing of a leader and threw them all a sharp glance. Some of the mech designers couldn't help but falter in their disrespectful banter. If that is all, please follow me to the virtual workshop. Let us get acquainted with each other. His voice cut through their irreverent banter. Even though he hadn't raised his voice all that much, it contained a magnetic quality that attracted their attention no matter how much they initially dismissed him. VS expected his orders to be obeyed. Chapter 972 Second Analysis Team. The first step VS needed to take in his new role as supervisor was to obtain everyone's acknowledgement. While there were several ways he could earn the respect and obedience of his subordinates, VS liked to be a little more direct. Why pussyfoot around when he could prove his ability to the other mech designers in the fastest and most efficient way possible? Just like how he once took over the position of head designer at the Flagrant Vandals, this time VS intended to prove he was the most qualified mech designer to become their supervisor by defeating them in a mass design duel. Many of you are probably skeptical of my qualifications. That's a fair question to ask. VS began as they all filed into the virtual workshop. This was an area where mech designers could experiment with designing virtual mechs or analyzing reconstructed models at a lifelike scale. Since we don't know each other, let us introduce ourselves and get to know each other better here. Let's start with names. As you all know, I am Ves Larkinson. I graduated from the Rittersberg University of Technology and I am currently apprenticed to Master Carmen Olsen from the Friday Coalition. His introduction did not elicit the reaction that VS was hoping for. While a number of mech designers out of the 40 gathered here looked impressed that he possessed a connection to a master mech designer, 2/3 of them reacted differently. First, they showed disdain at the mention of his alma mater. Admittedly, the Rittersberg University of Technology didn't particularly excel in bringing up notable mech designers. However, many of them reacted quite negatively when he mentioned his apprenticeship. VS already had a creeping suspicion why most of the mech designers here felt that way. Please introduce yourselves to me. Let's start from left to right. The leftmost mech designer proudly stepped forward. Reginald Van Buren, apprentice mech designer, Ansel University of Mech Design. I am also the founder and former CEO of Age of Mechs. The other 39 mech designers stepped forward and announced themselves in turn. An overwhelming number of them graduated from the Ansel University of Mech Design on Bentheim, to the point where many of them were former classmates of each other. Many of them proudly showed off some of their accomplishments. Some of them were mentored by notable seniors of the Republic, while others founded successful mech manufacturing companies, often with the help of their rich and powerful families or backers. Each of them were already used to success with the help of their advantages. VS predicted that in time, many of them would grow up and mature to become the backbone of the Bright Republic's mech industry. Ansel, huh? Ves muttered. This institute had a tendency to shape their mech designers into loyal patriots of the Republic. This was generally a good thing because those mech designers wouldn't be tempted to run off for greener pastures at the Friday Coalition or elsewhere. Unfortunately, they also tended to look down on graduates from the other universities of the Bright Republic. On top of that, they exhibited a deep suspicion against mech designers associated with foreign institutes or mech designers, of which the Friday Coalition wasn't excluded. Therefore, Ves already saw that he had an uphill battle in store to gain the acknowledgement of his subordinates. He narrowed his eyes as he recognized he needed to act even harsher than he originally intended. To stuck-up, entitled, elitist mech designers like these, only with a sufficient amount of shock would he be able to beat their prejudices out of their systems. All right, I can see you are all doubting my qualifications to lead the second analysis team. Very well. Today, I'll give you the opportunity to prove your point. Let's compete on designs. I'll give each of you as well as myself 8 hours to design a mech according to a randomized set of parameters. At the end of the time limit, we'll pit all of our designs in simulated combat against each other. If my design loses against any of yours, I'll acknowledge that I'm not qualified. Is that okay? A couple of mech designers looked suspicious, but many of the Ansel graduates expressed supreme confidence in their ability. There was no way this upstart transfer could upstage all 40 of them, right? Ves smirked like a shark. These little brats had no idea who they were messing with. Spending all of their time in this isolated bubble in the rollback system may have kept them safe from any threats to their lives, but it also prevented from acquiring some essential survival skills. Let us begin. I'll set the randomizer up so that we'll be on a completely even playing field for this mass design duel. For the rest of the day, the members of the second analysis team continued to hole up in the virtual workshop. The time extended way beyond 8 hours as Ves wanted to hammer the differences between him and the rest. At the end of the extended session, all 40 mech designers slumped their way out of the virtual workshop, looking utterly exhausted and defeated. I'm finally out. Thank heavens! What a monster! How is this freak not a journeyman yet? Ves walked out afterwards with a smile and a jaunt in his step. Just like with the Vandal mech designers, he showcased his superior knowledge and design ability in the fairest method possible by pitting them in combat against each other. The only difference this time was that Ves competed against somewhat competent mech designers this time. All of them possessed sufficient chops to compete directly in the mech market. Nonetheless, unlike Ves, even if they were close to becoming journeymen, they still possessed some gaps in several critical areas. Even after his design one-handedly in all 40 simulated duels against the other designs, Ves kept the defeated mech designers back. Many of them still looked unconvinced, so Ves needed to chip away at their confidence a bit more. How better to do so than to pick apart the weaknesses of their hasty and sloppy designs? This was the main job of Professor Enoch's Mech Analysis Research Group, so he began to prove his qualifications to be their supervisor by brutally criticizing all of the faults and shortcomings of their designs. No one even had a chance to defend their designs in front of his verbal onslaught. Only then did he release his subordinates from the virtual workshop, because only now did he truly defeat their rebellious spirits. Tomorrow, let's get to work, he announced, causing many of them to groan or dread the next day. Over the next couple of days, Ves began to ease into his role as supervisor. His main job consisted of herding all 40 mech designers and analyzing the deluge of data of Vision Mech sent from the front lines. The main challenge in this job was that there were truly hundreds, if not thousands of different mech models to go through. An additional complication was that many of their designs were updated over time or came in new and slightly different variants, thereby necessitating another evaluation to figure out what changed. The amount of work never ended, and mech designers needed to work all day in order to have a chance at reducing the stockpile. Still, Ves started to question the effectiveness of the method adopted by the Mech Analysis Research Group. Wouldn't Professor Enoch alone be able to pick out all of the weaknesses by himself? Ves knocked on the door of his office and sat down to ask this very question. "It's too much," Professor Enoch replied simply. "Since you have done a decent job at acclimatizing to your new responsibilities, you must have surely found out that we are receiving data from hundreds of different vision mechs every day. If I do all the work all day, I won't just go crazy, I'll also grow tired and weary to the point where I misjudge the data at hand. Therefore, we are leaving much of the simpler and more obvious observations to groups of apprentices. Only after they are done with their analyses will I check up on their work and add any details they have left out." So you are only responsible for analyzing and noting down the details that the other apprentices has missed," Ves concluded. "Correct, and it should be a responsibility for you as well. We aren't employing you just to manage the second analysis team. You also need to start noting down your observations and analyses before you pass on the files to my desk, do you understand?" Ves nodded. "I understand. The more traits we manage to pick out, the less work is left to you." Therefore, to keep Professor Enoch happy, Ves needed to make sure that he and everyone else in the second analysis team caught as many details as possible. Days passed into weeks, and weeks passed into months. The initial tension between Ves and his subordinates started to smooth out, although a palpable distance still existed. The relation between Ansel alumni and non-Ansel mech designers would always stay frosty regardless how much Ves had proved himself. Nonetheless, under his strict reign, none of the apprentices dared to pull off any tricks. Those who tried received a fierce verbal beating from Ves. As routine settled in, Ves found the work to be rather tedious if anything. Analyzing hundreds and thousands of unique iterations of mechs fielded by the Visions quickly got old. There were too many of them, and while most of them were excellent designs, he had already seen more than enough to last a lifetime. Professor Enoch became more and more pleased by his performance. The second analysis team caught more details, saving the professor a significant amount of time and effort, allowing him to spend his time more fruitfully on another project at Frozen Point. Naturally, the professor's other activities were classified and Ves had no business poking around there. Having stayed in the base for a couple of months, Ves realized that a lot more went on at Frozen Point than just keeping a couple of important brats busy by having them stare at mechs all day. Ves knew that his current assignment was already vitally important. Mech designers in the field didn't always have the time or ability to analyze all the different kinds of mechs the Visions fielded next. Just like the Mech Corps, the Mech Legion constantly iterated on their designs, evolving them or adapting them to different circumstances after every battle. "Our work makes a huge difference, even if we never get to see the effects in person," Professor Enoch mentioned one day during their daily morning briefings. "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. A thorough analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of a particular mech model will wipe away the doubt in the minds of our mech pilots. Studies have shown that we can increase the odds of winning by as much as 10%. Even so, Ves started to miss the exciting days with the Vandals. Somehow, everything he did there felt much more meaningful than holing up in this secret research base far away from the action. None of the mech designers never felt any effects from the war at Frozen Point. What little Ves knew about how the war progressed came in the form of gossip and scattered clues from all of the data they received. He learned how to read the raw data they received to build a vague picture of the war. Perhaps one day, a certain mech model fielded by a certain Vision mech regiment showed up at the border. Perhaps a few weeks later that same mech model showed up much deeper into the Republic's territory, almost encroaching upon Bentheim. Perhaps a month after that, a slightly updated version of that mech model appeared again, closer to the border again. Many of such designs seesawed back and forth. Star systems were constantly fought over, and many of them exchanged hands several times as defenders and attackers switched places. To Ves, it seemed the war wasn't going anywhere for both sides. The Vesians couldn't manage to break through to Bentheim, but the Briters failed to dislodge the invaders from their territory. If it was anything like the past, the two sides would eventually exhaust themselves against each other and broker a peace at some point. Ves wondered if this time would be any different. The only point of concern was that this time, the Vesians managed to penetrate dangerously close to Bentheim. Vesian mech regiments already sporadically raided the Bentheim system, disrupting some of the trade that went through the critical port system. Would the Vesians be able to break through in earnest this time? One day, Professor Enoch finally called him up for an office for a special meeting. Evidently, Ves showcased enough ability and leadership to be entrusted with greater responsibilities. Chapter 973 Railroad. Ves sat in front of Professor Enoch at his office. Just like the professor and any other mech designer, he wore his service dress uniform. The only difference was that the ribbons he showed off caught a lot of attention to those who knew how to read them, which was actually pretty much everyone assigned to Frozen Point. Mr. Larkinson, you've been with us for half a year, have you not? I hope that your comfortable and placid stay at Frozen Point hasn't distorted your perception of Flashlight. Analyzing and interpreting data is one of our mildest activities and only scratches the surface of our mandate. I hope you realize that your job for the last few months was a trial to see if you have what it takes to work for Flashlight. Even if you dropped the ball and failed to deliver the work that is expected from the second analysis team, every report still has to go through my office, allowing me to catch anything you've missed. He understood the senior mech designer's underlying message. Having worked in Frozen Point research base for months, he began to get a feel for the subtlety underlying the words of those who embodied Flashlight's secretive nature. So all this time, sir, I've been in some sort of trial period to see if I have what it takes to work for Flashlight. The professor smiled at Ves. Indeed. The nature of your transfer is rather unconventional, to say the least. Many of us here at Flashlight questioned whether certain authorities stretched the rules too much when they issued your awards. Some of us wanted to wait and see if you have the ability to be one of us, while others investigated your background and recent exploits. And that took months? We aren't in a hurry. At least we thought so. The investigation of my colleagues are still in progress, but events prompted by the latest actions of our enemies have overtaken us. You have followed the progress of the war, right? It has become clear to us that the Vesians are preparing a direct push for the Bentheim system at all costs this time. This has alarmed our entire military apparatus. At this critical time, Flashlight needs all hands on deck. This sounded quite serious, as Professor Enoch was not prone to exaggeration. Therefore, there is a different assignment in store for me now? Ves asked. Indeed. While we would rather use our more dedicated agents for the missions that needs to be done on Bentheim, this critical planet is so large and complex that we find ourselves short-handed. This is why we are reaching out for alternatives, and your name has come up for one of our missions. You see, your Larkinson lineage and your awards has shown that you are not averse to danger. Have you not complained to me that you feel unfulfilled with your current duties? This is your chance to escape the drudgery of herding a bunch of brats. When Ves expressed his dissatisfaction, he hoped that Professor Enoch would transfer him to a design team or allow him to assist in research. He did not intend to volunteer for a dangerous mission in the field, as the professor hinted what was on the table right now. If Ves knew that his complaints led to this result, then he would have kept his head down. After spending the bulk of his time in the war on the Aeon Corona mission, he was more than tired of dangerous missions. The last months have allowed us to confirm that you haven't been promoted above your station. As the bearer of the Darkness Eater, Torchbearer, and Golden Mech, it is an enormous waste for flashlight to keep you behind enemy lines. No, a Larkinson such as you must crave for action. Well, I have good news for you, for there is a perilous but important priority mission that has a need for a mech designer that isn't averse to. Ves returned a brittle smile. Oh, I do not wish to be presumptuous. I am not a trained intelligence operative. I barely know how to hit a target with a pistol. I am sure that flashlight has better, more trustworthy, and more reliable mech designers for the job. Ah, but that is the thing. We mech designers aren't known for our courage and daring. Our constant need for study and practice has left us with very little time to improve our survival abilities. You appear to be an exception to the rule, no doubt helped by your Larkinson roots. I believe you are overstating my upbringing. Even if I share the same last name as the other Larkinsons, as a norm I have never underwent any of the focusing combat training that my mech pilot's cousins have undergone. This was one of the times where his Larkinson background bit him back in butt. Every brighter seemed to have the misconception that anyone who bore the last name of Larkinson was trained to fight from birth. Ves enjoyed no such thing, and the only combat training he went through was the basic mandatory training courses he went through when he attended the Rittersberg University of Technology. The professor practically ran over his objections. You do not have to be so modest, Mr. Larkinson. The job that Flashlight needs fulfilling is a very special one. It requires a very good mech designer of journeyman caliber to undergo significant risks. To send one of our precious journeymen into danger is far too risky, and the higher-ups would never allow it. You, however, closely approximates the ability of one, yet you are still an apprentice. In other words, Flashlight needed someone good but also someone expendable if anything went wrong. Even though Ves considered himself to be a single step away from advancing to journeyman, the truth of the matter was that he was still regarded as an apprentice. The Bright Republic was already home to so many apprentice mech designers that they didn't really care if thousands of them died. Senator Tovar's opinions made that painfully clear. In contrast, the difficulty of advancing meant that the number of journeymen that emerged never satisfied the Republic. Journeymen enjoyed special consideration by the state because each of them was a potential money maker for the economy. The most successful among them designed attractive mechs that sold well throughout the star sector or beyond. Seeing that all of his attempts to fend off the request fell on flat ears, Ves sighed. Can you at least explain what this mission entails, sir? Not without receiving your commitment to participate in this mission. The professor shook his head. He reached down from his desk and placed a secure data pad before Ves. The mission we have in mind for you is fairly sensitive, so we first need to bring you aboard before we can reveal the details to you. Please sign the documents in the pad. Ves gazed at the secure data pad as if it was a venomous snake poised to bite his hand. He was practically being railroaded in participating in this special mission. I believe Flashlight would be better served if someone with the right training and qualifications undergoes their missions rather than an amateur like me. To be honest, much of my earlier accomplishments are highly overstated. The only reason why I got these awards in the first place is because it served the political interests of someone powerful. Professor Enoch paused and tapped his finger against his desk. The small smirk on his face showed that he wasn't unaware of what Ves was doing right now. The Bright Republic is a meritocracy. We have to be. The Vesians, for all of their barbarity, are remarkably effective in motivating their commoners by dangling the hopes of obtaining peerage. As your awards have already shown, the Mech Corps can be generous to their heroes. Flashlight is no less reserved when it comes to rewarding success. That caught V's attention. What kind of remuneration is in consideration if I make a good effort? There are a number of benefits should you choose to engage with Flashlight in earnest. As only agents of a certain status within the organization are able to participate in this mission, we will upgrade your status from a conscripted mech designer attached to Flashlight into an external collaborator of our esteemed organization. Does that mean I'll formally join Flashlight? Not exactly. The professor shook his head. The difference between a collaborator and a member of Flashlight is that the latter are direct members while the former are merely people who cooperate with some of our initiatives. The benefit is that we will not expect you to dedicate your entire life to the service, but in turn you won't be able to climb in the service. It's a shame we didn't get to you earlier. If I'm upgraded to an external collaborator for Flashlight, what benefits am I entitled to receive? Certain individuals in Flashlight has impressed upon us to take over the role over supervising your mech company from the Ministry of Economic Development. You have to know that this particular ministry is very greedy about the companies under their benevolent rule. We need to pay a substantial price to pry one of their companies from their grip. Therefore, I'm sorry to say that this particular favor hasn't been fulfilled. If you suddenly become an external collaborator, then the situation is entirely different. VS understood. If VS maintained an ongoing relationship with Flashlight, then it would make sense for his company to come under their supervision. This would allow them to leverage his company to further their interests. While VS wasn't pleased at all to have any government entities interfering with his business, he slowly learned over time that all major businesses became subject to government control in some sense. This was the standard in the Bright Republic and much of the Komodo Star sector. Therefore, rather than surrendering his company to the bloated Ministry of Economic Development, VS would rather accept some constraints from Flashlight, which was much less inclined to exercise any overt control due to their covert nature. It would defeat the point of maintaining a veil of secrecy if the LMC became a known front for Flashlight. Are there any other rewards for becoming a collaborator? What's in store for me if I perform the mission to Flashlight's satisfaction? We have not fixed any concrete rewards as of yet, but success will firmly validate your perceived value to the service. On top of that, a good performance will also settle the doubts of skeptics and stifle the criticism of naysayers. Winning over the support of the bulk of the service is vital if you wish to cooperate fruitfully with Flashlight as an external collaborator. All of the claims made by Professor Enoch sounded a bit too vague to V's liking. Yet he knew the importance of getting on the good side of Flashlight. Major Verl did warn him several times that he needed to find a backer in the intelligence agency in order to maintain a firm footing in their company. Equivocating or refusing this mission would not only displease Professor Enoch and those that favored him, but would also strengthen the voices of his critics within the service. The picture Professor Enoch painted for VS all encouraged him to accept this dangerous venture. Though he knew that he'd be able to earn a lot of kudos from Flashlight if he did so, he had no idea of how much danger he'd be subjected to if he said yes. VS grumbled inwardly that he really should have been more appreciative of his boring and tedious job as supervisor of the second analysis team. Riding herd on a bunch of entitled mech designers in a quiet place like Frozen Point sounded a lot better than participating in some murky mission in a chaotic place like Bentheim. Chapter 974 Collaborator. After thorough consideration, VS eventually signed the documents. Some of them dealt with disclaimers about how VS would be on his own if his relationship with Flashlight became exposed. They also bound him under some very strict terms of secrecy. All of these obligations sounded par for the course for an intelligence agency, so VS did not feel too uncomfortable with signing them in his name. From now on, VS became a part of the Flashlight family, albeit only as a distant cousin instead of a son from the main line. Excellent, Professor Enoch said as he put away the data pad. I'll make sure those documents are processed as quickly as possible. While we don't expect a collaborator like you to act as a spy for us, it would do you good if you could read some manuals on how to keep your connection to us a secret. You can read them later from your calm right now. Let us move on to the mission that is in store for a mech designer of your talents. The man retrieved another data pad and unlocked its encryption before passing it on to VS. Let me give you some background. As a mech designer who founded your company close to Bentheim, I'm sure you are familiar with the complexities of the port system. A small but significant proportion of trade in the Komodo star sector flows through the Bentheim system. The main inhabited planet that is simply referred to as Bentheim is additionally home to high-density industry. Both of these endowments has led to Bentheim becoming a huge source of revenue for the state. As VS began to read the introductory documents, he began to get an inkling of what went on. Not everyone on Bentheim is pleased that their hard work is used to subsidize the poorer regions of the Bright Republic. Indeed. Simpletons. Enoch threw out a contemptuous smile. Many Bentheimers share this sentiment, but they have always been fairly manageable. The true problem lies with those with harder convictions. The separatists of the Bentheim liberation movement has been a thorn in our side for centuries. While rooting out the vermin in our state is ordinarily the responsibility of Spotlight, the Republic's domestic intelligence agency, they do not have the best track record. The Bentheim liberation movement has never been stamped out. Each time one of their hideouts get destroyed, another one pops up right after. VS remarked. Very much so. While we here at Flashlight are inclined to let Spotlight handle this headache, the imminent Vision invasion attempt on Bentheim has brought this issue under our mandate. That is because we have obtained evidence that the Separatists are prepared to act in coordination with the Visions. VS did not show much surprise at this revelation. After all, hadn't the Vandals banded together with the Vision Revolutionary Front to facilitate their raid on the Deepman system? It could only be said that the Visions chose well in adopting the same methods. The Separatists has to now that they are inviting a tiger to deal with the wolf, he said, expressing his own opinion. Even if the BLM succeeds in dislodging the Bright Republic from Bentheim, the Visions will probably be worse. Well, logic hasn't always been their strong suit, Professor Enoch huffed. If they are actually clever, then they would have never embarked on this impossible crusade to fight for an independent Bentheim state. In any case, one of the reasons why the BLM is always able to bounce back with a new crop of rebel-owned mechs is because a small number of domestic companies secretly support them by supplying a considerable amount of funding, supplies, and war material to their cells. While VS already knew that something like this must be happening, Professor Enoch made it sound as if the scale was a lot larger than he thought. Why would these mech companies do such a thing? Most mech designers aren't stupid. They should know that throwing off the Bright Republic won't favor them. Once the Visions come and take over, they'll displace all of the old companies with brighter roots for newer companies that are unquestionably loyal to the various powers within the Vigia kingdom. As I said earlier, logic is never the BLM's strong suit, and the same goes for the backers who enable them. With regards to the mech companies, some mech designers are native Bentheimers who are naive and misguided enough to be sympathetic to the cause. Other mech designers are loyal Brighters, but are being incentivized, blackmailed, or coerced by the BLM to provide material aid. The BLM mostly consisted of locals. It was no surprise to VS that they became very adept at manipulating the mech companies that operated on Bentheim to their advantage. As VS read the mission briefing, he understood that his primary job would be to investigate a major mech manufacturer that came to prominence quite recently. You suspect this Cadernavis group of collaborating with the Separatists? Why don't you just send in the Planetary Guard to raid their offices and take their mech designers into custody? Professor Enoch's smile grew a little stringent. That is because the KNG is not to be trifled with despite its relatively short existence. One of their founders is politically connected. VS gained some understanding of the sensitive nature of this mission. Spotlight probably doesn't want to touch the KNG at all, is that right? So they shoved the responsibility of dealing with this potentially dirty laundry to Flashlight instead. The KNG came about as a merger between two mech companies founded by two journeymen. Mrs. Estella Catter originates from Rittersburg and provides the political connections from the capital to further the company's interests. Mr. Antoine Navis is a local Bentheimer from a well-off family and provides the local connections to allow their company thrive on Bentheim. Both of them are alumni of the AUMD and are also married with children. The union of two journeyman mech designers and their companies sounded like a match made in heaven. It was no wonder that the KNG rose quickly ever since their founders married and their companies merged. In addition, as graduates of the powerful Ansel University of Mech Design, they were also a part of the school's very cohesive and interconnected alumni network. All in all, their connections meant that no one wanted to touch them if they could help it. Likely, one of the reasons Ves came into consideration for this mission was that he never attended Ansel in his life. Okay, I get it. Somewhat. You've obtained scattered proof that the KNG is involved with the BLM, but you don't have confirmation. Ves summed up. Therefore, they need to be investigated, but not in a way that makes it obvious that the Republic has cause to suspect their loyalty. It states here that the KNG is currently producing a lot of mechs and replacement parts for several Bentheim mech regiments. So they have the support of several Bentheim mech regiments as well. What a nightmare to the authorities! With both political, local, and military connections, the KNG covered their backs extremely thoroughly. While Flashlight is not afraid of exposing any misdeeds at any company no matter how well connected they are, that does not mean it is wise to barge into their facilities without solid proof. Not only would that unnecessarily draw the ire of their backers, but it would also destabilize Bentheim if it became known that a powerful company like the KNG was in cahoots with the BLM. So the important aspect about the mission is that everything has to be done quietly? Indeed. The professor nodded. Flashlight prefers to operate with tact and discretion. The more our activities are exposed, the harder it is for us to get anything done. We would like to handle this matter without drawing anyone's attention. So how does Flashlight intends to slip me into the KNG to investigate their factories for any signs of misdeeds? Do I need to put on a disguise and pretend to be someone else? Not as such. You are not trained as a spy, so it would be very unwise to employ you in that fashion. No, you will go in with your own identity. The KNG excels at designing and producing both space-borne mechs and frontline mechs, so much so that they have several standing contracts with a couple of Bentheim mech regiments. Due to the KNG's association with the Mech Corps, it is not unusual for the military to send a liaison to supervise the production of their military mechs. Ves nodded. Mech regiments all possess some form of mech production capabilities in their bases. The Flagrant Vandals, for example, invested a considerable amount of funding and resources into acquiring the Wolf Mother, a gigantic factory ship which was capable of fabricating mechs and other heavy machinery on the move. However, the military was the military. They didn't particularly excel at mass-producing mechs. Domestic companies could do the same job cheaper, faster, and at a much greater scale. In the spirit of specialization, many mech regiments and mech divisions tended to source their mechs from trusted companies. With the KNG's abundant amount of connections, they must have been a great company to entrust with the production of mechs for the military. That such a company actually maintained dealings with both the Mech Corps and the Bentheim Liberation Movement was exceedingly alarming. He read through the mission briefing on the data pad and finally came to the section which described the nature of his role. I see that Flashlight is putting my exploits to good use. Indeed. Even if your exact accomplishments are classified, there is no doubt that you have excelled in your duties, the professor said with a touch of mocking. It wouldn't be out of place for the Mech Corps to take you away from the front lines and reward you with a cushy job in Bentheim. Your skill in mech design along with the distinctions you've earned both allow us to convince the married pair of journeymen that you are a legitimate liaison mech designer assigned to the KNG. Even so, won't Katter or Nadis or anyone else at the company be a bit suspicious about me poking around at their production facilities? The Mech Corps already assigned a liaison at the KNG. That mech designer is already transferring out, so you will merely be filling in someone else's shoes. Besides, that previous liaison happened to be fellow Ansel alumnus, so he was rather overly chummy with the pair. It sounded stupid for a graduate of the AUMD to supervise the activities of other graduates of that school. Ves had no doubt that someone pulled some strings to arrange such a circumstance. Even so, I haven't studied at Ansel, so the pair is bound to be vigilant against me, right? The professor laughed. Ha! But that's the beauty of it. We predict they won't put up their guard in your presence at all. First, you are a Larkinson and a war hero who has earned 3 very distinguished medals. The golden mech alone will make them more inclined to build a relationship with you regardless of your lack of connections to Ansel. Ves understood that. It would be very impolitic for Catter and Ves to disparage the holder of all those awards. The brats at the second analysis team didn't know any better, but the 2 middle-aged journeymen knew better. Secondly, you are as good as a journeyman, but you are still officially an apprentice. Catter and Ves will still look down on you for that and won't suspect that you are knowledgeable and perceptive enough to pick up minute irregularities that would have tripped a journeyman. He agreed with that as well. Ves was very confident of his abilities, and his extensive experience in his own company and with the Vandals made him quite adept at navigating various workshops and production facilities. Third, you've spent half a year supervising numerous younger Ansel alumni. Your daily interactions with them haven't gone unnoticed, and while I am aware you do not have the best relationship with them, you have become familiar with their shared traits and identity. The familiarity that you have acquired with interacting with Ansel alumni will serve you well in keeping on the good side of Catter and Ves. All of these points sounded compelling. While Ves did not feel very enthusiastic about being sent alone into a possibly murky den by himself, and with very little assistance, it made him feel as if he volunteered to become a rat. Chapter 975, Preparing a Role. I have a question, Ves said. My job is to leverage the identity of a liaison mech designer of the Mech Corps to investigate the Catter-Ves group for any subversive activities. Where exactly does the danger come from? Why does Flashlight frame this mission in a way that implies the potential for extreme danger to any mech designer that investigates the company? Professor Enoch closed his eyes for a moment. Good question. This isn't stated in your mission briefing, but we are aware that the Bentheim Liberation Movement has a habit of placing their own men in the mech companies that have caught their interest. If the KNG is secretly collaborating with the Separatists, then you will be sure that the both of them will be extremely hostile against those that nose around too much. I see. In the worst case, the BLM has not only planted their combatants in the KNG's production facilities, but also rigged them up to blow in the event of exposure. However, if everything goes well, it won't come down to that, right? Correct. We are merely talking about the worst-case scenario. If you do your job well and avoid attracting the attention of the pair or any possible BLM spies, it is sufficient for you to return to your handler once you have gathered sufficient hard proof of any suspect activities. Sounded simple. Probably wasn't. Oh well. Ves had already signed on to this mission, so it was far too late to turn around. I have another question. I'm supposed to investigate for any signs the KNG is collaborating with the BLM, but that's not all, right? It states here that if I found definite proof of such a connection, I'm also responsible for following up on who at the KNG is responsible. Indeed, Enoch said and gestured with his hand. There are many possible explanations why the KNG might possibly be involved with the BLM. It could be a disgruntled manager turning to the BLM out of a perceived grievance. It could be a chief technician that always sympathized with the Separatists who is the main insider responsible. It could also be someone from the top that is the main driver to the KNG's activities, someone like Antoine Ves who is a native from Bentheim. Ves bluntly pointed out the most painful possibility. Even so, there are various levels of involvement with the BLM. The extent of KNG's collaboration might merely be a minor incident where they smuggle some parts fabricated off the books in exchange for cash. It could also be a more thorough cooperation where the KNG supplies the BLM with entire mechs. The reason for doing so may rest on a voluntary or involuntary basis. If someone like Mr. Navis is in fact involved with the matter, it is important to find out whether he is a genuine sympathizer or an unwilling collaborator who has been blackmailed into working with the BLM. All of this sounded like a murky swamp, and VS was about to dive headfirst into the dirty water. While I'm confident I can ascertain whether there are any irregularities at the K&G's production facilities, I'm less confident about investigating the people responsible. I know Mechs and I'm very familiar with their production environment, but if you expect me to be some kind of charmer like in all the spy dramas, then I'm afraid you barked up the wrong tree. Professor Enoch smiled at VS in a way that disregarded what he just said. Don't worry, Mr. Larkinson. A handler and support team will be backing you up during the mission. If you encounter any difficulties during your investigation, just tell your handler. While liaisons are usually sent in alone, know that you are not alone in your endeavors. The entirety of Flashlight is backing you up. The documents I signed earlier stated that only holds as long as my true relationship with Flashlight remains a secret. If my connection with you ever comes to light, it will be as if I never existed in your eyes. That's how the game is played, Mr. Larkinson. You shouldn't get in bed with Flashlight if you can't keep a secret. My advice? Don't let yourself be exposed. If Catter or Navis ever has cause to suspect your identity, you should admit to being an agent of the Mech Corps. At no point are you ever allowed to reveal that you have been sent by Flashlight, is that clear? Understood, Professor. VS replied in a resigned tone. After his agreement and initial briefing, VS quietly put down his responsibilities as the supervisor of the second analysis team without saying farewell to his subordinates. Even if he found the job to be very tedious, he would miss the safety it afforded him. While being sent to Bentheim wasn't equivalent to being sent to the front lines, Flashlight possessed a high degree of confidence that the Visians would be coming. With the Visians breaking through from the outside and the Bentheim liberation movement wreaking havoc from the inside, it would be like the chaos and anarchy at Dietmann 4 all over again. After a few days of hasty instruction and preparation, VS boarded a shuttle that brought him out of Frozen Point. The shuttle left Roback 6 and spent a fair amount of time to slip him back to the military space station on Roback 3, whereupon VS returned to the system, as it were. It was as if the Mech Corps never let go of VS in the first place. Wearing his unremarkable work uniform devoid of any glaring ribbons and medals, he quietly boarded a generic-looking military supply ship that joined a convoy that cut its way through the Green Nebula region with Bentheim as the end destination. A large amount of military convoys made their way to Bentheim every day, so this one didn't attract any attention at all. To those who investigated his movements, it would simply appear that VS spent some in a hidden base of the Mech Corps before popping back into public to take up his new duties as a military liaison to the Caternavis group. However, there was something different about the ship that VS was on right now. While she was a legitimate supply ship, Flashlight actually fudged her internal structure in order to sneak in a hidden compartment. It was there that VS met the intelligence officer responsible for supervising his infiltration attempt. A young but impeccably groomed man stood up from his terminal and approached VS for a brief handshake. I am Leland Toll. I'll be your case officer for this mission. I'm aware of your identity and some of your capabilities, and I know that you aren't familiar with our tradecraft. That's okay. It's my responsibility to worry about the spy matters so you don't have to. For now, you are primarily needed for your competence in mech design. Is Leland Toll even your real name? The man smiled at VS in a familiar mocking fashion. Names are merely labels. While it is wise of you to doubt every scrap of information you get your hands on, that is not what is asked of you for this mission. If you want to grow close to Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis, you will have to restrain your suspicious impulses. That was easier said than done, VS inwardly muttered. So what's in store for me here? During the remainder of our journey to Bentheim, you'll visit this secret compartment every day for a couple of hours in order to prepare you for your role. You will assume your role immediately upon arrival at Bentheim. That's not a lot of time. As I've said, Ves, we don't want you to be a spy, Leland repeated. We want to convince everyone that you are just a mech designer, and what better way to sell this story by presenting a version of you that's the truth. Even so, you will need to be brought up to speed with some of the tools and protocols that we'll be using on your mission. In addition, I want you to read through and memorize the names and pertinent facts on not only the 2 mech designers presiding over the KNG, but every other mech designer, manager, chief technician, and so on. Any of them may be the principal culprit that has subverted the KNG. Ves nodded in understanding. While Flashlight hoped that the collusion within the Caternavis group only extended to a middle manager type, Ves had a suspicion that the rod extended a lot higher than that. While he did not possess any solid proof that told him so, his own experience as the founder and CEO of the LMC told him that mech designers cared a lot about their production facilities. While not every mech designer deigned to fabricate a mech by hand like Ves regularly did, they were nonetheless control freaks when it came to running a smooth fabrication operation. Cater and Navis both appeared to be very competent mech designers. No one incompetent ever advanced to journeyman. This led Ves to believe that they wouldn't be so sloppy and neglectful when it came to supervising the production aspect of their company. In the next week or so, the military convoy slowly meandered its way through the Green Nebula region. This time, the convoy didn't take the long way but made a fairly direct passage to the Bentheim system. Evidently, this critical port system urgently required a lot of supplies. During this time, Ves got up to speed on various aspects that Leland wanted to instill in him, though time was far too short to teach him everything. He familiarized with the names, faces, and backgrounds of the key personnel within the KNG. He received some instructions on how to use the small spy gadgets that Flashlight sometimes employed. He learned some methods and protocol that seemed trivial but was at least easy for Ves to pick up. A badly trained spy is worse than an untrained spy like you, Leland remarked. Right now, you are still pure in this regard, so you have that authentic quality that makes it hard for others to pick up your connection to Flashlight. If we attempted to instill you with some of our actual methods, you simply don't have the training and experience to hide the signs. While Ves understood this logic, he still felt as if he was being dumped right in the middle of potentially hostile terrain with barely any precautions. Will I at least be entitled to carry a weapon to defend myself? Leland nodded and pulled out a drawer holding a fairly boring-looking holstered pistol. Even a liaison mech designer of the Mech Corps carries a sidearm as a rule. We've prepared a modified high-performance laser pistol for you that is disguised as a stand-issue model of the Mech Corps. It can help you in a pinch, but don't mistake it for a fully fledged assault weapon. Can I get anything else? A shield generator, perhaps? That caused the intelligence officer to chuckle. I wish. We aren't that flush for funding. Your role as a liaison for the Mech Corps is intended to reinforce the impression that you are exempted from any hazardous duties closer to the war theater. When you are on Bentheim, you should show the appropriate amount of apprehension towards the uncertainties about the war in the news, but no more. Above all else, Bentheim is friendly territory, and your behavior should reflect that belief. Ves was indeed somewhat familiar with Bentheim. That reminded him of something. Am I allowed to make use of my own connections on Bentheim while I'm there? Officially, a mech designer in the service of the Mech Corps is strictly expected to dedicate themselves to their primary responsibilities. Even if you have friends on Bentheim or own a company that has a presence there, you shouldn't mix official duties with private interests. The way Leland said those words seemed to invite an opening. I think there's a caveat there. Very perceptive of you. In practice, many mech designers in the same position are regularly found to be lax regarding this regulation. Your supposed cushy job at Bentheim also affords you more allowances than normal. How you choose to conduct yourself in light of this is up to you. Just remember that you need to sell your role to the KNG.